Hello, hello.
Hey,
How goes it?
it goes.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. We actually got a lot of people to be here for it, which is great.
Are they in your stream?
Most will. Some will be like so. Like Thirst Killer will be. Well, obviously Bobby will be there in the stream. Hexy's gonna jump in. Nova's gonna jump in. Citron's gonna jump in. Who else is? Who else do I have? Jumpy will jump in and listen. I tried to get Party Bus, but I don't know what he's doing. Ben unfortunately not around, but him and Citron did like a tier list not too long ago. So I think it was probably like maybe like 4 or 5 months ago, maybe 6, before the latest patch, but close to it.
Well, we haven't had another one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that'll be good about it is this kind of like interesting balance between what we've seen previously and what's kind of happening now. I mean, obviously, we're gonna get more updates. So,
Should also mention that the KDNF had their DNF on yesterday, or well, today, very early in the morning, and they are doing a skill overhaul.
ooh,
Um, they'll be doing a balance update with the skill overhaul, and that should be on test next week. And then they're planning to do another skill update slash balance update in July.
oh,
So
that's insane.
we don't know to what extent.
Don't worry, I
There's,
will. I will. I've been
I
told.
mean,
They're gonna tell me.
but what I mean is they didn't say anything about PvP. So I don't
Uh,
know what
yeah.
exactly is going to be affected here, but if they do make pretty significant skill changes, like skill operation changes, they probably have to make those changes in PvP.
Fair. I mean, well, PvP always gets affected by it, even if they don't say it, which is kind of messed up. But they
Yeah, like
should say it.
Swordmaster.
Oh wait, let's not. Let's not. I I already know where I want to put her, but it's not about me. It's community
Hey, why
based.
isn't there an F tier?
Oh
That's
wait, we could do
Swordmaster's
that.
home.
Sorry, I was doing base whatever they gave me, but no, we could add that. We could add that. That's fine.
No, no.
Uh,
Didn't I thought they fixed it,
they
or
did
they look.
just kinda. No, I don't think there's an F tier. Honestly, I don't think we could do a who plays this because global. Yeah, most do
I mean, we
not.
could do we could do a a lag tier,
Oh,
like
we could do 3. So I wanted to do a actual just overall top tier list for global, not including any other countries because it's hard to tell when we don't get to compete against them enough. So I think amongst each other, even if the character's not played, we can kind of generally sense what is supposed to be better. Real quick, how do I do it so that I want to have it so that the names are on the. I guess I could do it that way. Does that work? So I'm trying to put the Discord names up, but I don't know if I can do that on. It's only on games, I think. Right?
you're talking about having a list of names of participants on the
Yeah.
window. I thought
Yeah.
that I don't do anything with Twitch, so I don't know. But I
It's
thought
been a
that's something you
while.
can do with
Screw it.
UI. What do they call it?
I got it. I'm gonna just do it makeshift. You know, I'm in the business of making things look kind of cool sometimes. Sometimes. Uh, let's do. Hey, Axie.
Hey, how's it going?
It's gonna be a fun night. I wonder if I should get alcohol for this because I feel like I'm gonna need it.
Ooh,
Uh,
Oh
it's good.
man,
It's good. You know.
alcohol. Wait. So, did you say you're on Twitch or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I wanna do it so that we can actually. I know like there's players who've already done it. Like Citron has talked with Ben and other people already, and have already done a tier list. I do actually have that tier list. Okay,
Oh yeah.
I'll bring his alter tier list into it too. So like, I don't want to show you this tier list that they did yet. So he did the tier list, 2023. So it's been a minute.
2023. Oh yeah, it's been a bit. I
Uh,
think I made one myself at one point, maybe like over a year ago or something, but I don't think I have it anymore.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's good to understand. Like, I don't want to show you guys that tier list yet because I feel like if I show you that tier list, it'll kind of curve. I want us to like be very
Yeah, don't
like,
show it. Don't show it.
yeah, I want us to be very open minded about it. It's gonna be so interesting. Oh man, because like I tell people, I'm like, everybody's like, oh, but some people don't play. I'm like, you have to realize, yes, but there's also people who are watching enough that gives you a really good sense of where we stand, uh, just in general as a community. Because I feel like a lot of people are just kind of like, oh, well, what's this, what's that. And I think this will be a good understanding. Sorry, I'm sizing something. Uh, I will say firsthand, I think we should kind of go through. Do you guys want to just go through like each character based off of who people play, or do we want to do it where it's like, you know, oh well,
I
we'll just
think
start
it's
with what's top.
probably easiest if we go by classes. So like male
Classes, okay,
Slayer first, for example.
okay, but
Agree.
all right. Do they have it in order? They do actually. That's kind of nice. Um, they're all at the bottom. What? What? Why is he down there? Oh no, no. Okay, that makes sense. That's so weird. What the hell? It's missing a Slayer. Where is the Slayer? What?
Oh,
Weapon
what is it
Master?
missing?
It's missing Asura. Where's
Asura's
Asura?
at the top.
Why? Why is he up there? Get to, what the fuck? All right. Well, I mean, we're obviously gonna have people in the chat talking too. I'll have if anybody wants to join in, the Discord is available. You can have your opinion if you want to jump in. I know Bobby's gonna be in the chat. Nova should be here soon, so that'll probably help. I did hit up a few more people, but I don't know. It depends if they're gonna show up. So, but overall, I mean, we'll start with the one of the most played characters, Weapon Master. Like, what is our parameter for saying like this character between, I guess, ease of use, skills, and okay, you'll hop on when your headache dies down. That's cool. Jumpy's here too, so that works out. Mostly gonna
Oh,
listen.
Jumpy. Wow. Haven't seen Jumpy in a hot minute.
So if we're looking at Weapon Master, just strictly Weapon Master right now, where do we feel like you could blurt it out, give your reasons? Where do you feel this character falls?
Just
I
put
feel
him
like
at the
he'd-
very top.
The
I'd
very
probably
top,
put him A plus.
A plus.
A plus,
I
yeah.
need to add a middle ground. We could be very specific too. I don't care if we add a plus, a B plus, whatever. We just have to be kind of in unison with how that goes.
Yeah, just like I find all the Slayers just up there.
Oh, all of them are just all okay. Well, we'll do it like this. We'll put them all in this one category, and then we'll figure out where they
Yeah,
belong, right?
just have,
Because like
M
Oh,
Slayers.
yeah.
just this is where they are, right? All right. So Weapon Master, like, where do we feel Weapon Master stands? Because I personally feel like he's an easy to use character outside of weapon switching, which makes him a stronger character, and he's one of the
Oh, yeah.
only other weapon switching characters.
Yeah.
So he kind of, for me, teeters between A plus and S. Great approach, great neutral buttons, easy ability to confirm off of almost 90% of his moves. So that's my theory, where I would put him like between A plus and S. But
I
S
have
is
to agree
definitively kills everybody.
with Nova, because like how are we factoring in piloting? Because Weapon Master, if they're a good pilot, fantastic character, probably S tier. If they're not a good pilot, probably B tier. because he's still quite good. But if you're missing out on understanding those little intricacies of the character, you're not going to be playing him at the very high level.
Well, we're gonna do
Yeah,
an
I
ease of.
agree.
I think we'll do an ease of use. Like I said, we're gonna do an ease of use to hard use tier. So I think in this we just use it as like at the top level. Like if you were seeing the performance being done, utilizing all the nuances, right? What because that's how you want to generally take it is this character is strong because they can like even if I picked them up and I wasn't super good with him and I couldn't do weapon swapping, could he still just benefit more than most characters who are a little bit more difficult, right? That actually require more time to put in, more, if I picked up each character for an hour, right? Would Weapon Master be hands down like would I see success a little bit more with him, right? So I think we have to go into it. It's hard to say don't go into it with the mindset that like it's only top like highest level play, but I think that's the easiest way is just highest level play. So
Nice
like
level.
yeah, if we just
Yeah,
put
yeah.
everybody on the highest level play, is Weapon Master S tier or is he like falling into A plus?
A plus.
I think A plus. Yeah,
plus?
he's definitely very strong, but I don't feel like he has anything like super broke him that propels him right into S. But he's very strong, so I think A plus.
A+.
Yeah. Okay. Because I also feel he doesn't have the most armored moves either. That's also a really critical thing I feel like in this game right now. All right. So let's go into Berserker. I hands down say I think he's a B tier character ever since the nerfs. I don't think he's A.
Yeah, B. I could see B.
You got nerfed?
Berserker.
Oh.
Sorry, I don't play it anymore.
No, you're good. You're
Or
good.
it's in there long.
So it's gonna be good because Jumpy, you have like you're coming in also from the previous knowledge, with some changes. Like he obviously his damage nerf, which you've seen already prior to that. He personally, from every time I watched, his damage nerf was the big thing that made him, in my personal opinion, like an A plus character. Like I think him just being nerfed tremendously. He's not outputting damage like most characters were in the beginning. Like he's not doing troubleshooter damage. He's not doing like exo damage. He's not like bursting you with one combo anymore. And you're like at 75, like 25% life, right? So I feel like he also struggles with approach. I feel like that's his biggest problem. Will we say B tier or?
he's. I would I would say B because like it's a good class, but yeah, he's a little bit like what the Berserker is gonna do.
Yeah.
Like, it's very one dimensional, but it's strong. It's good.
Nova said the harder low elo shark for Zerk. I've always felt the better you get with the class and stronger players you fight, the harder it is. That's my 2 cents on it. Plus, it's in a hard spot for balance. Too strong and too weak, depending on what you're changing. I mean, significantly, would we say he's gotten tremendously weaker, or would we just say he slightly got weaker, not like crazy?
Bobby.
What's up?
Bobby.
Sup.
Is the stream going right now?
Yeah.
Oh, let me hop in from there.
It's up to you.
Oh, I forgot.
You could, if it's easier for you to just mute yourself in here and then just like listen to the stream. I don't know, whatever's easier. We're just on Berserker. I mean, you might want to chime in for Weapon Master because we said he's A plus.
Oh, there ain't no way. No, let me hop in this. Hold on, let me step outside and hop in this tier because I need to have a say in this.
Absolutely. What do you want to say? Like, what makes him? Okay, we'll go backwards. What do you place him at first off?
What, Weapon Master or Berserker?
Weapon Master.
I would say probably like B tier.
Really? Okay, we got to know why because we said he's A plus.
Cause like if he was A plus, he would have won some tournaments like F1 or anything.
Well,
But evidently not.
I mean,
don't look at that. Look at like the core of the character, right? If we put the highest level players on him, what makes the character excel, what makes them stronger than other characters. The reason why
So
we
a
didn't put him in
weapon
S is because
master,
he's not broken, right? He's not fully on broken.
yeah, he's not broken. Nah, definitely not. Like, a character's not broken when, like, you always get two comboed. Like, weapon master, you can always two combo them to death. Whereas a weapon master has to always, like, three combo somebody. Or more, depending on how you, like, place your draw sword,
Okay.
you know?
Would you say that though? Like he has some of the best neutral tools though in approaching.
I don't think so, actually.
Hmm.
Because, like, if you think about it, Berserker's got neutral wave, right? Just like Weapon
Yeah.
Master does. They got Frenzy, which is like very similar to Short Sword. I would say like the one thing it's got other people beat on is like the Charge Crash, like that. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it has armor, depending what you use. I mean, for how long, right? So,
Oh, for sure,
I mean, Charge Crash is still
for
kind of one of the
sure.
most unreactable moves in the game. I gotta do the frames, but I'm pretty sure it's got to be below 20 something
Yeah, you
frames.
just gotta anticipate it.
He has to be pretty like close to you though to use it, right? Like
True.
you
Does
know,
he?
like yeah, he does because if he's too
Hmm.
far away from you, you can beat it.
100%. Like imagine like you as a weapon master trying to fight a male brawler. Like your charge card is gonna get stunned every time because they're just gonna brick you. You know,
Okay, that makes
you
sense.
really had to set that up. Like you can't just like close your eyes and just press charge card.
Okay, so you're saying he's B tier. I kind of get where you're coming from. I don't think I could really lower him to B, but I could put him at the
B
bottom of A.
plus,
I could put him at the bottom
B
of A.
plus.
All right, all right. This guy's saying B plus now. Okay, we'll add a B plus for now. I mean, obviously we might just kind of like whittle that down. I mean, it's good though because like we're getting more specific, and I think that's something that we don't do enough is be hyper specific where some of these characters fall. But okay, we'll say he's B plus. So
Yeah, I do think
For
Weapon Master
sure.
is definitely better than Zerk.
oh,
So,
by far.
Yeah. The only reason why that's the case now is because they took away like flip side from Zerg. That really
Yeah,
like
Yeah,
boosted
that
them.
character
the
didn't
flip
need
Yeah.
that.
side. Yeah.
He didn't need that.
Because
Uh,
you could have just flip sided RDS like every time. Like that was annoying.
oh, he can't cancel into wave. He can't cancel wave will anymore, right? Out of strings, right? I thought he can't do that. Or is
He
that? Or
can.
is
He
that?
can.
Oh, he can. Okay. It's everybody else can't do cancel into magnetic hand, right? Or is
Like
that just?
Lust.
Yeah, I thought everybody can't do that now. Or is it only just Berserker can cancel into lust? Am I crazy?
Only
Oh, only
Berserker
Berserker
can.
can.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
kind of a
Ghostface
really
used to
good
be
move.
able to.
It's a really good move. It's a really good move. But I mean broken move, but it's just one broken move.
Wait,
So
who's that class next to Soulbender in the A tier?
no, they're not.
That's
They're not necessarily A tier. They're not necessarily A tier. We're just
Oh
removing
my
them.
god.
We're moving them. We're moving them
No,
as we go. Citron said
Okay.
real quick. He said the high ping makes neutral kind of whack with reaction. Also, on that note, it might be easier to just initially compare the subclasses to each other in 1 to number 4 or 5 fashion. By the way, you forgot Ghostblade. Fuck, where is he, dude? This fucking menu was supposed to. Oh, there he is. Okay, there's Ghostblade. Okay, so Berserk we feel definitely a B tier. If that's the case, all right, let's go with Ghostblade. Where are we putting Ghostblade?
A.
Solid
I
A.
think yeah. I think one of the things that isn't really like kind of looked at with Ghostblade is he's 100% anti-air. You can't jump against him in any situation because Ghost Dash, the dash that he has infinite aerial access. It can hit you at any point in the air.
Okay.
So knowing that, if you're able to, I mean, jumping isn't really like the most ideal thing to do unless your character can do it, like has some way of benefiting from it. But being able to shut down like that entire area can actually make the match much more difficult for your opponent because you can still jump, but they can't.
Oh, for sure. Not only that, but Ghostblade's got like lingering hitboxes for days.
Oh yeah.
You know that ghost comes out and it's like, damn, what the fuck?
Okay. I mean, I
Yeah,
like I
those
said,
ghost skills are pretty active.
the only thing I feel it's funny is I feel like Ghostblade is not really he's not really linear, but which obviously it depends on the player. But if we're not looking at that just highest level play, I think that character is really kind of elusive. He's kind of like sneaky too. So I kind of would put him at that point where he's kind of a A. Yeah, I kind of see it. I just wonder
Well,
because he has very limited armor moves though. That's the only thing that really I feel like
That
hurts him though a little bit.
that's generally okay if you have enough ways to kind of like halt your opponent from approaching, because he can
Mhm.
always throw out a ghost skill, and you have to respect it every single time he does something. If he throws out a ghost skill and the ghost is just standing there, you can't just be like, oh, he's you can't expect him to teleport, and you also can't expect him to not teleport. You kind of have
Okay.
to just like treat
Ex-
every single action that he does as something that is you're not really going to be able to handle very well.
so he always has high exchangeability, and obviously his damage output is really good.
Yes.
Yeah, he's good damage. He does have the movement speed passive too, so he is faster
Mhm.
moving than a lot of classes as well. I'd probably put him A plus if I'm
Really?
being real. Yeah, because just the amount of space he can control with his ghost skills. I
Oh,
mean,
you
I
could.
might be biased in that with the classes I play, but
That's fair. I mean, that's
yeah,
what we
I'd
want
probably put
though,
him A
because like
plus.
it is
I
focused
do
on
find
global.
playing against
Ah,
Ghostblade harder than like singing a Blade Master.
How
oh,
do
for
you
sure.
if we were to obviously this can all change as we like flesh out more characters.
Oh yeah.
Um, would we say he's kind of teetering towards like the higher end of A plus because of one high mobility, you know, good exchanging, can cover air, can cover ground, forces kind of people to play not the normal way they should. And I just saw
Yeah,
Nova said they can also deploy a
I
ghost
would
when you jump.
I would keep him in A because his
A
defenses are kind of
yeah,
trash.
I think
bad.
that's like the only thing. Like, they took away flip side and like, if you catch him with one like quick move, like that they just get deleted. Like the whole HP just melts away. So that brings him down a tier for sure. Which I want to say, like Berserker, I feel like should be A minus, but we're past that already, right? Like,
Oh, we can always come back to it. We can, like I said, we can always maneuver stuff around. Like we don't want to get too hypercritical, like because I don't want to have like C minus C plusing, right? Because then we're just like
oh,
putting
true,
people into
true.
their own categories. But I'm okay with A plus and B plus only because there are some characters that fall along that weird line, and maybe we can like mesh it together where we're like they're at the bottom end of A. Some characters are just A plus characters, right? Where they're just
Oh,
on
for
the
sure.
cusp of just being broken, but they're not there yet.
Dragoon.
Nah, I think that
Dragoon
character's
is
broken. We'll get to
fucking
that.
amazing, man.
I think that
I
character's
fuck.
That
dumb as
shit's
hell.
crazy.
Um,
Yeah.
so okay, so we'll leave him in A. Let's go with the next one, which is I have no idea what the fuck. Soulbender, sure. Where are we putting Soulbender? I think this
S.
character's
S.
S.
Bro, Soulbender is
S.
literally like cancer.
What
Ever
what
since
makes
that,
him
like
S?
they updated that.
Tombstone that you can move now. Which why they did that, who knows? But um, so all right, reasons. Hexy, you go first. We'll kind of like bounce around, but Hexy, you go first.
Yeah.
What are your reasons?
Well, I mean, of course, obviously, Kega Ghost Step is just anytime he has Kega up, it's like almost just yeah, like you're so limited in what you can do, and if he catches you throwing out too many skills, you just get caught. And then if you don't catch him during that, though, you better hope that you can get him when he throws out his Raza, or else he's gonna have it again. And oh, you got Phantasmal Slayered. And with the tombstones and everything, now he just gets so much off of those phantasmals, and the Ghost Slash now, Ghost Slash just chunks your health for like 20% almost sometimes. So like, yeah, he's just like got like a very
Wait, Hexy, don't forget the Ghost Slash range is like
And the
2x
ghost
now.
slash range. Yeah, it's massive. It hits way above him. It like hits in the air. It's massive. Yeah. So
Bro,
and he
hits on the
doesn't even.
ground, the air, the y-axis, like, and it's instant. Like they made it faster.
Yeah, you don't even need to charge it. Like I think before you needed a minimum charge to get the second hit in. Now it's just you get it regardless. I think before I might be wrong, but I think you had to cast a ghost spirit to get
Yes.
a ghost effect on your slash, right? Now it's
I think
just you
I
get
think
it.
no, I think you still need to have to change the effect. You still need to cast the ghost first.
Do you?
So if you want to use the Rasa effect, you have to use Rasa first. If you want to use Saya, you have to use Saya first, or you have to use Saya before casting the skill. I'm pretty sure this still works that way.
I thought he just got it, but again I haven't played Soulbender in like 9 years, so.
Citron did say that Citron said, I don't know how many classes Soulbender can outrun, but I think it's basically shits on every class that it can outrun because of how Ghost Step is. Paladin isn't one of those, so I don't have much of an opinion, but Ghost Slash buff definitely made it significantly better. Of course you don't have an issue with this character.
Yeah, he 80% combo him.
Crazy.
Infinite SA, bro.
All right, so we'll leave him in S because we still got tons of characters to go through. All right, so where are we putting Asura? Because I think this character is very underplayed, but he's still kind of strong.
Bro, put Asura in like its own tier above an S, bro. Just to piss Surf off.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We got to be somewhat serious here. I definitely would do that normally, but like the character is really, really insanely stupid strong just because of all the holds and cycling through skills. I've never been reset more in my life, even with options to get out. So I don't know if it's just me, but this character at least feels like an A+ character. But he's like a gimmick almost. He's almost like a gimmick at the same time.
Oh, for sure, it's a gimme.
Like he's a good A+ gimmick.
Yeah, I would put him in like the thing is the class plays itself. Let's not lie about that. Like you could have like any new pop on Asura, and they'll be good in like 2 days.
Yeah. I think about it sometimes because like when I was talking to Party Bus, he was like, man, he's like, I should just play a sword. I was like, okay, what's the problem with playing a sword? He's like, I gotta put too much work into it, but I'm pretty sure if I just put like a day or two, it'd be easy mode, right? I'm like, yeah, you already have like resets and everything. What are you wasting time for? But I think it's just one of those characters you have to have like a stupid mentality towards, like where you just don't care about your life. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like they have no fear. They're willing to do whatever they want. So, you think it's
Oh,
the
for
worst?
sure.
He thinks so. Citron thinks it's the worst Slayer. I kind of get why, because he kind of is very what's the? I'm looking for the specific word where it's I don't want to say autopilot, but he has a what is it? It's like a flow chart. There we go. He has a flow chart that's very predictable at times once he cycles through something, right? Once he uses something, you're like, oh, the flow chart's there. But it's just the holds that are problematic.
Isn't he slower than the other Slayers?
He's really slow. Like Ghost Orb
Yeah.
takes forever. He has to charge the what is that, Crescent Wave? Yeah.
I think
What-
that's a big factor in his placement because the other Slayers, as Citron said, like Soulbender's because of his speed, that's what makes him strong. So in the inverse, Ashura, because of his speed, that's what makes him weak. He's not a bad character, but with the lack of speed that he has, other characters are able to maneuver around him a little bit easier.
Like, and keep in mind, D is like everybody's playable. I think that's very, very, accessible. Every character can be played, but there are just some characters who are flat out bad, right? I would not say he's bad. How do we feel about putting him? We can move him, but how do we feel about putting him at like C tier? to start, or at least bottom of B
No,
tier
I
at the
would
moment?
put him in. I, would
I
put him in
wouldn't put
B.
him that
We're not
low.
putting that
I'd
low?
probably
Maybe
put him
B tier?
B.
I
What?
would put him in B.
You don't feel
Asura in C tier? That's crazy.
I only said it to keep the balance, to keep the balance. All right, so we'll put him at the bottom of B tier. Where do we want to go next? Where okay, who chose that first one? What's up, Nova? Who chose that first one that we
What's
should
up,
start with the
Nova?
Slayers? Was that
Agent
Yukon?
Have you
Nova.
seen that fireway?
That was
though?
me. I said
Oh, you said that, Hexy? All right. So Jumpy, I want you to choose the next class that we're gonna like the next set of class that we're gonna look at. Oh, Citron's saying
Say
fight.
agent. And
Citron, you'll
I
get your
don't
turn.
get it.
Wait, what'd you say?
Agents.
Agent? Oh, okay, perfect. All right, so we're loading up the agent.
Wait, why is creator up not down there?
Don't worry about it. I can't take that character out, bro. Well,
Oh,
who plays this? It's gonna stay there. It'll be the
Jingo
buffer.
and Triple S.
I agree. Triple
we're-
S and creator.
uh,
You can't approach her. You just get clicked all over.
bro, it's crazy. I kind of
She
want them to
kills her
add
in
that
town
character.
PvP too, so there's that.
I kind of would like that character to be like put in the game, but just as like a normal skill character. Be kind of cool.
Yeah, I think so too. They've got a lot of cool stuff you can use.
All right. All right. So, which agent do we want to start with first? He said specialist.
Oh, shit.
Where are we putting specialist? The character got
Specialist.
slightly nerfed, but still kind of really good.
No.
No?
Not
No?
anymore. Specialist is at most B.
Ooh. Would anybody?
So should
Go
clarify
ahead.
something. The two agents that have a shit ton of holes. They are. That is what is saving them. That's it.
Interesting.
Like the holes that they have because of how long they can chain them together. That's their saving grace. The nerfs that the class received ruined them altogether.
Hmm.
So
So
I
then-
don't think that specialist is anything better than a B because he's a great character, but because of the nerfs, the fact that it has piss poor defense, it doesn't have the same kind of like range that the other agents have. It's not in a good position right now.
They did, I
Nah,
believe they did
definitely.
fix that
It's
reset.
linear too.
Right.
Like everything is just kind of straight, aside from
Yes.
what's it called? The AOE one that holds you.
The AOE one is very easy to see this coming because they
Yeah,
slowed
that
it
thing.
down, and they also
Yeah,
removed
that-
the super armor from it, so it's not a safe skill to use.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait, I
Yeah,
can.
I'm
I
just
can.
saying in general, they're like very linear. Like they don't have anything
Yes.
that reaches around them for the most part. So.
They have squarely, which is the circle thing that'll pull you in front of them. But it's,
Yeah, that's true.
to make it effective, you have to have the charge effect that makes it have a larger range, and that
Yeah,
does
and I
require
think
you
it,
to
I
hit
think
the,
it
the
increases
opponent.
the stun too the longer you hold it, but I could be mistaken.
I will
I-
state this real quick. For Citron, they fixed it, but people found other resets. So I don't know if that's technically the same thing. I don't know, dude. It's just one of those things where like I watched Party Bus sit down and he was like, "This character sucks. The resets don't work anymore." Then he found something else. He was like, it's not as good, but it still works. It's just harder."
I think the order of the holds, if you reverse them, that's what resets. So instead of emission or whatever, and then the electrical gun, it'll be. Oh no, sorry. It used to be electrical gun and then emission. I think it's called. And now you emission first, and then you electric gun, and it's fine. Like it just
Same character.
resets them.
You just have to be careful because some of
Mhm.
the times I've seen it where if you use electric shotgun to hold them, it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
Also-
it'll just do nothing.
Would we say neutral's bad? Because I kind of feel like his neutral's kind of not that great.
Of
What?
the agents, he has probably the worst neutral. I think he has the second best aerial attack, but that says a lot.
I think it's good against certain characters, right? That need to be in the
Everything
air,
he
like
has
Rogue
in
and stuff.
neutral pushes them away, like for the most part.
Mm.
So
Mhm.
He's
He
not
has
that
a-
fast either.
Oh no,
What would
they,
be like worst agent for neutral in their neutrals, at least.
yeah, he
Alright.
doesn't have. He's probably I'd agree the worst agent of the four, just overall.
Any
Really, the worst?
Yeah,
I kind of would agree. I like a lot of the other agents, and they feel like they play way better and control space way better. All right, who are we doing next? We want to do special agent. or-
Troubleshooter.
Okay, fine. We'll do troubleshoot. Where are we putting Troubleshooter?
Did
Because
they
I
nerf
do not think this
Troubleshooter's
character's
damage?
anything below a B
They-
plus.
They did nerf him, and it's the nerfs that he received are pretty significant. But I wouldn't put him below B plus either.
I think this character still shits damage.
The thing they didn't when they nerfed him, they just made it like kind of like tanked his damage, but his holding capabilities and his range are still like the things that make him good.
Yeah, thank
He's
God
so
they
awesome.
nerfed
For
his
sure.
damage.
Troubleshooter is like Asura, bro. You hop on it for one day and you're like instantly good. Like,
But he's a little bit better because he does a lot of damage and he has actual movement that can get him out of shit
oh, for sure.
and way
one
more
of the
holds.
one of the main things with him is that a lot of his attacks are a somewhat well-sized AoE in front of him, which means he's kind of safe to play as, because people can't really approach you from the front or even slightly below or slightly above, because his AoE range is big enough to kind of deter that.
Okay, I can.
He doesn't
I can
have a
give it
lot
that.
of like verticality otherwise, but it does kind of help to kind of maintain his position.
He definitely has a
Oh,
high damage
yeah.
comeback mechanic. I still feel like once he gets into rage, it's almost like, I hate to say it, he almost feels like the original version. Not as much, but he's still kind of close to it.
Oh, that's
Oh,
pretty
yeah,
comparable.
no.
That's always kind of what I think whenever it goes into rage. It's like, okay, you're just playing the pre-nerf version now, minus the reduced
That-
with the reduced
That
range. and
assessment is
stuff.
like so real, bro. What you just said just now.
Yeah, I think people forget that rage is like a thing because either you're getting smacked and dying before you get to use it, which I think they need to change the rage mechanic a little bit. I think it's I think it should be something you could pop when you get to like 50% and it lasts only X amount of time. That's my
I think
personal
they should
opinion.
just gut it altogether, honestly.
I
but
think it
that's
should
just
just be
me.
gone.
If they gut it, then they need to balance the game like it's mobile, and that's all I'm gonna say, and I'll leave it at that.
Oh, so we're gonna have Super Armor Wars, is what you're saying? All right, cool.
I mean, might as
Oh,
well.
wait,
I mean,
hold up.
everything in
hold
mobile has Super Armor, man. It's crazy.
Wait, hold up. Why is Berserker in B tier, bro?
you know why?
Berserker is definitely S tier. Like,
No,
it's got built-in rage mechanic on top of rage and a heal that raises defense.
yeah,
Bruh.
but he's still not shitting the damage that he did before, which was insane damage. Like he was literally
is true,
two tapping people without using outbreak. That's kind of the. Like, come on, bro. Like, you're not getting hit with outbreak. That's a move you could throw out there as a neutral tool. Instead, that's insane. What's up?
To be fair to Bobby, he does get one shot on his Shadow Dancer by Outrage
Okay.
Break.
Why are you
So
playing
that
Shadow
makes sense. I
Dancer?
would say that.
Why are you playing Shadow
any
Dancer
class
to that?
can look at Shadow Dancer wrong and it dies. So I mean, you know.
Kunoichi dies
foolish
in one
feat.
combo to like anything. Like,
You saw
Well-
the match between me and Bobby when
Okay,
I was
yeah,
on my
true.
Demon Slayer. I
True.
didn't have to do a lot
Yeah.
of work to destroy your health.
That's
yeah,
why
I was
she's gonna.
getting belted, bro.
She might not be
Yeah,
high.
it's got the
She
lowest.
might.
It's got the lowest HP pool in the game, I think. So.
Oh no, not true. I actually tested and figured out who does.
Oh really?
It actually
Elementalist?
no. Actually, surprisingly,
No?
it is what's his name? Impaler. Impaler has the lowest HP.
Oh, okay.
Is
Yeah.
that the
That
Dark
makes sense.
Lancer?
I mean, I'm always
Yup.
half asleep when I
It's
watch
weird.
this
I
anime,
don't know
so-
why.
Surprise.
It's so weird. I don't understand why, and he fucking
Because
sucks.
he's a trash character. If you want to put an F tier, that's where Impaler will go.
Unless it's teams, then he's viable.
Bro, nah, in teams, that class is cancer, bro.
Oh man,
Like-
he's a playable character.
But we're
dude.
not
It's
doing
crazy.
a team's tier list.
Oh, we can one day. Not today.
Yeah, this
We-
would look
we-
very different if it was a team's tier list.
Yeah, we'll do
Oh,
one day.
sure.
One day. Because like, here's the thing: we have so many tier lists we could do, and I feel like
No. Don't make it F tier. Make it Impaler tier.
okay, Impaler it is. Wow.
Wait, why are we on Impaler? I thought we were on Asians.
Because we're just getting rid of him out of the picture.
Oh, okay.
He's already out of the picture. All right, so we let's just go straight to Secret Agent. Where I'll start with Kanjali. Where do you feel he falls?
You shouldn't use me as an example because I'm not really
Okay.
that great with him.
Well, no, I'm
He's
saying
A+.
like from the tools that you know, right?
A plus.
Okay, you feel he's A plus. Would
Yes.
anybody feel otherwise based off of his kit, based off of what he's capable of, movement, anything like that?
I would say he's like somewhere in the B.
Okay.
He's like the weapon master of like Asian, bro. Like he's got a lot of good toolkits. Um, but nothing crazy. Like you can't really two combo someone with a secret agent. You gotta at least pop like 3 combos. But it does have like the most kit like for different situations for sure.
Hmm.
Yeah, his poke is very good.
Yeah, I also feel like he hits off axes pretty fairly well. Just the fact that he he could just be like, "Oh, gunshot, gunshot. Oh, what are you doing? Gunshot." Even though it's little stun, it's really solid actually. Even if it has a
Consecutive
finisher.
shots, which is the
Mhm.
like 3-shot burst, can cross the entire stage except for the price stage. Um, does way too much damage for
It
the
does.
skill. Which they had to nerf it, nerf the damage on the skill, and it still does way too much damage. Personally, I think the main problem is the fact that it seems to be an issue, at least on our server, that aim shot does not work.
Oh, it's trash. It just floats and
It
sometimes misses.
it for some reason it doesn't hit properly, and so that's one of your main sources of damage. I think I did it against Bobby in our match a while ago,
It doesn't.
and it like chunked your health by 30%.
Yeah.
Because it crit, and it's absurd how much damage aim shot does, but the fact that it'll never hit because 1, lag, and 2, it tracks the opponent
Poorly.
So
Don't forget that word.
It's one of your greatest damage tools, but you have to like link into it, and doesn't link in too well in combos. Like if you use it to end in a combo, it ends it. That's what you're using at the end of it. And if you can hit someone who's laying down on the ground, it can OTG, but because of the way our game works, it's gonna like the success of that is extremely low.
Yeah, you don't want to use that in like anything serious because of the inconsistency of it. So they'll just like get up and you'll just get launched, and then it'll be like,
Yeah.
what's going on here? You know. So
It's basically a bad neutral tool, sadly. Or bad combo tool if we're not under latency, right? Then it becomes good. But so I mean, could we fairly say he's like A, maybe high B plus? Because I feel like putting him in A plus, even if he's functional, right? Let's just say everything's functioning right. Do you feel like he's an A plus character based off of what we currently have on the field, right? Is he better than Ghostblade? Does he utilize the field way better than Ghostblade? Does he damage? Can he slippery? Is he better than Weapon Master, where he's like actually able to exchange better than most? This is something we have to really kind of come up with, because like I feel like even if we say he's like A plus, he's gonna get shifted for sure once we start looking at other characters, right? So like as a middle ground, would you say he's like, would he be better than Weapon Master?
B plus. I
I'd say B
could.
plus.
Yeah.
And we can rearrange them if we want. So if we want to just put them in the categories, so like he's just B plus, right? Would we all agree like he feels like a B plus character?
For me, I think he feels like a B plus. I don't know, Kanjali. What do you think? Like like somewhere around there, right? Like B plus to A.
It's kind of hard because as far as I'm aware, the only person who plays him is me, and
Yeah.
I'm not exactly like the best example of how to play him. Once I figure out the way to play a character, I don't change it. I'm very stubborn in that way. So I'm definitely not using the right strings. I'm definitely missing out on a couple of things that he has that are extremely good. I just don't, either I haven't seen them myself, or I don't have a good way of kind of putting that into my normal play style. So it's hard to really say how good he is when we don't have too many examples of him playing. And as far as I'm aware, in KDNF, he's not too popular either.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to say. I think putting him in B plus would be the right move, with the amount of information that we have.
Okay.
I think he's A
That's fair.
plus if you consider all factors. We get
And
a
optimizing
very,
him.
very talented player playing him. He's going to be one of the most ridiculous characters to play against. But we don't have that information.
Okay.
So I'd probably put him solidly in B tier,
And
B plus.
And I will say that's totally fine. We got to remember we're focusing mostly like how we feel about global. And I don't want to be like, oh, well, nobody plays this character in global, so this character's bad. We still have to be like neutral and objective about it, that like the character could be really strong. Like look at Elven Knight. No one was playing Elven Knight Lightbringer, sorry. Nobody's playing Lightbringer the whole time. And then out of nowhere, someone decided to play Lightbringer and was like, look how cracked this character is because I don't need to play Elementalist anymore. So like to me, I think that's something we have to gauge as we're gonna get to like Hitman, which where do we feel Hitman lies? Because I think this character is fucking S tier, no matter what we look at or what we think about.
No,
You don't feel he is?
no.
All right,
I
let's.
think that the thing with Hitman that is it's what the front facing thing you see with Hitman is that he has a wide amount of like wide range, very good range. He's good at poking, and he's good at stopping approaches, but his defenses are utter garbage. If you get him, if you're able to get around him and actually hit him, he's dead.
Huh.
And
Oh, for sure.
It's a pretty significant thing because he's really a keep away character. If you can play like a headless chicken, you're gonna win because he has the speed, he has the movement tools, he has the anti approach tools, but he doesn't have the defenses to kind of keep him alive once he gets caught.
Okay.
Oh, for sure. Remember when crawling was on his Hitman?
Oh, dude.
Like that was annoying. Like he was just like
The
playing
poke
like
master.
a headless chicken. Like,
The poke
just
master.
like- yeah,
It's crazy because like him
Uh,
and Party play completely different. Like they're
yeah,
virtually,
no,
like,
they're not
opposite.
even playing the same class, but they are playing the same class. Like,
That's fair. I guess okay. So we would say
I'd say
A.
or A plus, but not like
Okay.
he's
Not
not
S.
Soulbender tier.
All right, fair.
Yeah,
Soulbender
no,
is
Soulbender,
the pinnacle of what is broken. Okay, so we'll put him in A for now. If it lets me grab him, okay, there we go. So he's in A. All right, we're done with the agents. Citron, we'll let Citron pick because he wanted to pick.
let me join from Twitch chat because
Go ahead, you're good.
I'm at the office.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. We got the main part out of the way that you needed to talk about. So
Oh, for sure. Thank you. Thanks
don't
for
worry, we'll
having
come.
me. I'll be in the
We'll
chat.
come back to you when we get to a certain character. All right. F fighter.
F-fighter?
Fighter.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. F fighter. Remember, she's gotten changed drastically, so let's be impartial towards this, as most do not play like grappler. So, but we got to be objective, right? So, thanks for the follow. I didn't even see who did it, but Alias Smith, thank you. All right, so this character, what are we? Who do we want to start with, Citron? We'll do Mel Fighter next. Dashwalk. All right, so okay, there we go.
Stroker.
Okay.
Probably the best one, right?
No,
Yeah. I
come
don't.
on,
I
Joey.
don't.
I don't think anymore. No.
I think
I
Brawler,
won't.
bro. Brawler is still probably the best out of all of them. But yeah, we'll do Striker. All right.
Oh,
Where do
okay,
we
yeah.
feel Striker?
Probably, yeah.
F a Stroker.
A
Where
very
is
solid
she?
B plus.
Solid B plus. Okay.
Yeah.
Very solid B plus.
Solid B plus. Hey, hey, Tang. What's up? We're
Hey,
doing
Tang.
a tier list for, and I think
Oh,
keep
yeah.
in mind
I
for
know.
people who
I know.
watch, I think it's easy for you to understand it. If a commentator's talking about it, it's because they see it from a different perspective. What the fuck is this? I didn't touch
What?
anything. That was weird. All right. So,
Oh.
Citron says Striker next to Weapon Master, but below it. And I heard somebody
Yeah.
say B earlier.
Yeah.
I
agree with Citron.
Okay.
I mean,
B,
this is
really? That
B
low?
plus,
I want to
B
hear
plus.
why.
No, Citron said B plus, but below Weapon Master. What I can guess is that if you're looking at a character that is the epitome of average in DFO PvP, Striker.
Bro, I hate this character. I hate playing this character. Like playing as this character, I feel like I'm having fun, but I'm not. I'm really not. Like I'm like, what are my moves for? Like I really think she has low damage, which is insane. But outside of one fucking move, I think she has super armor, which is like cool, but like it doesn't matter. She's just kind of lackluster.
That
And
that is a like the lack of neck snap all across all female fighters is a pretty significant like nerf to all of them, and it hurts Striker probably the most because she's already in close range to begin with. Um, but I still think she's a solid character to kind of pick up and play and learn the fundamentals of PvP. She's really good at kind of understanding spacing, of understanding movement, understanding the value of super armor, and just kind of understanding trade. I think she's a very good introductory character, and so she's in a good solid place in the middle. But I don't think she's great.
Yeah, Citron
Yeah,
reminded me
yeah,
Oh,
it'd be
okay.
hard to
of,
get
next
reward
and
with
stuff.
her.
That's a good statement from especially from Citron. Also specific to FMH matchup, they can't buff stack to make super armor undisenchantable, which made them
Oh,
a
true.
lot better in that matchup. So I mean I would agree. I feel like she is an average character. I'm not like telling people to go play this character, but I think if you want to do well, you still could with this character. She just requires a little bit more understand. I think she'll help you understand the game, but once you have mastered it, like if we're talking at the highest level, she just seems like annoying, especially with stalling and waiting for the right opportunity, right? So yeah, I could see her at B plus, probably at the tail end of B plus, but she could definitely be at B plus. I could see that. Strikers carried by super armor being busted and F fighters being inherently high movement, which is OP in PvP. I think she should have more high movement, but that's just my personal opinion. Maybe that'd make her broken. But all right, so striker like B plus
Can I-
could. What's up?
Oh, no, I just wanted to. I know I'm a little bit late to the party, and I'm looking at
You're
the
good.
list of you guys here. I want to make a quick conclude. S tier Soulbender, really?
Oh,
Yes,
buddy.
Yeah, Soulbender
Yeah.
is
Not
Yeah.
A
crazy.
plus, really?
Oh,
Yes.
dude, it's the hardest thing to fight against in the game. I think personally, like you have
Okay.
to make them make a bad decision, and they don't ever have to commit.
I mean, I'm
Well,
willing
you
to accept
could
that if you're
go
willing to accept
for,
that Berserker is B plus and not B.
Why? What's your reasoning?
I mean, I know the nerfs hit him, but I don't think it's that bad.
Oh, buddy. I relish in fighting a berserker now. I'm like, oh, I'm not dead in like 2 turns. Cool. I don't.
as long as that Berserker isn't Nova.
Yeah, fair. Because I don't think I've fought a berserker that
If
actually. one other
It really
maybe.
comes down to the mastery of the
Or
character.
Lelouch.
If you're talking strictly the tools at their disposal, the mastery of the character, I feel like if you're gonna give Soulbender an S, you're cheapening out on Berserker.
All right.
if you're
How
not.
about this? We'll come back to berserk. We'll come back to any character that we have a thought process of changing, and we'll do it towards the end once we've like placed everybody because characters are gonna shift, right? And then I'll also do a comparison to what they have for the tier list in 2023, which will be really good because it'll be probably drastically different as we're doing it as a community versus like specific players seeing it from a specific value that's different from maybe like what we've only played or seen played. So
When you
Mhm.
look at Empriest, I'll tick back in. But if you want my quick little ad for Empriest right now, the only reason why Avenger is lower than everybody else in some of
you
these
said
other
of
rankings, if you're looking at CD and F and stuff like that, is moot based on their tools. Like we're thinking broad in terms of like what we've seen, what we've played. I don't think any M priest is lower than C tier because of their weapon launcher, except for maybe Monk. Monk actually has fallen off pretty hard.
I mean, we'll come to it because I think that it'll be a good discussion because that's a set of classes that are really in a weird place right now. At least half of them are. Okay,
I think
so
if you could have the CD and F list that Zam posted on the
I
side,
will-
so we can see.
I will bring it up. I don't want to dictate based off of what CDNF does because
That's
we
fair.
have to. So what I want to do is focus on global and what we know and what we have played against, but also basing it more off of what is objectively strong by using our normal game knowledge, right? We know we could tell the difference just like any fighting game player could tell the difference. Like that character's broken, that character's not, right? So like with us all discussing, we can kind of dictate between, what we know is broken, is it really broken versus like other things. So it's just being more objective instead of just being like global only plays this because we probably half this list would be under like who plays this, right? So it'd be with creator because most people don't play most of the classes, and if they do, they don't play it at the highest level. So it's kind of hard to dictate that, distinguish that. Sorry. Uh, so we'll leave striker and B plus, and we'll go to. To be fair, let's go to Nim Master. She had some of the most changes. What are we feeling? Because I personally feel she's just a B character.
You are completely
I
wrong. She
I
broke PVE. She's the most broken character in
uh,
PVE. That means
why?
she's solid A plus because she doesn't have Spiral Worm. As soon as they give her Spiral Worm in PvP, she's the best character in the game.
Any other takers on that?
Oh, I forgot.
I'm
She
very
also has Stormbolt.
mixed. I'm very mixed with female Nin Master because on one hand they gave her really good 45 skill. That 45 is very
It's
strong.
good.
But they screwed her Nen Guard. Nen Guard is so hard to use now with how it works because once that bubble dies, like there's no more iframe. The iframe is gone. Before
No IS.
there was
It hurts.
minimum there was a minimum iframe that you would always get even if the bubble died immediately. So not only did you have that, but you also had Indom that you could use with the Nen Guard, but now that's gone. So I'm
And
very mixed with it. I'd
keep in
probably
mind,
say B plus.
I'll even add on top of that. The reason why I thought before she was at least B plus was because IS, and without Indomitable Spirit, I feel like she can't. She has to use Tiger Stance. I'm sorry, she has to use Tiger Lion's Roar. Completely different now. She always has to do it on the ground if somebody's on the ground, or using it in neutral when she's created like closed off space with doppelgangers. That's my personal opinion from playing her a lot. Like I still think I think she's better, but I always thought she was bad before. Like I thought she was C tier at least before, and that's because she takes a lot of work.
Is Lion's Roar that stunning move?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah, it's
inconsistent.
stun.
It's still inconsistent. It's not 100%.
Yeah.
Why?
I
It's like
just wanted to. Yeah, I
55%
just wanted.
something.
So inconsistent. Did they change that? The stun.
Nope. It's still
No, it's always
inconsistent
been
as
like
fuck.
that.
Oh my
Yeah, it's
god.
been like that forever.
Yeah. I mean, at least. Well, I thought no. Originally, at least, well, before global Nexon days, it was 100%. That I do remember at one point, and then because Nengar is really strong too, but she's just bad now because of that. But whatever. Where are we placing her? Because I don't want to be too judgmental. Because I think the character's just a solid B. But I'm hearing because of buffs that make her stronger, which I do think she's stronger. I could be willing to put her in B plus, but that's
yeah,
a
'cause
rough.
She does have the
She has better
she
tools.
does have the dash X now with the I forget what the buff's called, but her light buff that gives her the lion attacks that
Tiger
hits on the
Flash.
ground now. So Tiger Flash. So she can get more like damage out now. I think B plus.
Her level 45 Citron, it's really good. It's like, to me, it's one of the best 45s in the game. The problem is it's a 45 and she has to wait. So it's kind of hard to like it's not like she has all these other great tools that solve the problems that she has. 45 just helped her fix the fact that she didn't have anything other than the lion. I mean the dragon, which is trash.
That 45 is so good against gravity too. So like when you
Yeah.
do have it available and you're at the end of a string and you go past that blue bar and you throw that out, they barely fall like against it. Like they'll just stay in place so you can squeeze out a bunch of stuff and then you can roar after that because they'll be on the ground, right? If they don't
Yeah.
rebound. So then they stun, and then there's a slight potential for a reset there, depending on the timing of what you do after that too.
Also is good for trading. It's good for trading against other super arms, which is very rare to
Yeah,
have with a
very good.
character like that. So she can't. Even if she gets thrown out of it, you're still probably eating something. So it's good. B plus. All right. Female brawler. Where are we putting her?
Oh,
I've heard so many things, and I will tell you right now, firsthand, I hate getting cycled by this character off of getting touched once. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
So I don't know where she stands on there. I think she's a flowchart
At
character.
least-
She's a gimmick.
At least A maybe.
Bobby's saying she's S tier. I don't know, man.
I don't play with enough of against enough F brawlers nowadays. I'm thinking A, but yeah, I don't have a super strong opinion.
I want to say she's
I'd
A
agree
plus.
that A. No,
A?
I
You don't
agree
think
that
she's A plus?
she's. No, I wouldn't
Hmm.
say A plus because she still
Yeah.
has the problems of the F fighter nerf, but like, it's really like she's just a well designed character, and she has like I'm just messing around with her now. Like the ability to kind of hold people in place while you dump all your other skills is a very valuable tool.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right. So let's distinguish. Would we say she's an A plus or an A character? Just due to the fact that like
Actually, the more
her
top there
tools.
is A plus. Yeah, I'd
All
go
right.
with A plus.
I can go with that. Just because she and
I'm fine
remember
with that,
guys, she this could also change. It doesn't mean that the character necessarily is locked into A plus at the high end or the low end. We just putting them there. F grappler.
A
No, we're
plus.
not putting her in
Pretty
S
good, pretty
tier.
good.
She's not fully broken, dude. She still has struggles in neutral. She can't throw her brick. She has to really like actually commit to the same problems F fighters have. That's the only thing I'm gonna say about her for not putting her in S tier. But all right, F grappler.
Either A or A plus, I think.
I think A plus.
I think A plus too. I think A plus is good, especially with the changes. You can do so much more now. It's so cool. They have so much more cool stuff they can do.
Yeah, she just has like her
You can
damage
Mado
is
kick
better.
off of Steiner
and
now. It's so nice.
Bobby, what is your reasoning
Yeah.
behind A tier? Because I will be honest, she's the only character with indomitable spirit in the game. Like that's kind of broken.
Yeah, yeah. Like what Citron said.
Yeah, what Citron
Yeah.
said. Yeah, F grappler was never bad. Maybe just like slightly like overshadowed by the F striker with super armor and indom. But now
Same.
with all the reward that she gets off of her grabs.
Oh shit, yeah, she still
it's-
does.
Yeah,
And she
and
still
next
does have
step is
this.
huge now. It hits you from
It's
Not-
so far. It's
Not
pretty
only
far.
that, she is the only one who has it.
Next one? Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of problems there. So yeah, I can see that A plus.
My
Which
knowledge is outdated. I don't know shit.
keep in mind the goal is to not look at it as like player versus player. We have to look at it like I said objectively, and this is for Bobby. We have to look at it objectively. Like, what tools does the character mostly have that significantly makes them stronger than all the rest of the cast, right? So like from what we see on the screen, she has some of the best reset tools, some of the best campy tools. She has grabs which are hard to ever get around. If she slides, she has a sliding grabs, which makes it even scarier. Like she changes the gap of what most characters can't do with grabs, and that's very rare to find where a grappler is good in a game. We'll leave her an A plus. I think somebody said one of the people in the chat said a fighter. I think they said male fighter. Next.
Oh yeah.
Male
Yeah,
fighter,
yeah,
yeah.
we
We'll
can
do
do
male
that,
fighter. Yeah. So let's bring in these male fighters. Man. Wait.
Male grappler, I think it's
Yeah, it
just garbage.
All right, I guess we're starting with Mel Grappler. Mel Grappler. I fought him. I think he's solid. I think every male fighter has one of the best moves in the game, which is wake up fucking Tatsu. It's insane.
I think
Oh,
A.
dude, the range on that Mado, I can never. The range always messes me up on that Mado kick. It's so much bigger than it feels like, and it has that pull to it. If that makes sense, like I don't know, it always messes me up. I can never get it like proper.
I
Like,
always
proper
hear
space around it.
I've always heard people say male grappler is better than female grapple. Is that like a
No
true
way,
statement though?
No, no.
So I would kind of agree with that on the end of that. If you were playing in a completely different region, sure, but here, no.
Well, I mean, like I said, let's look at it not from region base. Well, obviously we have to do it a little bit, but mostly like the toolkit. Is his toolkit better than hers?
He has such high damage output. It's kind of absurd. Because I've seen male grapplers like take out 70-80% of someone's health in one combo.
Is his
Like,
resets better? That's the real
I
question,
think
right?
so. It's the what is it? The one where they spin, you can kick them away. If you do that on red, it just resets them completely, and you throw them against the floor.
That's
rolling
true.
spike.
Do they force stand?
Yeah, rolling spike. That's it. Yeah.
Do they force stand after that?
Rolling spike is weird because you can choose what to either kick them away from you, kick them a little bit in front of a little bit in front of you, or kick them down. But what happens when you kick them down is that you'll spin until they hit the ground, and in that time frame of them spinning, you can grab them again.
Yeah, and that resets the red bar, or it just resets them completely.
So we're definitely looking at him at A plus Aster, possibly.
I wouldn't put him above F grab. No.
No, he would probably be behind F crap, probably A tier.
Yeah, just slightly below.
Okay, even
I still
Citron
think he's
said
super good.
below. Okay, I mean, like, because this is something that was argued
So,
all last patch, right? Before the rework, where they were like, "Man, MGrap is like just better," and I was like, I don't know. I mean, I don't see anybody play F Grappler, but people always say like F Grappler is just in an okay place. So maybe she's just better now. So all right, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do Brawler next. My opinion, its only merit is the fact that it can, I think, one combo you if you do it correctly. Fair.
A few times we played against me, the Kyle on his grappler, like he one touch people.
Yeah, I did have
So,
that
yeah.
happen.
Yeah.
Brawler, male brawler. What are we thinking?
He got neutered like after the removal of steel skill. Just no mobility. Like besides like pure walk, but then he doesn't get the torpedo, which was crucial in like connecting the brick combos.
I
Yeah, like the concept.
I think
the lack of
Citron said
torpedo
it best
really
for
hurts
you.
them.
Citron said, "Bro has seen better days," and I kind of agree. I kind of agree with that. Like, I'm not sure. Like every time I'm like, man, he got some cool new skills, and I'm like, man, these shit suck. Like every time I saw you try to use it, and then I even see like people try to use it now, I'm like, I don't think this character is like good like he was before, but he just feels like a little bit of a shell of himself because of that.
Yeah.
You could put him
So-
in his own tier of lax needle spin.
Oh,
yeah,
but
the
we're
removal needle spin too. That's
that
just,
was crazy.
Oh my god,
I
The
think that
range on his new 45 is kind of awful.
just garbage.
we're okay. Based off of that, where you guys feel like he? Let me ask this: where do you feel he was before?
Before he was like A
Or
plus.
A plus.
A plus.
So because of these nerfs, would you put him
I
at B
I
plus or
think
put him at B.
definitely better than male grappler.
okay?
But,
But what about these other characters? Like, I'm only gonna bring them in because like I'm talking about like, do you feel like he's better than let's say Weapon Master?
no.
Okay. So do you feel he's better than Berserker?
I think Berserker can approach better, but
Okay.
I'm not sure.
All right. No, I mean like we're getting a general gist. I mean, I think we can set him up for B, and we'll figure it out as we go. I'll kind of like
Yeah.
use this. The first category will be a little bit more for like those first characters are kind of like the testament. Like, are they better than that character? Right. That'll probably help make it a little bit easier for your decisions, so that we can kind of gauge it, and then obviously we'll move it around. Mnin. That sounds
he's
so
A.
weird to say. Yeah, Melnin.
Solid
The
A.
shield is nice, but I don't know. You can be pretty aggressive with that shield, and you just rush in.
Yeah, it's way better than like female. We're talking about men now, right?
Oh, by far,
Female men got like
yeah.
a butchered version of male men's bubble. Like his bubble is so much better. You can do
Yeah,
so
males
much
are
in that little
better now.
time frame compared to female now. Like the way they changed it. So.
I think that's weird, but I will say it doesn't matter that he didn't have Indomitable. The Indomitable Spirit was removed because a lot of his skills don't need to necessarily use it. I think he has. Oh well, I mean, it was abusable before. But I think, I think even without it, he's a really strong. He's just still kind of better than Efnin, just because his toolkit, it's more flexible. Plus, at the same time, he has everything that a F striker has, which is, I mean, wow, fuck. everything that a male striker has. So he can scrape the ground better than like 90% of the cast anyway. I still think that that's the one thing that he has over at least female Nin. But I mean, I feel like he went from like maybe an A tier character to like a B plus.
Even then, though, she can just dash attack, but she can't pick up on the red bar if she wanted to. So because of that, so
No, can't
compared to Mel.
FNN pick up with Dash X OTG? Well, I guess it doesn't pick them up. It just puts them on the ground. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like she could do 45 to pick him up now.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 45 for picking people off the ground.
I'd probably put
Oh yeah,
FNN
Tiger Flash.
B
Yeah.
or maybe even C, just because he can't abuse, like Citron said, he can't abuse the Indom Nen guard.
True. Isn't his damage kind of okay?
His
compared to what
damage
it
is
was?
good, yeah, but like again, FNN has like seismic, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know Male has seismic too, but it's not as good.
Oh no, it's bro. Nobody's using seismic on Mel most of the time. I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
Like I've seen it
Some
maybe
people
used
do
like
it.
once or twice. Like, every time I see Jumpy use it, I'm like, why did you do that? That must have been a mistake.
Which move?
Hello.
Oh, what's up, party?
How's it
Eight
going?
bombs here.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
You know,
Regal.
quiet. Citron said main thing about Mel Nin was if you don't bait out Nin guard first, you just lose. But to be honest, fighters had the best steal skills. They did, and they lost them. Vex and Nin's the most probably because they lose both next snap and torpedo. Yeah, that's kind
Yeah,
of a
that makes sense.
problematic. All right, we'll leave him in C. We'll see if he gets moved. Male striker.
I'm good.
Male
Probably the
striker.
best male fighter.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely best male fighter.
Then he has to automatically
Yeah,
go.
easily.
He's easily going to A plus then. So
Which is funny because I think he used to be really bad before compared to the others, and now he's just like way better. He's like the best one.
I mean, we could distinctively
I mean, they
just
gave
say
him
like,
so much.
yeah.
Yeah,
Keeping torpedo is a really really big deal.
it's fucking huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. If
Not
anybody has a
only like the movement, but like the hit stun from torpedo. It's
And
great.
they basically gave him Wild Cannon Spike on top of everything else.
yeah, this character is just a combo monster too and high damage.
Yeah,
Alright,
and the
Noah.
fact that they fixed Dragon Kick's like weaknesses is also really huge for him.
All right, so we got him at A plus. No objection for that from anybody.
I would probably put him in A, but I'm fine with A plus.
I mean, that means we would have to shift down Mel Grappler, which I'd be okay with, but that just we'll get to that if we need to as more characters get fleshed out because this list is gonna change probably drastically as we have everybody where they're at. Party, I know you're coming in late. I don't know if you're watching the stream. If not, I can.
I got the stream up.
All right. So right now, distinctively, Soulbender is across the board. We're saying top tier, like between Kega, all the things that he kind of gets away with, murder. It's really hard to challenge him and to fight him like with your game plan, right? You have to play around his game plan no matter what. Plus, he's just insufferable to fight. Unless you have a different opinion. Right now, he is the only S tier that we've established.
Yeah, I have a hard time disagreeing with it. I could see a world where he drops a tier, but so far, no. He just
Okay.
breaks every game plan. He has tools for almost everything. And every time he touches you, it's guaranteed you're going to take a lot of damage. I can't see any reason to drop him yet.
Oh,
Yeah, he shits
interesting.
damage too, especially with the recently with the damage conversion. His X attack is magic damage now.
Ooh,
And I
ew.
mean, I already considered him really good. They made Tombstone and Phantasmal stronger, so it's like, okay.
I will state this one thing Citron said, basically the same stuff, and this is about Mel Striker. Mel Grappler? I think Mel Striker he was talking about. Yeah, Mel Striker. Basically the same stuff I said about F Fighter, except Lightning Dance being a combo starting grab, and M Striker can OTG is better overall, even though its combo damage is way lower. I don't know if there's that much of a gap between male and female though. So he's looking at it as
I
she's
think that
closer to B
is.
plus. He says next to F Striker, but higher. Okay. We'll revisit that because as we flesh out more, I think we're gonna see these characters shift a little bit closer to probably where they should be. It would be a hard sell. Who knows? I mean, we got time, so all right. We've cleared all those people. Who Nova's on smoke break. Con, you already chose one class, right? Or did you not yet?
I don't think so.
All right, you could choose a class. What class you want to go with? That's what's left.
Let's go with the Lancers.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Let's look at Lancer.
Yeah.
And
Just so
let's
you-
start with Impaler.
Impaler's already where he belongs in the
No,
dirt.
no, no. We need to further explain
Okay,
why.
we
he's
will.
terrible.
We will do that then. I will let anyone who feels very, very happy to explain that. Who wants to go? Who wants to explain Impaler?
Since he's my main, here's the problem with Impaler. He needs speed. He absolutely needs speed, which means he absolutely needs fairies, and he doesn't get that because he has no protection. He has his range is good, but his damage is horrible. He just doesn't have. He does not have a way to combo very well. So he's kind of just stuck. He has insane range on Despair, which is the spinning thing. That's an insanely strong skill. That's all he has that makes him good. All of his other skills are just no.
I'll just say I wanted to put time into this character. I tried. He is doggy doo doo. There, he has the lowest life in the game. That's already the problem you have. If you are going to be a zoner, you better be the best zoner in the game, at least by a mile. And he is nowhere close to that. His Y axis play is trash, like dog shit. And
Yeah, he just has this like issue where he has the game plan of male Spitfire, but he has no
Yeah.
tools A to protect himself and B to cripple people that try to get near him, and it just doesn't end up working out as well. And where male Spitfire has the ability to make sure that you either never press quick rebound or coming out of it is just as risky as going into it, Impaler just does not have that in terms of the beat on his X string or any of his abilities.
I will also state he is one of the only characters in the game that has to wait for his actual major skills to even defend or to even stop people from approaching. He has to wait almost 15 to 20 seconds for that to load up, which is insane to me. 15 to 20 seconds in this game is like 2 minutes of like suffering if you're running away as any type of zoner. So, character bad. You should not be.
Does he have
30
bad
sec-
starting cooldowns too?
Yeah, his a lot of his skills that allow him to control space start at like almost 20 to 25 seconds. It's just not. You're literally running and praying that nobody approaches you.
There is one other thing, is that the angle that he throws his lances in PvP is much much more acute than it is in PvE. So he has significantly less range for no reason. Like the one of his good starter tools that he has is Dark Ambition, which is the lance that just explodes when it hits the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But they reduce the angle, so you don't have anywhere close to the amount of range that you should have.
Can we just
So
state?
you just end up just like kind of like your range is like the size of what's a good range? Your range is the size of a Soulbender circle.
Mm.
That's it. That's your range for your long distance throwing skills is a circle.
I gotta be honest, it's very confusing when they try to nerf characters from having these big AoEs, and then you give these other characters big ass AoEs. And they're not even in like a 45 only. They're in like 20s and 25s. Doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense. They forgot. Can they forget? They're forgetting about the other. Okay, when they keep putting these new characters in, I bet they're not gonna forget. Then they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, don't forget to give them these crazy things." Let's just do Dragoon.
Vigilante is broken.
We'll do Dragoon. Where are we placing Dragoon?
S.
S.
That's an easy S.
Damn it! I don't
I
even
don't
want to have to.
understand.
Yeah, you're
the
right.
tier list
That
I've
is
seen
above.
posted. I
Yeah,
don't
above
understand
SP.
how Skirmisher gets a placement that Dragoon doesn't get because Dragoon actually has those tools.
Yeah. Don't worry. So we have Citron. Citron had a tier list with some other people. 2023, before the reworks and stuff. So we'll look at that. We can obviously pull up the CN version and look at theirs too, and just kind of see where we're gauging at this point.
Yeah.
Dude, I agree. 2 combo starting grabs and being able to hold for free on any skill is stupid. Why? This character has some of the best like neutral tools that hit on X and YZ, XYZ axes. Like he has an escape for free that you can't interrupt him going into. I don't know what they were thinking when they made this character, but they were just like, "Hey, he's really cool. We should just make him as broken as possible." And I think they nerfed him slightly, and he's still insanely good. I think it was a nerf on like, I think it was actually Buffalo they nerfed. It was like a distance thing that they didn't want happening.
And it's
Um,
still
Broken.
crazy. Anyways,
It wasn't the distance that made Buffalo fall strong. That's the issue. It's like, oh, we just made it shorter, like have a shorter range. No, that's not what was making the skill strong.
yeah.
The range doesn't matter on that end. I think they nerfed head penetration, but I mean that skill was already kind of bad to begin with. That's like probably his weakest part of his entire kit.
That's the one where he
That
goes
skill
into the
is just-
sky, right?
It's his level 45. Oh no, it's his level 40. Is it 40? 40
I think it's his 40.
Is that the leap?
Yeah,
The
it's
leap
it's
is
it's
40.
it's the
Yeah.
it's the leap.
I
His skill
mean,
is
they use that skill to get
generally
away.
That's a
but
utility.
yeah, it is like probably his weakest skill in terms of like trying for like an offensive approach, but you don't use it for offensive approach.
I mean, the fact that you could jump it already says everything. So
Wasn't it it doesn't have iframes on it?
on
They added
startup,
iframes on it. On altogether.
I know on
I don't
startup
think
it has.
I don't
It's
think it
always.
had. I don't remember.
I thought on startup it always had iframes.
It was
I've
something I
never seen
remember
anybody
about
stop
it,
him.
Like, yeah.
Has anybody here stopped him? That's the easiest question.
The question is there's a ghost blade right underneath him. Because he doesn't have super armor, just knock him out of the sky.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
No, I think he has armor. So I don't think you can do that. But
You
I
can
have
launcher, but delayed, right?
I have scooped the falling dragoon with the Swiftmaster tornado
I
when
think
he's
I
coming
remember,
down.
remember you doing that.
I meant to ask this. I have the storm have armor on it.
No, I have the storm.
Why?
You're left open.
That move should have armor. I don't know what they were thinking. Okay, so Dragoon undeniably right now probably the number 1 S tier character that we've gone through. Yes, well, Skirmisher. Where are we placing him?
I know China thinks Skirmisher is like super, super, super good. I think it's really good too. I'd probably say A+.
Yeah, I would say he's definitely a good character, but that's just
Mhm.
because he's a solid all rounder. Good kit.
Would you say he's basically just a? I hate saying this, but he's just like a knockoff brand Dragoon.
He's Dragoon Light.
Sort of. What I would also say is like I would compare how Skirmisher performs to what we're familiar with seeing on like F1 with strikers performing. Just always consistent, reliable character.
Yeah, like matchup wise, like I can't really think of a matchup. It's like really bad and really like
that he's losing.
Yeah, that he's losing.
Like he can okay. I mean that makes sense. He does have a lot of great tools. He has moved like the fact that he has the ability to cancel out of a move, kind of already insane in its own. Most characters don't have that. With the backstep, I think that's just like really
He
good.
can also obscure what he's doing by canceling out of things like Mesocyclone and just staying near it because you still see the skill animated. But he can kind of hide behind it.
I mean, I think he's just solid. Like you guys said, he's just a super solid character. It's weird because like in global, even though we have a limited amount of people who play, I feel like most people just won't switch often. And we're starting to see it happen now where everybody's like, okay, my character is good, but it's not great, right? So you're seeing this change and this shift in things, and this is why I want them to be consistent with F1 because as things shift, us as players shift to what we feel should be able to beat what's over there or wherever, right? But we get to test it more over here, where yes, the latency does matter, but we will still consistently play it because it is strong enough to handle it, or it's just that good, right? Where we're gonna need to be able to play it offline, in a more tamed environment.
Are you saying this in the sense of why people aren't playing skirmisher over here?
I think people don't play skirmisher enough over here because we don't. It's partially because we don't have enough people, but there's also a lot of other characters that people find easier to play that are better in their eye. Like just in a sense, like
Well,
I would find, I'd find like playing something like Ghostblade more flexible over here based off of our matchups versus skirmisher, right?
I mean,
But
the tier list just explains it almost perfectly. Why would you play skirmisher when you can
you can
play
play
dragoon?
Dragoon. You're right. No, you're
Like
100% right.
skirmisher is a good character, but he's so hard to be good with because of his little intricacies. Whereas dragoon, he's
Removes
just
all that.
good out of the box,
He just
and
removes all
so
that.
it's kind of the main issue between the two of them. Like it's really the what we're going to see when we talk about Vanguard
Mhm.
is the one problem that skirmisher has that dragoon doesn't is skirmisher does not have range.
Mm.
Yeah, Dragoon has
I don't know. I get a
like
lot of
a
complaints about that sweep.
yeah, that sweep.
That sweep's broken.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
Dragoon
lie.
has like a key like this is broken factor. For me, that is Servant Lance. Servant Lance can like he can throw it out like during any skill, right?
Hmm.
Yeah. So and if you get hit by that, he wins the trade. Or like if he whiffs a skill, he can hit you with the Servant Lance. To me, that's what puts him above Skirmisher is Servant Lance.
And that AOE that big AOE that centers them for you, plus the X pretty much centers it for you. I feel for
Yeah, the X
Dragoon.
does, yeah.
For Dragoon is the same way I view Shadow Dancer, which is like, what if we remade Rogue and Skirmisher, but cooler and better, and that's what you get.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to see this bias in general. Like, we have a smaller community in general, which means we have lower competitivity. And that's going to result in people having a bias towards characters which take lower investment to get better payout.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
for sure. Because with the amount of people that we do have, it's like, okay, what can I play that can do well in a quick amount of time that I don't have to put like a bunch of time investment into.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard
Uh,
playing multiple characters in this
How
game. I
how
find.
do how do we feel about Vanguard? Because like I kind of have to bring this up. Zam switching from Vanguard to Mel
Striker.
Striker was like such a weird switch in a weird way because like we're used to seeing him. Yeah, he kind of doesn't have armor on everything, so he like traded off the armor for more mobility, almost the same damage if anything. Sorry, not the same damage because that character definitely Vanguard definitely does more damage. Um, but that's what he used to do because of the standing and trading with armored moves. Is this character significant? Like he's significantly worse supposedly. I only saw it because of the armor reduction, the armor removal. I didn't see anything else that really made the character like bad.
Yeah, but
So
when most of your trades and exchanges and stuff like that rely on what is armored, and then they take that away, that removes a lot of options for you as a character, right? So, whereas if
It's
you
kind
go
of the
over to male
same.
striker, you play out the game a little bit, you put on super armor, and you have it for a set amount of time. So you do what you can with that time, and I think it's a lot better in that sense compared to Vanguard, where
I
it's
feel like
just
it's almost the
momentarily.
same.
you feel
Really
what
the
party?
same, like how? What do you mean?
No, it's like the same comparison that we have with Skirmisher to Dragoon is what Vanguard to Dragoon is. Like, he's got the damage, he's got good kit, but he doesn't have just like press button, get grab, and that just wins
Oh,
trades.
okay. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Mm.
So like
I
Yeah,
see what you
he's
mean.
yeah.
definitely good. They did make him worse, but he's also more difficult to be as good.
Yeah.
And so
Like he's still good, but he's lower than the other three. You know, like that's just
yeah,
how
I would put him just
did I
a
put him?
touch lower than Skirmisher because he doesn't have that movement.
Holy shit, where did I put him? Guys, I
Put
threw
him
him
in D.
somewhere.
In
Okay,
D.
sorry, I threw him somewhere. Definitely not a D tier
Bro
character.
got abducted.
I think he's a solid B.
I think he's C.
I'm hearing C.
Insane.
I don't think he's C. I think super armor from him is still really good, but I don't like what is making him really bad.
Like I didn't
I-
think he was that great to begin with. Honestly, I thought he was B before and C now. Like he doesn't have like
And with the
armor and
lack
high
of that
damage
super armor on
and
the
some
skill,
decent
right?
range.
When your hit recovery goes up, you could just hit him out of it instead of just him continuing super armor and you getting hit.
That's true. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, Jumpy did say he has long CDs and lost his super armor. So lower than B, or are we saying like
He didn't
directly
lose
B?
all of it, right?
Not all of it,
No,
but
he
it
lo-
is.
He lost. What he did lose was really crucial to him as a character.
Jumpy's saying C.
So B or C? That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, I say we could throw him with C, see if he gets bumped up based off of other characters.
Yeah, like I'd see him next to the Mnen.
Jumpy said possibly D.
That's interesting.
Citron said main thing I find about Vanguard is just watch the charge CD, and outside of that, you're probably fine. I think I don't remember. It's been a while.
Yeah, and then
He
like
lo-
he has like his like I forget what that skill's called, but it's like his modifier to his X where he like swings it to like
Oh,
the
yeah.
side
Smash.
smash. That's what it's called. Smash. You know, you could just hit X with Exorcist.
Damn, true. Fair. Impact Smash. All right. So moving on to the next set of classes. Party, it's your turn. You get to choose a class that's left.
That's crazy. All right, let me zoom in on this list here.
Here, is that a little
You know
easier
what?
for you?
We're gonna do some funsy onesies. Let's rank Elemental Bomber.
All right, so we're gonna use all of the mages then. All the male mages.
That's crazy. Okay.
You get to talk about
sure.
all the male mages. All right. So sorry. Oops.
Man, I can't even remember what they changed for it from then until
Elemental
now.
Bomber.
Because I know it used to be like pretty damn good, or maybe I'm just biased because I used to play with SSTJ a lot, right? So I'd always
Oh,
have
yeah.
like Elemental Bomber like practice. So, but
What's weird is I feel like they made him better.
He's
right,
really good.
that's what I'm thinking. But everyone's like, "Oh, it's so bad," and then you watch some people play it, and it's like, "How was this? I don't know. Like, how's this bad still?"
You know, I feel like Fire Circle is better than it was, so I don't get it either.
Oh, the fire circle. It
If you
has
could
the
It's
same
cancel
disgusting.
it, if you
problem.
could cancel it, then the class would be amazing, right? But the fact that like if you bait it out, they're just spinning, and you just wait till it's over and you hit them out of it.
Before we continue,
Yeah,
I actually
and
before we continue, hold that thought really strongly. Zam just came in here. I'm curious before we move on. Zam, what is your take on Vanguard? Is he a C tier character now? All right, we'll
Zam,
let him
man.
think about that. We'll let him think about that.
The suspense.
Yeah,
I want to know so badly because when he did that switch, I was like, "What the hell is going on?" I was like, everybody was like, "He's not playing Vanguard anymore." He
finished
loaded
it
up
on
Striker
the
so
before
fast.
he switched to Striker too, and I was like, I don't know, but the way he plays, it made sense to me. Like I was like, yeah, the way you play, I think Striker would be a good fit. Just got to put a little bit of time into it, and well, here we are. So I think it was a good switch for him, and he
Yeah,
made,
Same.
I
he made a
genuinely
great
don't
choice.
see.
Great
That's
choice.
fitting.
I don't see the C tier. I think that it's a character that you have to put a lot of work into, and so I get it. I don't see the C.
Well,
tier.
we're saying like at the highest level of play, what would
Yeah,
we,
no,
like knowing
I
yet,
don't
right?
see the C tier. Yeah, for sure.
That's fair. I mean, that's fair.
Again, it's,
Yeah,
it's
I
the
could
same
see
thing
B.
as,
You could
as
put
with
him in B.
Skirmisher.
we'll come back to them and we'll address it. Like these are characters that we'll talk about and we'll address it because I'll keep remembering that. Real quick, Citron said, I feel like EB should be better than what I've seen, but nobody plays that class anywhere. I can see it, but I also think DW is better. Dimension Walker,
Citron,
for those
are
who
you
don't know.
forgetting you got beaten by Volker? He did beat you on your Lightbringer.
This is true. He
Are
said,
you
but
just
most of my
purposely forgetting this so you don't have to remember it?
He did say most of his experience was first EV, and it was on Ellie, so that matchup is kind of like miss. Totally understandable.
It's probably going to be something that it can be said for.
I mean,
for actually, it's just Dimension Walker and EB, who have their X string can lock people in place, and the fact that it's the being able to lock someone in place and kind of corner them just with your X string is something that is a really big boon for the character, because it means you can kind of stall your opponent out while you're waiting to kind of put your skills together.
Yeah.
would we?
And with it, the way it works with rapid fire and all that, they have enough time between the string of hits to inch in closer with each set of shots. So every time they loop, they get a little closer and closer and closer, and then you just get comboed afterwards too if it's close to the corner or in the
Yeah,
corner
you
for
can
that
like
matter.
cancel your X and like early with the rapid fire, yeah, to like inch up and stuff.
But
Um,
he only has teleport now, still, right? So
If I'm looking at the list as it currently stands, I feel like he would fit comfortably at either B
Like
plus
A.
or A.
Okay.
Let's just
Yeah.
give it back its revive. Just bring back the revive for male mages. Why not? Let's do it. Let's see how that works.
I'm
I
not in
honestly-
disagreement. 20% life though.
Oh, I have no idea why they took it away in the first place.
Because
Maybe it's because it
it's
was bugged and
leaning
they didn't
toward
know how to fix
B.
it.
easy comeback mechanic when you have rage, and he actually, I think they would come back in rage.
Oh yeah, that would be pretty busted.
Kind of. You can't like not put them in rage, right? That's if you
Yeah,
if
that
they
would
take
be
I
a
think that would
straight
be
really,
hit.
fair.
that would be really
Yeah.
broken.
Imagine they're like, oh, well, we don't want them in rage, but we want them close to rage, so we'll put them at like, I think it's like 25% is rage. They're like, oh, or 30%. They're like, oh, let's put him like 5% more than what rage would be. Oh, he just takes a random straight hit. Now he's in rage, and he's just basically making a comeback. No,
I mean, they could also,
definitely not.
They could have also just made it the only time he gets into rage is when he revives.
Oh.
I
Or
don't
no,
know.
I'd prefer before,
Because-
and then he doesn't get the option for rage anymore. But he's at 20
Or
to
that,
25% life, right? One combo, he dies. That's what it should be anyway.
Either way,
All right,
I
so
would say that B plus or A is probably a good.
I
place for him.
like him in B plus because I think there's stronger characters in this category of male mages. So I like him at B plus. I think he's significantly a little bit stronger than most of those characters.
I don't think he's better than Zerk.
Really?
Yeah, because Zerk, I mean, Zerk does have his X factor, right? His bloody cross, right?
That frenzy, all the cool stuff, right?
Yeah, and with male mage, you know, he does have, or not male mage, elemental bomber. You know, his flame circle does have a beginning cooldown, 10 seconds. So he is very vulnerable in that first 10 if you can get near him in that
But he
first time.
He has
Yeah,
electric
that's
wall,
And
man.
then, yeah, I know you can put you can put up the ice barriers and stuff, but and also he has this problem where if with this hit scaling, if you know you've done a combo on somebody and your hit recovery is high, you can actually just walk through his flame circle like no
Oh,
problem.
when you get up, you mean? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you can
What
just
about-
walk through that thing.
But what about Flame Carpet? It's a really good tool just in general. I feel like that controls space, that if you force anybody to go around it, it opens up the fire spiral thing.
Man, I think if it was 2 rows, instead of 1, it'd be so much better. It'd be so much.
Oh, if it was 2 rows, it would be
Yeah.
way better.
Didn't they do that before? Oh no, you mean like 2
I
rows,
don't know.
like off the y axis,
It's,
right?
it
Like
would be
one on the y.
well. That's his PVE version. Is he has 3
Oh.
rows of fire. He's always had 1 row in PvP.
Real quick before we go to the next character, Sichon said for a lot of classes that are primarily range, I feel like if you do get caught, then it's pretty miserable, but they're also liable to be abused a lot of the time by most of the faster classes that can just get on their y-axis because their y-axis skills tend to be pretty bad, which I particularly agree with. He said EB, DW, LE, Launcher, Shaman, maybe a few others I don't really know. Elements can deal with it better than those. You know, F Mage, melee skills are quite good, and Lightning Strike. Okay, so next character, because we all know this character's fucking broken, so let's just get straight to it. Where are we placing him? He's not going below A+. This character is never touching below A+.
I'd probably
Swiftmaster.
put him at the bottom
That's
of
a good one.
S. If there's
Okay.
a bottom,
What are we
I'd
thinking?
probably
Because
put him at the.
I think this
Yeah.
character has every goddamn tool in the
Yeah.
game. Crazy. The fact that he even has movement in the air and it's not used as much, like, we saw you use it, like, way more this season than last season, and that's because you've had more time on the character, but, like, this character has so much potential.
Wind Mage? Oh yeah, definitely S, man. Oh man, it's so good.
Like,
Yeah.
you could cycle through all your skills really easily. He has range. He can kind of end fight. Combos are easy. Damage is
Yeah,
insanely high.
he can dump damage. Like if you have everything, especially if he's in rage and you've got everything, like that's like 70% on most
Is anybody
classes.
disagreeing with him being in at least S?
Oh, definitely not. No, he's a moving hitbox. That's all he is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, even with the fact that he can get tussled with up close, I just still think everything that he has is so ramped up, it doesn't matter.
Sorry, my brain fried. I was reading something. That's fine. Wait, Zam posted something? What is this? Oh.
Bro, thought you were talking.
Nah,
What is this?
his mic's not working.
Oh no!
Nah, I would never, dude. That's why I picked the DFO
no, we would
Tavern.
never do that to you, Zam. No.
This is the reason why I asked you that question. I mean, like, your silence probably still answered it, but all right, so S, bottom S tier, possibly could move to A+, depending on I still think he's S, but I mean, it could shift, right? So
Yeah, bottom of S or top of A+. Just because of the fact that he's like, he doesn't have any, other than Storm Strike, he doesn't have any super armor that's immediate.
yeah.
That's his kind of his
I
downfall.
think the Z is pretty good though.
The Z,
Yeah.
yeah. Nothing that's like for trading, right? Nothing. That
Oh,
you
okay,
can
yeah,
trade with, yeah.
definitely. Okay.
Also, it has really good capture state for the Hurricane 5 that you
Yeah,
have.
nerfed by the way.
They're crazy. How do you nerf that? I don't even know. Like, what, you make it not hit as high? Cool. Who's going up that high?
Used to be better, but
Well, we get to talk about your other favorite character that's no longer good, Glacial Master.
That's not a no longer good. You're
I
crazy.
would
Whoa,
probably
whoa,
say
whoa.
C. Yeah.
Okay.
What?
I would.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff.
Okay, I
they
mean,
did to
y'all
it.
put a Sura down in B, so maybe I'm just in a psych ward right now.
It's movable. There's a reason why we put a Sora there. We said he's a little flowcharty, kind of like predictable, but there's more things. We'll go back to it. Like I said, we can address all these things. Why C tier?
So like, he is this kind of like zoning class that can also kind of tussle a little bit up close, but like he's got broken arrow, which is good.
It's the only good
It
thing.
also doesn't work that great in global. It's very hit or miss. Like around 80 to 90-ish, sometimes your arrow doesn't stick, and if that arrow doesn't stick, you can't do like the
Follow-up.
second hit, right? You can't do the dash hit. It just doesn't work. So there's that, and then he just got nerfed in so many ways. Of course, you guys know the drill. Drill got
Ice
gutted.
cart. Ice drill. Ice cart.
Yeah, that's brutal.
They
But what-
nerfed his ice sword, so before you could cancel the second hit of ice sword into teleport, to like do a little setup on knockdown. Can't do that anymore. They nerfed that. They removed that cancel.
Was
And
that
then
during?
what
Was
else?
that right when you went to F1? It was nerfed.
Yeah, that was nerfed.
Oh
yeah,
God, Jesus
yeah.
Christ.
Not the first time they did that.
Good job.
And then yeah, like those two things overall, just kind of like Got it. It doesn't really have that high damage. Its comeback factor is kind of low. But it's just kind of like its super armor is good. It has good super armor. But that's kind of like the only thing. Like what you just look out for a few of those cube skills, like the dash punch and the ice arrow. I don't know. I'll let you guys talk if you guys have any opinions. But I think it's CTC.
Uh,
You can
think
still
C
combo
is-
off the
seems
drill in
alright
the
now.
corner, but yeah.
For how it is now compared to before, I think C is fair.
I think his damage is way too neutered. I mean, if you even backtrack a little bit from Ice Hammer kind of getting fixed / nerfed really hard, it's almost like not even a tool that you'd use to do massive damage to finish. To the way he functions now, I just think he's just a lesser version of every time. Like he just kept getting worse and worse. And I actually would have put him at like A tier before, but I think he's like kind of like even when you were playing and we were pre-patch, I would say he was like B, like a high B, maybe B plus. Now he just feels very lackluster, like close to bottom of B, maybe C. So I could
Compared to
justify
a lot
B
of
though.
classes. Compared to a lot of classes, Glacial has to put in a lot of work to do the damage that he does, that he needs to do. Like compared to even the other male mages, like he's probably the worst one out of all of them right now.
But
He's definitely
Yeah,
the
he's
worst.
the
mage.
worst one. Yeah.
yeah, Party, what would you say is because I know you were saying earlier you don't feel he's C.
I don't know. The more I look at this list, the more I just have question marks. But
I mean, no, like
if
I
I'm
said,
trying
we'll
to
be able to
compare
adjust.
the list, I would not put him above Elemental Bomber or Troubleshooter, but I definitely wouldn't have put him below Asura.
Okay.
Or
No,
I
that's
would
justifiable.
put him very far below Asura, but not where he is in this list right now.
Well, remember, it's very
I
stretched.
think like there's like a 2-tier gap just because Arrow doesn't work on our server.
Yeah, like he might actually be D. Can we put him in D actually?
No, we have to use it as if we're not talking about latency, right? No latency, just like functional stuff,
If
right?
we're not talking about latency, I would honestly have put him. I would have put him in B plus, but on this tier list, currently bottom of B or top of C.
Do we feel like we can put him at the bottom of B? Would that be more reasonable?
No. See,
No? You
he's
don't feel so?
definitely Vanguard tier, or worse. Yeah.
We'll come back to that.
I
Maybe
just don't
that's
see
something.
Vanguard is that bad either. So
We'll come back to that. Maybe there's remember so for those who if they were joining or didn't hear, this is more keep in mind we're not trying to base it off of what we've seen in China or what we've seen in Japan, what we've seen in Korea. This is more kind of like the basis of what we see in global mostly, but also using our intuition as fighting game players, what is currently like really strong and could be really strong or is naturally strong. So I just want to clarify that a little bit. And stuff can shift because we're just trying to put things in places for now a little bit better. Thanks Spotify. Thanks Discord for Spotify.
nice.
Shit, hate that. All right, so let's do Dimension 1. Where are we seeing Dimension?
I'm gonna go ahead and say flat A.
Flat A. Okay.
Yeah, I
would
agree
say
with
B
that.
plus.
Flat A.
Gnarly.
I had A in mind too. A in
Her,
mind for
her. Gnarly's biggest weakness is that he doesn't have any life at all.
Yeah,
And-
you
and
could
that-
like one shot her almost.
And that the AI is dog shit. Yeah, we'll keep continue with it.
I
Not as bad
wasn't
as
talking about
Goblin.
Gnarly. I was talking about Dimension Walker. Nobody cares.
Oh,
about
Dimension
him.
Walker. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Yeah, so the AI is still bad. No, just kidding. It's I mean, I don't disagree with A.
I think that I would put him right at the top of B plus because he has the same issues that Elemental Bomber has, but he has slightly better, just with like utility than Elemental Bomber has, and so they're so close to each other. In my opinion, about their.
I think their damage is way better than EB though.
Yeah, and that's why I would say they're above EB, but I think they
Mhm.
have the same problems that EB has. So I wouldn't. I would be hesitant. Like if there was like an A minus, that's where I put DW.
They got one tap by everything. Yeah, that was great. Wish that would come
Indom
back.
being removed does hurt the DW. So
Hmm.
I think I had him A plus before when he had Parasite Swarm was better. Like the bugs used to explode.
That
Yeah,
nerf is
like
huge.
I don't know. Yeah, what were they thinking with that? They also nerfed his damage, so I think he was A+ before. But now with that being nerfed and also Indom being gone, I forget what's the his move that displaces the enemy. I forget what it's called.
Oh, with the circle, I don't know the name, but I know what you're talking about.
Is that one where he does
I
like the
used
lightning?
to,
Not the lightning, but the like where he does it around him, kind
Dimensional
of like.
corridor.
yeah, corridor. Yeah. You could Indom that, right? You could use Indom with that pretty effectively. And now that that's gone, I'd probably put him in A.
Hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, I think that's kind of like a weird unanimous like we've had so far, besides the S tiers. All right, Blood Mage. What are we looking at? I mean, this character is freaking highly underplayed.
If Swift didn't exist, he'd be S tier.
If the X worked properly in global, I'm sure more people would play it.
That
Yeah.
too, yeah.
Yeah, he's
The X
probably
works
A+.
fine now. The X works fine now. It works
does it?
perfectly
Oh, it
fine.
does?
Oh, then S
Yeah.
tier.
Also,
I
it
was-
never
I was
did-
It's the
following-
follow up X, right? That like smashes them on the ground, right? I think it's
No,
the third
no,
hit.
this character's S tier. We just don't have enough people who play him.
So
I think he's
he
A.
definitely
I think he's
could
A.
be.
he's A, and you think he's B?
No, I'm not saying B.
Oh.
I'm saying he could be S.
Oh,
I'm feeling A+ still so far. I think there's a critical gap in ability to perform that delineates S from A+.
he isn't very automatic either. Like he does have to get to his buff. He does have shorter ranges than most of those S tier characters with controlling. Like he has decent control in neutral, but I don't
His
know.
Teleport puts you directly behind your opponent.
Yeah.
That's
the teleport is
the teleport
really
is the best one out of all of them. All of the mill mages, best movement tool probably out of all the characters that is available. It has a really short cooldown.
Yeah, but if we're talking
the
about
bat is one of the best ranged things ever.
low S cooldown too, it's like 3.
It does a lot of damage too. Like he has a pretty surprisingly high amount of damage. He has the only drawback is he has to actually land his hits, because if you don't have any blood and you start using your own health, it's just a very serious issue.
Yeah, it's really funny actually. Yeah, if you're at like a 1% health and you don't have like your blood meter, you actually
can't
use
do
any
anything.
half
Yeah.
your spells,
That
yeah.
doesn't let you use anything. Yeah.
I mean, okay,
And if you're
so
not paying attention, you run out of like the resource, and then you look at your health and you have nothing. All of a sudden, it's like, oh shit.
so I mean that is a deficit that's important to note. I mean, from what Citron said, he said Swift is better, but Blood Mage is solid. It's definitely number 2 in my opinion. Swift, Blood, Gap, Dimension Walker, EB, Gap, Glacial Master. So I mean, it's
And I agree with that. Yeah.
kind of pretty close
Yeah.
to what we were saying. So I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, we're gonna pull up the other tier list to kind of compare and contrast. I just
Uh,
don't want it to dictate how we look at things right now.
Blood Mage
Um,
still has his pretty reliable
The hold?
reset.
Oh, the one
I
with
think
the
his reset is pretty reliable.
is that the one with the where he sends out the like the dog or
The
whatever?
dog.
Yeah, I don't even know what we want to call it. It's like a Cerberus or whatever.
It's kind
I
of
think it's
It's
literally
called-
called Cerberus.
It's called Cerberus, but it's a dog.
See,
It's a
I used to
dog.
play him. I try to remember these
That's a red
things.
dog too. That's crazy.
yeah.
Crazy.
All right. So if Zam, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Hey.
Zam.
Okay.
Hey,
Zam,
there you
man.
go.
Two things. One, we're gonna address the Vanguard question, and then we're gonna also let you choose a class to decipher whether we're gonna demolish them or
Alright.
make them look bad.
No
Vanguard
problem.
question.
So for Vanguard, I think it's kind of unplayable for me because the only thing for it to engage is Inferno Charge, but they somehow make the cooldown 2 seconds longer, making it very vulnerable after charging 2 because it has that 2 or 3 frames of animation that makes you, look
Yeah.
very slow.
So it's very
Oh yeah,
reactable.
like when it ends, like when
Yeah.
you reach the end of the dash, like I think he kind of just stays in place for a moment before you can start moving again.
For that part, there's no super armor.
Yeah.
Man, you got like a seismic effect, man. No super armor, and you're just stuck there for a solid like 2 seconds. That
I'm
sucks.
guessing you have to rely on it actually hitting, so you can use Impact Smash afterwards to actually make it worth it.
Yeah,
Because it
also-
used to be a good movement tool, but if you're saying it has these frames afterwards, it's not very valuable anymore.
So you feel like
Yeah.
he's a C tier character, right?
What?
Be honest. You feel like
Yeah.
he's C, maybe worse, maybe better.
It's around C.
Okay. All right. I think that's
Interesting.
interesting. So, all right. Choose a class. You have accessibility to the the
Oh, I have to
male.
choose male ranger.
Okay, so we're gonna go with the
male guy.
male gunners. Yep.
Yeah, the class is kind of busted right now, especially after the damage conversion.
All right, so we'll just talk about Mel Ranger right off the bat because this character's fucking. I think this character's insane. I'm sorry, dude. I don't know why people don't think that this character's stupid dumb. The fact that he just literally could pick you off the ground from whenever he feels like it. What is the move? Triple shot? What is it?
Triple tap.
Triple
yeah.
tap. Why is it a move? Why?
combo
They
dropper
added that
picker
because
upper,
Ranger
dude.
players weren't carried enough.
All right.
The combo dropper picker upper, man.
I'm just gonna say A plus, but you guys can choose from wherever you.
No, I was thinking A plus or S. So
Yeah, I
Ranger
think
has to
A-
go
A
down a
plus.
tier because he now has the worst wild shot.
Well, that's crazy, dog.
The wild shot tier list is Hitman, F Ranger, Male Ranger, and everyone knows this is true.
But Wild Shot's still insane. Why did they make it fully armored? Can we talk about that? And he can slow it down
And he can
or make it
cancel
faster.
it.
Why?
Because bro's
Like-
cool.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. And Citron said M Ranger was never bad, much like F Grab. I know he was never bad, but the character only got better. Yeah.
yeah, especially I think with when they changed the reload on the nades to just always have them, but just be on a cooldown, that just made it like
Busted.
get way better too. I think.
So
When they made
he's
that
definitely
grenade
A
change,
plus.
it like got so much better.
Oh, I forgot about Land Runner. I don't see them use it enough that unless you're talking about Secret Land Runner, which pops up and just hurts people. Annoying as hell. Cuts combos off.
Secret
Yeah.
Lanterner's
So
gone.
Land
yeah.
Runner,
It
after
is?
the damage
Is it only a
conversion,
mech?
it does physical damage now, so it scales with your physical damage. It's insane. So all male rangers skill get a damage buff, basically.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
yeah, because of the conversion, right. Yeah.
Conversion. Yeah.
Also, I will agree with Citron on this. Yes, Wild Shot has to be baited before you could do anything. Revenger has to be used before you could do anything. Let's not forget he also has Gun Guard, because why not? Just give him
Yeah, he's-
everything. Dude, what were they thinking? This character just does stuff.
I don't know. Gun guard is very like specific. I like it's super good, but I don't know. I feel like it's really specific because it's projectile based and shockwave based, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about like at the highest level, like that kind of shits on a lot of classes, right? If we're talking about the highest play, you're gonna
Yeah,
use Gun Guard when it's needed, which subtracts you from using Revenger or even using Wild Shot. Or
yeah, but if the skill you block has a quicker recovery time than the gun guard, then you just get launched afterwards. Too. So I guess it really depends on what you're fighting and what you're using it against, right? So
I'll even be honest, we are not even seeing what they used to do back in the day. We used to use musket just to get the rising shot and then go into everything you want to do.
Oh,
Dude, I don't know what happened to that, but
Well, that's something that's kind of a question for the skill rework that's coming, because right now in PvE, it doesn't matter what weapon you use. You can use whatever weapon you want. They change it so that death by revolver doesn't require you to have revolvers. And I think what is what's the word he throws out the gun? What's it called again?
Gunhawk.
Dfog?
Gunhawk. Deathhawk.
Dfog.
Yeah, Deathhawk doesn't require.
It's Gunhawk, bro.
Oh no, Deathhawk didn't have that limit. It was multi-headshot had the limit to you couldn't use it with hand cannons. That's
Right,
all gone.
yeah.
So what's kind of like interesting is to see if they bring those changes into PvP, because those would open
They
up
did.
like
Yeah, because he could use
did?
he could use
Yeah,
whatchamacallit
because
with it.
launchers can use don't need cannon for cannonball now. Don't
Which
need
is
hand cannon
weird.
for cannonball.
Oh, I don't know if that was if those effects have hit all.
I
of
saw
the
them
PvP
triple shot with a
players.
cannon. That shouldn't
Oh,
be a
boy.
thing.
Okay,
I mean,
so yeah,
whatever, triple tap with
where
a
is
cannon.
he? Where'd you put him in A plus?
A plus.
He's S. He's S.
I'm not against putting him in S. I really am not,
If-
but I think he's an A plus high. like at the top. I think he's at the top of A plus. Well, maybe he's movable unless other people agree he's S. I think he's at the top
I
of A plus.
I feel like
He's
the
like
only thing that
borderline
doesn't
between
make
the
him
two.
S, the only thing that doesn't make him S is the fact that he's just not like egregious in the way that he controls everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Like-
kind of slow.
We're looking at the S tier classes. These are classes who can just ignore almost everything you do and force you to be engaged 100%, and you just can't do anything about it.
Mhm.
Ranger, you can outspace him and you can run over him, you can run away from him. He's still oppressive though.
Citron said, as far as he's aware, there's no bad matchups. And its combo damage is high, so it's 2 combos most classes and multi headshot with hand cannon, which I forgot about that too. Yeah, that's so dumb. But all
That's
right,
crazy. Standing cap.
so let's just go straight into, and before I even, I'm gonna save him for last, but let's go into Spitfire. Where are we thinking? Because
It's about B plus.
I feel between B plus and A. I do agree with that. I think just because his kit's like it doesn't really move. I don't know how to explain that, but it's like it's very
He's a
stationary.
brawler, right? If he gets you, you're stuck.
Yeah,
But skills like Inferno Charge and Charge Crash kind of counters him a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very volatile. I think A, but that's just me.
what do you
Still,
think?
the class is
It
pretty
could be B
scary.
plus too. Yeah, you're you're scared of that guy. You get hit, you know.
Yeah.
You might not be getting out of that combo.
I just think that
No,
like
I-
He
his
is a super conditional character for sure.
I was gonna say his win condition requires you to get to it, which I think that's the only hard part for him. Is most characters are really good at getting around them, but once he has you, you're just kind of like, well, next game.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you guys think? So we're stuck between B
I
plus
feel like
and
he
A.
goes hand in hand with male brawler, just because the win condition is you making a mistake.
Okay. Really? So you think like B tier?
Compared
A
to
or
what's
B
in
plus,
A
I
right
think.
now, probably. Yeah.
I think he's like at the bottom of the A. Like I think that's like a really good place for him.
I just
He's definitely
don't
not
think
worse than
he-
Elemental Bomber.
Citron, I'm not getting your take on what position you feel he's in. You're saying he's carried by the fact that he has that he one combos you, but like there's other factors, right? So where are you putting him? Are you putting him in like A or B plus or higher? Because I think
I
that
would
win
say
condition is
disregarding
insane.
other positions, I think he's probably A.
So how high you want to place Imspit depends on how much value you place on being able to one combo someone. I think that's scary because it's not like he dies in in like one shot most of the time. Or 2. I think you have to play around him long enough to 2-tap him, and that's kind of scary in any scenario. That's like old Berserker, where you're playing around a character that literally you make one mistake, it could lead to a 2-tap or 1 possibly. Oh, he said bottom of B plus. Interesting.
No, he said bottom of A
Uh,
or top of B+.
Oh, my
Top of
bad.
B
I didn't
plus,
see
yeah.
the A. My bad.
I could see either.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's leave him at
It is
A. We could
one of
possibly
the
move.
most important things.
I do agree. Having good neutral is insanely good. But like I said, we were gonna put everybody at the highest good neutral, so it comes down to like the skill set that they have on the character and what approaching, what disengagement, what full commitment, super armor stuff like that, right? Those are gonna be the kind of like deciding factors. All right, let's get a blitz.
Blitz is so janky, man.
Just
I
keep
don't
him
know.
there.
It's a
Citron
big
just said
question mark
sus.
for me. I don't know.
Meza,
It's
just
weird.
keep him there. I don't
All right,
know
who
anyone who
plays?
plays this character.
I have
There you
played
go.
him and labbed the fuck out of him, and what I would say is he could be great, but he
Okay.
is just so jank. Like his X hardly functions.
Citron with like the sus. He says he's sus, but he's like could be better than launcher. Still kind of sus too. So,
That's actually insane.
we'll leave Blitzen who plays this because I feel like he's the most underwhelming here. But at the same time, his hit is very interesting. But I don't think it's. I don't think it. I don't know. I don't want to say it does bad or good against most stuff. I think it's just weird. So we'll leave him there with
Yeah, I mean,
creator.
instant dash does carry, but
Yeah, I think if I was to put him anywhere, you know, he has some things that are really good about him, and some things that are just kind of like he doesn't have a grenade, for example. Like, you know, that kind of sucks, right?
Yeah.
I'd probably say B
That's
plus because yeah,
huge.
like the
That's
teleport.
what makes it shit, in my opinion. Not
Yeah,
shit,
like
but oh man, it's got to be so rough not having
I mean,
not
would you
having need.
I kind of want to like. I felt like before the buffs, he was like C tier, maybe even D, because like he just didn't function and he had to wait for shield really long. Now they kind of lowered all that stuff. I feel like he can get to shield a lot sooner.
I think yeah,
But
he just even with shield,
feels like a
even with
B.
buffs, none of that matters because he can't do almost anything when he gets a hit. Like, and that's something where, for
True.
example, Launcher shines. When Launcher gets a hit, he will always be able to meaningfully convert that. Blitz almost never can. He has to skill dump just to get like 15% with
Uh,
that. And it's just completely underwhelming. He doesn't put the fear of God in you. There's no pressure. He's probably like C or D. Like he's
Yeah.
amongst the worst characters that we have, even with his like memes that he can force things. Because you know when he's going for it, he has to cast buff, which means you hear it. It's like if super armor on like the fighters were just dog shit.
I'm
The other
yeah.
thing is that his skills push away your opponent, so it
Yeah.
actually makes it difficult to combo with him.
It's
Yeah.
weird because they made him look like he wanted to be a zoner, and then they gave him like these weird ass moves that are like, yeah, mid range combo, but he doesn't fully mid range combo. I don't know how to. He's just weird. His
Yeah,
kit
he
doesn't
never
make
really
sense.
45 hardly works too.
Yo, 45 is trash when it doesn't work, bro, and that's very often.
It's really funny when it does work because you can go armor for armor and just shit out damage on them. And it's like it's great to end the game, but it almost never works. And he also has a failing that makes a lot of characters just innately bad. Again, the inability A to like get those conversions off of stray hits, but B to actually enforce his combo. Like, you know, we think of combos like Shadow Dancers where it's like there's nothing you can do once you're in the combo. You're going to take that like 60-70%. When you have Blitz, he can't force that. He's never getting you past 50.
Okay, that's fair. I wish he had him here. Let's. I'll save launcher for last because I'm gonna see if Quangy wants to jump on if he is available. Let's get an Mech. I feel like this is a character that could be talked more about. Just doesn't get talked about. What are we thinking? Good, bad? Probably
Mac
should
is
have been not
decent.
changed.
I think he's pretty good, Emek.
It
Yeah,
works
he's
very good, but after losing Indom, it's kind of weak. It has no
Oh,
super armor well casting, so
it's true.
You think he's like a B? Like, but
uh,
what I say. So let's
No, I
use
don't
our
think he's.
let's
no.
use our basis. So below B because he's below like Berserker, but he's above Glacial Master.
I put him in C, especially with the loss of Indom. Like I don't know.
So we're
That
gonna
that
hold him at
that
C.
hurted so much.
damage.
You can't like you just get knocked down or interrupted all the time. You can just get interrupted so much now compared to before when you had Indom. So setting up is an issue. Even just other things are just an issue now with the lack of Indom. Like you can't trade and get things off properly like you want.
I guess also his combos are very very strict because he needs the corner or the
Yeah,
wall.
he needs that
So
wall, right? So
Yeah,
it's
he's
kind of
a
like
bit
a bad
that's
thing.
conditional.
Yes.
Main problem. He said, I think there's some special Citron said, I think there's some special category between the good classes and the mid classes where the funky classes like F Spit, Kuno, Ellie Summoner, and Mech are. Last I heard about Mech though, the main problem is it had was inconsistent. The Viper combo was was cause of miss, but I haven't seen that in a while. So, I mean, It just feels like there's like the characters are kind of, I hate saying it, they're very gimmicky, and they're kind of like this one-off type characters. Like they have this game plan that once it works, if you're caught in it, you're kind of effed. But we still have to put them somewhere where they're excessively like bad or good against those other characters. I hate to say. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
I
definitely
would
do.
say like he can't really force a combo. He can't readily start a combo. Again, he's kind of depending on mistakes. So
He's like a
depending on
piss poor
mistakes,
zoner.
depending on mistakes, but with meaningful inconsistencies in his combos.
Yeah,
Like
that
he's
hit
reliant
rate
on
is
cooldowns,
something
he's
like
reliant on
honestly
timing, he's
bad.
reliant on position, he's reliant on not missing. Like all of that just really hurts.
Yeah, thinking about that, I would never play this character. I don't think anybody should play this character. I'm just being real.
I made
think
one like
only
3 days ago.
people that-
Like, why would
Hitting
anybody
the
want to do
core
this?
combo feels so good.
Yeah,
that's
but
why you play Male Mac. Yeah. that's
Yeah.
why you play
oh,
Male
okay,
Mac.
go play Doctor Doom and Marvel. That's what you're basically telling me. But bad version of it. Like if he didn't do damage mid screen, if he can only do his combos in the corner, everything else is just like straight
I
hits.
think what would be cool is if you could reposition the cannon. Like you set it down
Mm.
somewhere and then you can call it back to where you're currently standing.
Or it
I
had
think that
more
would be
than
cool.
or it had more than
You're
two
asking
angles.
for a third awakening change. This is never gonna happen. I'm sorry.
How about it had more than two angles?
Those
How about
are
it had
too
more
OP.
than How about it had more than up and forward? That'd be great. Like those are the only two options he gets, and that's based off of where they are. Like I've
Yeah.
never seen it any other angle. He said Citron said personally, I think Elemental is just in mech but better. But after Indom removal, I don't know if they could still say that. Also, Elements is not rated yet, so yeah, we'll get to that. Don't worry. I would like you to jump in the chat for that. That would be great. You'd be like, trash, leaves.
I'm gonna fist fight Citron on the ranking of Elementalist.
All right. I didn't get a message from Quangy, but all right, Launcher. And I can tell you from his past statement, he wishes more people would play Mel Launcher because Mel Launcher is not easy, but he feels that Mel Launcher is not good.
It's around C or D.
That's what I always hear.
Insane. Insane.
probably put him
That's
in
what I
D.
always hear. I don't know if I could justify that after watching.
He's an
like,
easy A, especially on this list. It's not even a competition.
I can only give him the lowest as like if we were to actually justify this, I could probably give him a B plus. But that character shits damage. That character has great zoning abilities. Dude, good luck dodging cannonball. Like I don't know, man. This character is, but I will say, he is restricted to the things that he has, and he is a linear ass character because of that. So
He's like
That's
Berserker
yeah.
in that way.
Yeah,
We're talking
that
about the
felt like
highest level of play, and between
Yeah,
like
you're right.
grenade, between nuke, between cannonball, between windmill, between
He
cannon
cycles through skills
shots,
really easily.
he's able to command a space. And again, if you're like Quangy, where you're super competent at the character, where you know exactly what you're doing, you know your cooldowns, you know your spacing by heart, you command so much space that no one can ever question.
But he, despite being launcher, he gets outranged by a lot of characters.
That is
Like,
funny.
That's
Yeah,
one of
that's
the
true.
like the weird things about him is that if you're just outside of his range, he has a real big issue dealing with you. And one of the best examples is Hitman, because Hitman can stand anywhere on like above or below launcher and hit him, while launcher can't hit him back.
Yes, but the difference is, at least like at a slightly longer distance, Hitman's not turning that into a 25 to 50% damage combo. Launcher is getting bare minimum 25 scrape every time.
Yeah, that is kind of true, dude. I watched him laser somebody who didn't have quick rebound. He went straight into like cannonball or a steep slide, and it turned bad. It got real bad. Even a straight hit turned real bad, like a wild rising
Even
shot
if
or
you
something.
use rebound, he can just use grenade launcher on you, and then wow, you use quick rebound. Now you're going to take more damage just for trying to fight back.
I don't know. I mean, like this is such a
And you
weird
can't guard
character.
you can't guard grenade launcher either because it
Oh, true.
hits behind you or whatever it does. So like it turns you
Yeah.
around. Yeah.
Oh, yo, he's also, I didn't think about this. He's one of mainly the only characters you can't backstep because he can always combo you. So like, you know,
the
there's
only thing you
situations where you can
backstep is,
backstep
like,
out.
flame.
Oh yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Well,
They,
you can
they're
also
throwing flame
you
all the
backstep
time.
Flame Pillar, or you can try to backstep into Nuke and
Yeah.
QR the
You
explosion.
backstep
Yeah.
the nuke on the way down, so you fall down and yeah.
Yeah, just hope he doesn't have cannonball or something else. He's ready, right? You know,
Like, don't get
that's
it
the only
twisted.
thing.
You gotta work to be a good launcher.
Yeah,
But he's
Oh
got
yeah, for sure.
very powerful tools, and that
I
cannot be
I
underestimated.
can't. I feel like he can't be below B plus, guys. There's no way.
No.
It just doesn't make sense. Like for his toolkit, for how like if
He's
we're talking
higher
about
than
highest level,
Spit easily too.
yeah, because Spit is a one trick.
He's less squishy. He commands more space. He is guaranteed to convert any touch,
Kind of see that.
and he doesn't have to rely on you making a mistake.
Do we see this as a group though? Do we see that launcher like ultimately does play like this really solid game? Like, granted, yes, hard character to play, but we're not looking at difficulty of the play really. We're looking more at like the toolkit, right? Is it easy to use the toolkit? Is it he really he does a lot of damage? Does he control neutral? Which that is big part of it at the highest level. Decent movement, steep slide, regular slide. It has air raid into X's wherever direction he feels like it at one point. If you don't guess, he also gets a confirm off of jumping X low at the highest height, and then he gets a confirm off of that. If you get hit, I didn't even freaking think about that again. Yo, like I'm like
he just
legit.
has an
That's
incredibly
insane.
widespread kit. Like, it makes up for his shortcomings. And
Yeah, for sure.
I would also again, like, he's one of those characters where his combo, if you get comboed proper, like off a cannonball or rising shot, you're guaranteed to take the whole damage. You're not using QR at any point in that. You're cooked.
Yeah. Also, he's one of the most consistent characters with being able to hit his combos. I feel like I don't think his combos are super hard, and he doesn't have to switch weapons. That's also a big thing.
I think misses do come up a lot for male launcher though, so that can be a pain for them. I've seen so many misses with male launchers.
Oh yeah,
that like in like a crucial moment they'll go for a jack spike or something and just dink and then they die.
True, that is true.
Yeah,
we saw that happen a lot with
Oh yeah, for
Ben
sure.
was having that happen with EXO a lot, which is interesting. The new EXO at least.
So it was something else.
We'll
get there.
to that character.
This is probably decent placement for him.
Like A right there. I don't think he's better than those other characters. Like inherently, I think he still has to work harder than. All right, so we're done with the launchers. It's my turn. I'm gonna get one character out of the way really quickly, and then we'll rotate again. Dark Knight. Where do we want to put him?
He's an impaler tier.
I think it's so stupid. It's such a stupid class, man.
I mean, I want to say always banned, and he should be banned everywhere, but they do use him in other places. I mean, obviously, we don't really run him because of the way our game functions. I think he's inherently the best character because of that. And
It has
he's not
the
OP.
highest potential, but it's very hard. You gotta work on your skill chains.
Well, I
Yeah,
only
you
say
have
that
to
like under
be
latency,
doing
right?
your manuals really well with this guy. You have so many manuals.
There's so many skills.
Compared to classes that exist now, good combo damage as he in one. Would we say like if we're talking about natural play, right? AA plus.
It's the way the class. It's the way the class is designed that makes it such a problem. If they gave it let's say they just gave it everything that it currently has, but had it the proper cooldowns and not the ability to cancel into one another, like the way it can now, I think it'd be okay. Like I don't know, compared to being able to it's a fucking draw sword. It's a wave. Whose great idea was that?
Yeah, he's probably like maybe an A plus.
I feel like he's never gonna be. I don't feel like
A-
he's never
A
gonna be
plus,
bad
yeah.
at the highest level of play.
But the lack of guard and Ashfork really does hurt it. So
He's kind of locked behind whatever your manuals are, right? Would you say?
Well, yeah, you're gonna have like a bunch of skills on manual, but you have to just like be good at juggling all those manuals. And some of his like, yeah, I don't know. I think he's A plus. Like he's not broken like Dragoon.
He's better than.
I think
I'll
he's
say this right now.
broken, but
Is he?
I think
Is
he's
he
A plus broken.
okay? So he's definitely better than Ranger.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. We have a lot of A pluses. Didn't expect that actually. All right. I got that out of the way. Hexy, we'll bring it back to you. What class are we going?
Let's do F mages.
I knew you wanted to just get to this now.
Oh, everybody's favorite.
I feel like Citron needs to come in the channel for this. I think there's no way you're going to be able to, because I'm starting off with Elementalists. How do you defend yourself?
I'm gonna say right now, and I'm curious what he thinks about this. I think when she had Indom, this was an S character. I think without it, she
Ooh.
might have dropped at least 2 tiers.
Okay, so you're saying she's A. Citron, I
At
want
a
to hear your
maximum.
statements. S? Like, what was it prior when Indom was still there? Because you switched off early. Indom Spirit, and then after. Well, I know what you said before. Don't say it. Just say now, currently now, where the game state is now. I have to say that because I have his tier list still.
I feel like he might be prepping to jump in if he's not
He-
responding right
Okay,
now.
that's fine. I'll let him prep that. But while we're waiting, let's go to a character I'm gonna like 100%. Like I'm gonna try to be unbiased about Enchantress. Let's just get her out of the way, bro. I think she's a solid C tier. I can't justify her being higher just because she does not function, and she does low damage.
Yeah, I
She-
mean,
I think
I've
she's
watched
decent.
Like-
I've watched people play her, and yeah, decent, but like just in a disjointed way. C's probably appropriate.
I just like because the one thing that does a lot. I just got a wall of text here for Elemental, so let me just grab.
Oh,
Like
boy.
I feel like
so-
with Enchantress, she has that issue of not really being able to force most of her combos. She's got that issue of like if she gets hits on you, the stray hits don't convert into much. Like
Yeah.
she's got with the floor of whatever the like the thing that stands you
Yeah.
and the bear, like those are both really nice, but
Are
they
you
would be
saying
so
Big
much
Mad?
better on like any other character. Yeah.
Oh, Big Mad doesn't function even with the new changes. So this is my gripe. Big
Like I'm
Mad
saying,
doesn't
those would be
change.
good skills on another character.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think that like if they fixed, I could put her in low B if they fix Big Mad to allow her to cancel like it's supposed to, and to allow her to cancel out of There's another move after she hits with Big Mad, she's supposed to also be able to cancel into other Mad skills. That does not work in PvP, and it say it's supposed to. So my gripe with that is she's still the same character. She's gotten slightly better, but that's not coming from much. So that's my and I mean she has good tools, but she has to rely on a lot of base skills like she has to use Snowy Head or whatever to be able to combo super efficiently. She has to go for X combo strings, which are really really difficult to do under any circumstance. Plus on top of that, she has the bare minimum. She has no armor skills. She only has two, and one of them's really bad.
Yeah,
And I
no,
think she
would-
just
would
got. I
say
think she
she's
got armor on
the
drop.
best
I
female
think
mage.
she just got armor on drop. Yeah, by far.
I don't know.
It's okay. I mean, like,
I'd probably put her a B plus, honestly. But
really?
That's just me.
Why?
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Like just kind of like what Acom said, like she has a lot of these skills, but they're like I don't know. She has like this kind of a weird like disjointed factor. Like she has like the bear slam skill.
Okay, that one, yeah. Which you can
so
run out of.
so she has that, and her like poke is pretty good, which like kind of like forces you to approach her, right? And then she has that that floor skill. So if you're it's hard for me to articulate.
Which
It's
floor
like
one?
like the
floor is
garden,
lava.
the floor is lava.
Oh, okay.
It's like hard to like you have to bait that out
But it's
before
like
you can really do anything. If you know what I mean? Because that's armor,
I
and that's
agree.
like a
yeah.
giant hold. So if
But
you're
it takes it has startup. It does have startup though before it activates. It's not instant.
But is it the super armor not instant?
The super armor's instant, but you could just go behind her and she's stuck in that animation until it's like a few extra frame, a lot more extra frames, even after it's initiated. So she could just get grabbed out of if they're behind her. But it's also very linear because it's only on the x-axis. You won't get grabbed on the y-axis at all, really.
I find it
That's
kind of
just
hard
really
to
short.
rate. We don't have enough Enchantress players,
It's fair,
but
fair.
I think she's a bit better. But we can put her super now.
I
If
will,
nobody else
aside from
has
me
any-
being molding, I will say this. I can put her at the highest, low B tier. And I got to remember, highest tier, highest play, right? B tier because she does have decent damage and resets, but it's cycled through really hard because she has to use all her skills in order to zone, which she requires all her skills, and she's locked behind also her kit of certain moves only being able to be used based off of the puppet nail, having the stock. So she's kind of restricted based off of her skill set. But even at the highest level, she has to play slower than everybody else, and I've noticed that she can't. She can play aggressive, but she's risking everything to play aggressive and she gives people time to play. That's the only thing I would say. I could put her at low B. I can justify that. I don't think we could justify putting her at B plus though.
Yeah, we can do.
I'm never putting her in a B plus that has female striker. Not
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I can put her here. I could put her here, but she has to be
Yeah.
at the tail end of B. Like, no matter what characters go in there now, like I just don't see how she uses her kit better when all her kit does low damage, and even when you combine them, it's still maybe maximum. Like the most damage I found is like 50%, almost 60, but it's so hyper specific that it's like you're never getting this. Okay, let me read the wall of text from Citron about
Wow, this is a lot of
Elementalist.
text.
This is why I wanted him to come in here and talk about it. Okay, Elementalist. From playing it, Ice Wall change makes a bunch of matchups different, I think, in good or bad. I'll try to briefly summarize this. And now heavily dependent on how easily the class can break ice walls. Problem is, a lot of classes can break ice wall pretty easily, especially with Fire Cube. Probably worse matchups all around if fighting people that know the matchup. Since there's Elementalists, I'm going to exclude that just due to the fact that we're talking about the highest level. But you're right to some degree. In Indomitable Abuse, the most of survive rushdown. Indom no longer exists, so no longer has to worry about that. Ignoring that, with or without Indom, Ellie gets Y camped pretty easily because Frosty homing has a dead zone. More apparent versus fast classes. Hitting lightning strikes, which never happens unless you are hard red. Your opponent is too reliant on casting skills, which can be punished by fast classes. It's worse now because of Indom. Also, the fact that Elementalist has no real grabs can be abused by a lot of classes that have, which I agree with that. That's also another thing. Enchantress has one grab outside of the carpet. It's really bad. Why then presses any one of their giant hitbox full SS cubes off CD. If you can maintain distance on Elementalist, it's very strong. And yeah, I would probably say S, but versus people that know the matchup, it's pretty impossible to maintain distance versus a good class. I do think Elements is good versus other range classes, though, and will probably kill any other range classes because she is just better at doing that with Indomitable ranking versus post-Indomitable ranking pro. Okay, yeah. Possibly C. So, would you disagree with that?
I would absolutely disagree with putting her below where we have Enchantress.
Yeah, she could. I don't think she could. Enchantress. I mean, then that means I would have to move Enchantress again, which I would be totally fine with. He said Elementalist is the worst.
Ellie is the
ridiculous.
worst F mage.
Is this
Get out of here?
okay? I'm
In
even
his
not.
case, he said I would possibly say S unless they know the matchup.
Let's say
I think
even
A.
with no.
think
I
A.
mean, do you think that we could consider her a solid on the end A, maybe B plus?
I would put that as her minimum.
I feel like that has to be like where we start her off at. If she goes any higher, it's because all these other matchups, she's definitely able to run her game plan and not lose, like effectively.
I feel like she occupies a good space where like Launcher and M-Spit do.
He said, "I'm willing to
where-
compromise."
Where like she's very reliable, but has those like weak points.
Okay.
Yeah,
I-
like yeah.
I will put her at low A. I think that's within the middle ground, the median of where you really want her to be and where we're kind of trying to get her to. I think a low A makes sense. Would we agree with that? Low A? Pretty fair. Considering, I mean, she does have all she has really good tools. She has really good combo ability when she gets the good confirm. Yes, her ice wall sucks now. She's very, I hate saying she's kind of what's that word? It's like item dependency, which is like the meteor hitting at right places. Certain moves kind of hitting in the right places based off of use, right? But cycling. I will say I do think Ellie rating is basically identical to F Spitz and maybe Kuno's. I think Kuno's better than both of them. We'll get to that.
I
We'll
feel
get
like
to that.
F-Spit is worse.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it. I don't want to jump the gun. I don't want to jump the gun. We still got to deal with these other characters. Battle Mage. If this was pre-patch, I would say S tier. I do not think she's S tier anymore.
You don't think she's S tier now?
Not anymore.
I
no.
think S still.
Really?
I think S. I think S.
Yeah.
Interesting. Think
She
S.
just. Yeah, she
Okay.
has so much like once she hits you, right? You're in for World of Hurt because she's gonna throw a chaser at you, and unless you have some like really long super armored skill, I won't say any, but a lot of trades will be Ellie favored because of that chaser, that delayed chaser. And then yeah, she just has so much super armor to like beat out other skills. You know, you've got the Unto Wave and
So
the
even with
spinning
this,
45.
even with the slight nerf, you feel like she's still S tier. Like she hasn't really lost
Oh, yeah.
much.
Yeah, even with the damage nerf, like so pre nerf, I probably would say she was number one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one of the best characters.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hands down.
I would
Hands
say she was
down.
number one. Without a doubt, she was my number one. But after the nerf, yeah, I think she's still you just can't be full degenerate now.
Okay. So she's bottom of our S tier then, for sure at this moment.
I'd put her above Swiftmaster.
Interesting. Okay. You think her kit is just because she has a better kit?
She's just more
And pressure?
flexible.
She's fast
Yeah,
as
she's
shit
just
too. I
more
forgot about that.
flexible. Yeah, because she has armor, right? She has on demand armor.
I don't know how many people disagree with that. I haven't seen Sus played versus enough. I don't. I'm be honest with you. Even if I was a really, really good enchantress like Tiz or better, I don't think that character's still doing anything. Like in a real competitive setting, I don't think that character does anything. I think she has too many problems with not having access to a 45 that even does damage. That's insane to me. Even if I hit you with my 45, you can walk out of it. They sped it up now, so they fixed that where she can get more slight. She gets it. She does it faster, but where she can choose to do it faster. But that doesn't matter. She's still doing low damage, and she's supposed to get a combo off of it. She doesn't anymore. I mean, she doesn't consistently. I'll say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not very appealing. But all right. So next would be what the fuck one is which?
Which
I
is the rightmost one?
Okay. Summoner looks cool as hell. I'm just being honest. All right, where are we putting Witch? Because
Yeah.
I think this character is really cool and should have had the Summoner's picture.
I would put Witch higher than Elementalist.
Oh yeah, by far. I would say she's. I feel like the problem people have had with her is her combos don't really
I mean,
do
she's
damage.
high tech,
but-
and especially in global, like trying to do the jumping combos, it's so demoralizing.
Yeah.
Like you're 99% going to quit the character before you're able to confidently do an X string combo on the character on our servers, especially.
What would be so? Okay, I'm just putting her in A right now, but do we feel like she's higher than A?
I think A is a good placement for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, A's fine.
Because I mean, like, I would say the only way I could see her creeping into A plus is if we understood the efficiency of her kit versus most characters that are in A plus. Which, like, right now, I think she's not beating most of those in A plus. I think
Yeah, I think the A plus
It's hard for-
that we're looking at right now have the ability to force things that Witch doesn't have.
Yeah. I'm just putting her at the top of A right now, not because she's there, but like we'll organize that stuff later. Which is number 2 F mage.
I
Yeah.
mean, I agree with that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I'm not
agree
going to disagree with
100%.
that.
Bro says I
I
hate
hate
F mages
F
to begin with.
Yet you played one for years. All right, Summoner. What are we looking at with Summoner? Because this is a weird character that has lost significant damage from sacrifice. I don't think she does as much
lost
as
sack damage.
I don't think she does what she used to because it's slower now. Getting to everything out is slower compared to how
One of the
I
things
think our
that
sack damage is pretty good still, right?
I
thought
would
that
say
was
the
pretty
reason
good.
why
I
is because the
thought it
other
was.
characters have gotten better at chasing her down and clearing things. Would you not say that?
Wait,
She's
complete.
pretty tricky to make work. A lot of
I would say it doesn't
Yeah.
matter how good you are at summoner, the character sabotages itself, which is
Hmm.
really frustrating.
I mean, you sacrifice, and let's say we're gonna say your sacrifices are 1 in 10 that you do them. The only reason why I say that is because if we're talking about consistency, you're not gonna keep trying to sacrifice because it leaves you wide open for it's like exposing yourself, right? So if you I don't want to say if you mess up sacrifice, it's the probability of you going for a sacrifice combo isn't always going to be high, right? So realistically, she has to rely on all her minions to do stuff. Is that is that is that a negative or a positive in this situation? Is the AI strong enough that it actually follows the suit that it's supposed to disrupt things? That's what I don't know how to gauge this character very well.
if you have summoners train up, the AI generally is pretty good.
Oh, so okay. Citron said, I think the change where you summon all four T1s at once made the class a lot better than it once was. Fair. Oh, I just don't know where to put this character personally. I mean, she can't obviously be. I mean, would you say she's second worst?
No,
would
no,
say
not
she's
that. Not
second
that.
Or
I don't think she's that low.
third?
Like second worst female mage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'd probably put her in B.
I'd put her in B.
But I think Summer just got rushed down too easily and dies, and it has less control over a match because of how summons are. I mean, I just want to put her
Yeah,
next.
summons troll your own combos.
Yeah, I just think
She's better
You're
than
right.
Enchantress just because she actually gets something out of throwing shit out. But like,
Yeah, I'll be honest, Citron. I've justified in my head to play Summoner over Enchantress, and the shitty part about that is I'm doing nothing. That's the only reason why I don't want to play it. I'm
also
literally
shout out
doing
to
nothing.
people playing Summoner, bro. I will actually
Yeah.
find you and open your window at night.
You're gonna be going over to CN a lot then, because I know there's some over there when I watched. I don't know how they do it, man. Such a weird world over there.
They're trying to
what
play
makes you want
Dota,
to?
bro.
But you can't control the whole team, unfortunately. Like Summonerverse launcher equals I get Ligma Eleverse launcher. I sit on their Y and wait for Lightning Strike CD until they die. That's fair. You shouldn't be playing that matchup, basically. I mean, it's just one bad matchup where you have a lot more better matchups than she does. I think zoning characters actually probably delete her better than they delete you. And most of them are a lot higher. So, all right. Jolly, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just have
You-
nothing to say about F Mage.
That's fair. That's fair. You got next pick. So,
Thieves.
huh?
Thieves.
The hell was that? What class is that? Emails?
Thief?
Oh, thieves. I thought you said.
Are
I thought you said.
okay,
I thought you said fumes. I was like, what the hell is a fume? It's like, what class is that? All right, so thieves. Thieves. This is gonna be fun because I actually. What is? That looks cool. I've never seen this art.
Necros?
I know it's not
Spectre,
deep.
bro.
That's
I'm just
Spectre.
saying, I've never seen this art. That's sick. Okay. Oh shit. All right. That's sick. What?
That's Shaman.
That's Shaman.
Oh.
Hey, do you even play this game?
Bro, I don't play. Who plays Shaman? Name one
No
person who
one.
seriously
Like, two
exactly.
people.
No one.
And they didn't even put her in the
after
right
they
spot.
got publicly shamed.
They didn't even put her in the right spot, man. All right, so
All right, first of all, get Spectre out of there.
oh, I put Spectre in her. My bad. I couldn't see. That's not right either. Right? Yeah, that's right.
And
No?
then get Kuno in there.
Kuno is in
Where-
between
where is
Dragon
she?
Knight and F Launcher.
I couldn't even see, bro.
No,
Bro,
That's Dark
they're
Angel.
all hidden.
Very
They're
orange.
all
Row.
hidden.
in the middle.
There you go.
Next,
Am I
there
missing
you
somebody?
go.
I feel like I'm missing someone.
That's it. They only have 4.
No, they only have
Oh
4.
yeah, you're right. Okay. Isn't there a 5th class coming?
No,
I
Sad.
wish.
the 5th classes are for F Gunner
They have
and
the same
for
good-
Archer. F Gunner gets Zero Suit Samus, and
All
Archer
right.
gets a mistake.
So
Insane.
I will do the same for Citron and for Party. Kuno.
Okay, scroll up on your list a little bit.
Where am I putting her?
As
No,
much
no,
as
on
playing,
the web page, scroll.
yeah. As much as I hate playing this character on our servers, I
Uh-huh.
think she's probably gotta be like A to A plus.
Okay. Citron, would you disagree? You can fight it if you want.
Like, I mean, I could give her B because they added starting cooldown on the cancels, which actually destroys
Oh,
her
yeah.
first touch so badly. But like,
I remember
I
you
don't know.
complaining
You have to
about
spend a
how
lot
she
of skills to
plays.
do damage, but if you do, you get a lot of damage. So it's like it's kind of okay.
All right. Yeah, I'll wait for his. But what do you guys? Hexy, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, overall, she has some really strong skills. Like Flame Tornado is absurdly strong. She got all these lingering hitboxes that go everywhere. She can jump and stay in the air forever. Can be hard to track her down with some classes. Yeah, A plus. Yeah, somewhere in there.
Yeah. The only
You're
thing
thinking
that's
around
really
A plus?
about putting her in A plus is just that she can't really like. There's some matchups that just completely invalidate her, which makes me feel like she doesn't quite have that A plus material.
Yeah, like I imagine she struggles versus Dragoon. Hey.
Oh yeah, like there's so many characters that if they're able to do anything with any verticality whatsoever, Kuno's completely invalidated. You can't use any of that air stalling for any reason because the only super armor you have is your Z, and your double jump is on a way longer cooldown than Rogue's. Especially when they added the you can only use molting once per game. That was just like, yeah, you're cooked. She was never affected by the indom change though, because her stuff never counted as like casting, which is really funny.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, true.
I'd say A.
All right, so we put her in A. That's fine. At the moment I'm just considering playing Elementalist and Nightfall to test ice wall changes. Oh my god, but sure. It's gonna be weird seeing you change up your character again. But hey, maybe if it's a backup, that might help. Can we just justify that we're putting Impaler and Necro in the same class? Like I truly think they're pretty bad.
No,
Necro's not
Wait,
that
Necro-
bad.
Necro's not
no.
that bad.
Necro is like
She might be C.
She's B.
Really?
The problem-
she's better than
the-
Blitz?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
definitely.
I'd
Hell
say
yes.
she's better than Enchantress. So either Enchantress
Yeah.
goes to C or Necro goes in B.
I'm doing this, dude. I'm sorry. I can't keep her
No,
there.
no, you're putting her in B. Put her in B. There we go.
Like
Yeah, I think
like
we should go
Necro, as
Personal.
unfun as she is to play and as desperately reliable you have to be with Necro on like getting that first touch either with Velocr or Nicholas. Once you get it, and those are some really strong abilities like Velocr's guillotine or Nicholas spikes. Those are very strong catches.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
that
fair.
was
Velocr is
horrible to play,
insane.
Her
but
per
yeah.
skill
Alright.
damage is really, really high. And she
Yeah.
doesn't really have much of a combo game. But that kind of gets fixed by the fact that like if you get hit with any of her skills, there goes your health.
Yeah, like
Does sh-
occasionally you'll just get hit by guillotine and you'll take like basically an entire combo's worth of damage, and that makes up for the fact that the rest of the match is just you getting poked to death.
Does she have the
She's like Summoner, but with
ability-
more control.
Yes.
Does she have the ability to
And she can fight
outshine?
back in a sense. So there's
I,
that.
I will use the base of this class, which I think is insane. She can't be better than Berserker by far. I agree, but is she lacking the tools to be able to fight neutral better than most of these B tiers, or is she kind of like sunken in
She
there
has-
with her. With
She's
them.
almost never picking a fight in neutral unless she has Velocker. But she's going to win in neutral by the fact that she's going to throw out shit that just hit stops you out of doing whatever you're doing and then running away.
She has
Yeah,
a ton
and
of
she's
control over the
thief,
field.
so she has movement too.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
put
Like,
her.
just built-in
oh,
movement.
sorry.
Put her above Ashura.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh,
Why?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I did what I was supposed to. I was doing all these crazy movements. Don't worry about it. It's weird because it doesn't let me just move sometimes where I wanted to.
Like so Necro has a dark orb that just sits there, and then once
Which is great.
once it detects the enemy, it will fly forward. So you have the control there. You have the spears. You have the hand thing that appears on the ground. I main this class. and I
She
can't
does
remember
have good
the
movement.
exclusive.
I'm not gonna say she doesn't. She has good movement, right?
Dead Man's Garage. So that has a huge range for no reason. She has Curse Spear. She has a Soul Lure. She has a lot of obscuring moves. A lot of just you get touched by the skill and it's going to have a negative effect on you. She has a lot of things to kind of hamper your ability to approach her, which gives her time to get Valakir to just slap you with the guillotine.
Hmm.
Yeah, she has good map control. Like if she takes up a lot of space on the map, and depending on the map, that could be very long. Like if you're playing on tower, if you don't get in, you're just kind of chilling for a little bit. So
She's a stall character
Oh,
that
yeah.
benefits from
Yeah.
stalling as long as possible. Okay, that makes sense.
Similar to Soulbender, yeah. She wants that Valakir, and when she gets it, she's gonna.
She's just not as cool.
yeah, that's when
Yeah.
she's more on the offensive. Is when Valkyrie's out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
And Nick he dies a lot quicker. He dies way quicker now than he
Yeah,
used
I
to.
would have
Yeah,
put her
yeah.
in maybe A+ or S pre Nick changes because
yeah, he
the
was
Nicholas
insane.
super armor and being able to survive made it just better nearly.
His health
Oh,
pool,
man,
his
that
health pool was
old
way
guillotine
higher.
damage too.
I do remember that.
Holy
Oh
boy.
my god! Just getting hit by it and immediately getting knocked out of standing cap, insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do our favorite shadow dancer. Where's she? Where is she going? Because Bobby, I don't know where Bobby is, but Bobby actually complained about this and said this character was really bad.
She is.
What?
I would
She-
agree with him.
She's really vulnerable to stray hits, and that is a problem.
Yeah, I think she has. I
That,
hate saying it. She
that
has piss
alone
poor
keeps
neutral.
her out of S, and I might
I'd
be
say
better
she's
than
B
I'd-
plus at best.
I think her neutral's pretty weak.
The main thing is she has to land a grab.
Yeah.
And in like you have to land a grab with her to be able to do anything.
I mean,
And
in
if
some
you-
matchups, but she can do good standing.
She does amazing standing. What are you talking about?
I feel like she needs to
she's
get
great
shadow cut. I feel like if she doesn't get shadow cut, she doesn't get most stuff started. Would you disagree
you
with
can
that?
kunai into shining cut. You can get the spin. You can get stand up.
I think she's A plus.
Hmm.
Might be.
Didn't she get
the
nerfed
biggest-
though? I mean,
Yeah,
I
I
wouldn't want to
mean,
probably maybe before,
Not the way that
right?
matters.
If she had
the
normal
nerf to
HP
molting,
like anybody else, she'd be S or S plus.
the nerf to molting hurt her probably the most because she really needs an escape, and only having one of those per match is not okay.
They shouldn't have it at all, but that's just my opinion.
Well, you shouldn't have bloodlust, so shush.
Hey, I've been
Bloodlust is
saying get rid of
insane,
bloodlust
man.
and give us fucking blood snatch instead, and I'll be happy.
Sure, I don't care as long as you're not grabbing me with a 12 frame move that literally goes, haha, it has priority even though we said it's 12 frames and something could be faster and still loses. Get out of here. Get out of
I
here with that.
actually would be willing to be controversial and say that Rogue might actually be better than Shadow Dancer.
I think she is.
I used to think that.
Wait. Before we jump to that, Shadow Dancer, is she better than Kunoichi?
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe yes.
I think solid yes.
Better damage?
I guess so. She
Definitely.
has her tools available from the start, and that I think alone makes her better.
Okay. So we'll put her ahead of her. I
Because
think
Kuno's like a base thief for the first 10 seconds of the match.
Yeah, because like man, you get hit by something from a Shadow Dancer in the first like
Shadow
15
Dancer,
seconds. You're like,
Rogue,
you have
Gap,
that already? What is
Kuno.
going on here? Like,
wow. Citron's saying Shadow Dancer, Rogue, and then a gap, and then Kuno, huge gap, Necro. Which I mean, the huge gap Necro makes sense, but are we possibly putting? I mean, because when we're looking at Rogue, I mean, she's just gonna go to A+ right off the bat. I don't see where she could fit anywhere. I don't think she's an A character at all.
It's like juggling skirmisher, like I said earlier, right? It's just like Rogue, Shadow Dancer. It's just like one version is, I guess, better depending on who you ask, I guess, than the other one. So
I think she's just the
I
best of
think
her classes.
Shadow Dancer benefits from being way more easy, clean, and fast to pilot.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're looking at it, Rogue has more movement. Rogue has more grabs in neutral, which is interesting. She also
More
has a warp
approaches.
and global that people don't really use, and the
You talking
ability
about
like
the
axis
tornado one?
change
That
and
one.
super armor.
yeah.
Oh, there is a reason why I'm also doing this tier list. I'll tell you guys after though.
Okay.
All right. So we're okay with her being an A+. That makes perfect sense. No rhyme or order or anything like that right now.
Yeah, I mean she can do warps in 0 ping too, and that's insane.
Yeah.
Fair. Citron, you get the next pick, and I'm gonna read what your comment was while we're doing that. I'm an I'm an elementalist hater, but I personally just don't think classes like Elementalist, Espit, Kuno are that good overall. When you look at the classes that are definitely good of those types of classes, Kuno does it best though. Interesting. And these are the last
I
ones that are
agree
here.
with what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like my gauge is kind of like S tier is just egregious. They're
I
able
agree.
to almost win any engage, assuming that they have their cooldowns off, and also able to carry the shit out of whatever combo they land. And then A is like able to competently fight pretty much every matchup, and able to do so in a way that's pretty powerful.
I feel like
No
these
game
4 characters
pluses.
right now definitely can. 100%. I just don't know who
Oh, yeah,
else
for
can. That's
sure.
the thing.
Oh, I mean,
This
that could
guy
that list,
Citron taking forever, man. M Priest Knights. I don't have much. Okay, we'll do the Mel Priest. Let me. So this is gonna be a not very fun one because I kind of hate bashing these classes because man, it's come a long way. They've changed so drastically. Let's just get this out of the way.
We could do this so easily.
We know where he
Yeah.
belongs. Let's just
You
put
know
him
where
here.
the other one's going too. You know where the other one is.
Wait, what are we talking about? What do you mean? What? Hold on. Give me a second.
Wait. You say the
Hold on.
other one, and I want you say the other one. Don't say where. I want you to say. I want Tang to put that character where he believes, and we'll discuss. So go ahead, party. Say the character. The other character.
Avenger, baby.
Okay. Where would you like to put him, Tang?
B+.
What? Would anybody else like to disagree with this?
S.
I would put him lower.
How
A lot
much
of people
lower?
would put him lower, but I think B+ or A.
What is wrong with you?
He's
Okay,
you know,
Hexy.
he's just kind of slow, right? Like
Yeah. He doesn't move around very quick.
everything he does has a
But
startup to
he-
it, and I know
he
he
has
I
a
know
lot
he
of-
can kill you.
Immaculate range. He can super
He has a lot of
armor
hold.
full
Keep
map.
discussing.
Armor.
He's got grabs like crazy. We're talking about Avenger, Citron.
He's strong. I agree
I'd
with
say
EXO
B.
being an
I'd say
S tier.
B.
I say B+ for him. And then
Not in my life.
I'm gonna have to disagree with where you put Crusader and Monk. I was gonna say.
I mean, they're not placed.
He
yet.
hasn't put them anywhere.
Oh, okay. But yeah, Avengers B+. And I agree with EXO.
Yeah, I don't think there's any any disagreement whatsoever on Excel.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're speaking from the perspective of Paladin, you're gonna think that Avenger is overrated, but there's a lot of things to force out. He's got Wheel, he's got Spike, he's got Noodly Arm, he's got the other stun grab that covers the entire screen. He's got the ability to scoop you from a full screen width's distance by throwing out normals. He's got Priest Z, which is incredibly strong.
Yeah, Pre-C is gross. That like on Pre-C alone, B tier for everybody. That's why Monk is weird.
All right. So did we come to a conclusion on Avenger where we felt like he should be? Should I take that as a no? I'll
I
read
don't
the
think
chat
there's
while
a
we're deciding.
conclusion.
I don't know.
I certainly
I,
haven't had
I
my
think he's
opinion
B plus. I think he's B plus personally. But
Yeah, B plus. I agree.
So
That's
we
what I
got
said.
B
Yeah,
plus. We
I
have
mean,
S.
I could see it. I could see it.
Citron said, I think Avenger isn't as good as people think he is, and Priest don't have that much opinion on either, other than EXO being whack as hell. Okay, that's fair. He said, I think Avenger is kind of weird because it's a class where if you don't bait out everything, he does you just die, and he has a lot of shit to bait out, but he can't really force anything on you, I feel. Which I do kind of agree.
He can't push and trade as good as other characters. I feel so.
He
Like I can
has
understand B.
incredible push with Wheel and with Thorns.
I think Will's terrible. I think it's terrible on the consensus. It doesn't have as much as great mobility.
If you wheel into a Lightbringer, you're dead.
Well, but it's not even just that.
So
I
he
feel
has
like
one bad matchup.
I feel like a lot of his moves are very linear, but he has really good weird coverage on the Y axis for some reason. Not sure why. It's very confusing. I mean on Z axis, sorry. He has really good coverage on Z axis. I don't understand why, but I think to get to the strength of his kit requires you to play longer, and unfortunately some characters don't want to do that, and once he blows through an assortment of skills, he's kind of left vulnerable a little bit, so they always have to have Will on like deck to wait for things to cool down. So I don't know. I kind of put him at A tier because I think he's very strong, and I think it's hard to stop him once he kind of gets into, like, if we're just talking about like forcing you to play the game eventually, you have to fight him eventually. He's throwing stuff out there. If something straight hits you, it's damage, and you're going to lose like 45%. I don't think he's like S tier though, where you can't play the game against him. And he's oppressive.
The only way he's not S tier is if you count him as below EXO, which he is below EXO.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's an A plus
But then
character,
he's
maybe A.
plus.
I think he's A plus, maybe A. But I don't think he's beating a lot of the top of A plus though, like free. Like, would you say he's beating like Skirmisher and like
Yes.
F Ranger? Really?
Really beating Skirmisher?
Yes,
I don't know
absolutely.
about that. I don't know.
He said, I think you only get hit by Will if you forget it exists.
That's
I thought that Avenger benefited from Indom quite a lot as well, because almost all of his skills are casted or casted skills.
Yeah, and he could like
Yeah.
claw during his cast, whatever it's called.
I mean, he does have good tradability because most of his moves have holds, which that I would give him. I could give him
like
the A
4
plus.
wild shots, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I can give him the A plus at that point, but I don't think he could be anything higher than an A. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard. I feel like if we all come to a conclusion
Can't
that
be
like,
lower than A.
yeah, I mean, we're saying
B plus.
that's wild.
High B plus, low A.
No, I would put him in A or A plus above the fighters that are on there.
I
Like,
think.
Yeah,
I'd actually put him like right next to Skirmisher. I think he's a very, very good character, but he definitely can be beaten out
in my goat.
in the situations where characters are just able to kind of outpace him.
Citron said, I think you only get hit by Will if you forget it exists, which is the problem with the class. You have to remember like 5 different moves exist, which I do agree because he can cycle through all of them. He says he's willing to put him in A because that's where M Spit is, which
Okay, yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah,
I understand that. Would you
Yeah,
agree
I get that
with
sentiment.
that
I would
party
say
possibly?
low A is fine for me.
I know we're talking about like him being pretty close to S, and I understand why. But if we're talking about like overall kit, yeah, he's hella strong, but he does suffer from playing neutral by chasing people down sometimes that do run away really easily. Like I know, like as you as a Kunoichi player, or even if you start playing Rogue or anything like that, he's gonna have trouble catching you. So I don't see how he's better than those characters unless he touches them and they die, right? That's
he
about
doesn't
it.
have any trouble catching people. I
You don't
feel
think
like
so?
the space he's able to control, he's able to just continue to close the gap. And he doesn't have to worry about it. Like, again, less than Exo, because Exo can just hold Super Armor whenever he wants, right? But he's still able
well-
to command that space and keep it closed off.
Yeah, well, that character does some insane shit now. Okay, I'll say this: we'll put him in an A plus low, and then we'll kind of maneuver him around depending on what we feel after looking at the tier list again. That's fine.
Yeah,
I'll
that
take
works.
You agree with that? Okay. All right. Monk.
I like how we didn't
Solid-
even talk about EXO. We just put him there.
Dude, do you really want to break him down? I
We
mean, like,
know.
that character's dumb as hell. Like, oh my god, I held you. Oh my god, all my skills changed from being AoEs that literally I can't control to now like they're skills that I can control and like complete spacing, and I don't have to like let them load up and play off of each other. He's just insane, dude. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that rock type Agni is pretty good.
I got hit. Oh shit. I
Oh,
guess
yeah, the
Black
rocks.
Tortoise isn't Black Tortoise anymore. It's just Agni Kai to death by rocks.
Yep.
And you're not part of the Agni Kai, you're just it.
I would put Monk at the very top of B tier.
I think Sitchon said I think every good class just walks circles around him and baits out everything then presses
Yeah,
goddamn,
it's
so much
very
typing.
hard,
Then presses
despite his
whatever.
kit, for him to actually
Avenger
get
can't
in.
force anything.
I agree with like a B.
From my experience versus Avenger, that he hates Avenger right now. He's just loading up on him.
Nope.
Bro, Exo don't get me started. Definitely D tier. Yo, shut up, Bobby. Bobby's saying that character's D tier. Get out of here. Get out of here, bro. Next thing, no, I can't. Okay. So Monk, you said B
B
tier.
tier. B tier.
B-
Top
B
of
tier.
B tier.
I agree. Yeah, it's fine.
I can't disagree with this, only due to the fact that I think the character is infinitely like the hardest character to pilot. So even at the highest level, they still would make mistakes. There's too much happening, and they have to have the 100 nuances.
I especially feel like as they add characters, they keep on adding things that the PvP variables for Monk's Duck and Sway just can't do anything about. It doesn't matter if you pilot him well, you're still getting hit.
Where are we
Oh,
putting him
guaranteed.
though?
But I would put him at the top above Berserker.
Because I feel like
I wouldn't
he
put
is,
him above Zerker. I think he's not as good.
Really?
I
think he's better than Berserker. I think he
his
has great
movement makes him
options.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does have the unique movement.
Sacred
Damn,
Counter
dude,
being
I-
a low cooldown really does a lot for it too. So
The thing with what Acom said about Duck and Sway, once they introduce archers into PvP, Monk is just
he's
gonna drop
he's
down
cooked.
to D tier.
If
He's
dude-
dead.
That dude is cooked, bro. I hate to say it. I hate it.
He's just done.
I hate it because I was like watching Monk. I don't ever want to play him. I think I'm just like too special. Like put me in the short bus and then like tell me I'm not allowed to go to the school. I'm just sitting on the short bus. That's me. All right.
okay, listen.
I'll let Tang do this. Go
Go
ahead, Tang. Where do you want to put
I
him?
agree with this one.
Listen, hear me out. Okay, hear me out.
Uh-huh.
Low B tier.
All right, wait. Followed by I want to hear Hexy's thoughts because Hexy tried to play this character. Tried
I haven't touched him much since
the buffs.
really since the changes and everything like that. No Indom just feels really weird. Like when I used to play him, I really focused on using Indom, so I can't really play him that well anymore after the patch. But one thing that's really interesting now is how bubble works with the conversion changes. Because like for example, versus launcher, grenade was always a magic damage skill. Now it's physical on launcher, so you can just run through grenade with bubble now, which is really weird. But yeah, they like nerfed like healing with him.
I
I'd
think he
probably
needed
put
that.
him bottom of B.
Yeah, he has to really, like, his entire kit is attrition and trying to like, I don't know, bait out a lot of their opponents, like just they have to rely on their tankiness, and with the heal getting nerfed and a few other things, like he's not as solid.
tanky as he was before, but it's still like
And
you're gonna be put to
and
sleep just like fighting it.
the only reason why in my eyes that he's low B tier and not like C tier is because he has pre Z. His X string is garbage. If he had Holy Ghost Mace, he would be A tier. But I don't know.
Yeah, like no Indom just hurts him so bad. Like we're using the I forget what the wall's name is actually called, but the wall, like before you would
Reflection wall.
Indom and use your wall, can't do that anymore.
I mean,
You
he's
feel-
got some range, and Spear is really good for hold in terms of like its spammability, but like he doesn't have as much range when you think he should, and I don't know. And trust me, I love this character to death. I've beaten this character to death. I love him in PvE, but in PvP he leaves something to be desired. And I
I'll,
tried.
I'll definitely say I feel like this character's. I hate to bring it up. I watched like Korea try to play him, and I'm like, I see it, but I don't see it. I was like, this is just like you're working so hard, and this is pre-patch.
Yeah,
You work so hard.
Yeah,
I'm
you
like,
have to-
why do you
it's
want to do this?
attrition. You have to literally just sweat and like strain yourself the entire time you're playing him
like-
just to get a little bit of wiggle. And
I gotta
you
be
can't-
honest, dude. I don't even. Maybe with the
listen,
changes,
listen.
he's
I
bottom-
know he's
well, no, no.
I know he's C tier, but I want him in B.
No. I actually don't disagree with this. We're talking about highest level play, right? So like, I don't think it's bad. I just don't think he's outputting enough damage, and he does remind me of how like kind of like how Blitz is, where he kind of has these skills that are just kind of all stray stuff that you're going to use for tools in neutral, but they're not like super insane. So I almost like hate to say it. I feel like he should be a little bit lower, but I'm willing to be okay with B tier because I think he has something that we haven't seen enough over here yet, and
You know what?
I think his
Sad, though?
potential is really high.
What's sad is that a majority of his better skills are all just
They're locked in
priest
PvE.
neutral abilities, like like Z and what is it, the Rising Rune? Like all those things are just super good for priest in general, and his other like the remainder of his kit is
He's a bit like a male. I guess not just male mech, but mech in the fact that he kind of has to line everything up. He has to have all of his cooldowns. He has to get the right hit. He has to get his little standing reset with the orb to really see like good combo damage. You know.
why are you gonna
Uh,
post that, Con? You know I'm watching.
Oh my god, the red dog.
I
when
think
Hexy got DNF dueled by a berserker.
bro, that's insane.
That's literally insulting me on so many levels. One, that's my character. Two, he's wearing a dog suit. Khan knew what he was doing. That gif
So-
is hurtful.
I think we could say that's fair where he's at. All right. So I think we went to Citron. You know what, Nova, I haven't asked you. Nova, what do you want to go for the next classes?
What do we have left now?
So we have the female gunners, we have the knights, we have the female priest,
We could go
and
female slayer. Did we do that? I don't
no,
think
we did
did,
not.
right?
We did not do female
Yeah,
slayers.
we should go female slayer then. And let's start with Swordmaster because why not, right?
Let's
Hey,
pitch
Mezza,
some
if you
trash.
want to make a little space and impaler tier for Swordmaster, you can go.
Oh no! I'm not gonna accept that because she did get her buff. She did get her buff. Okay, so if she didn't get that
See?
buff,
Got a
if
buff?
she didn't
What?
get that buff, which
This
fixed
is-
her,
no,
her buff was a
what?
fix.
No way.
No. I just moved her. I didn't mean she's D tier. I only
Okay.
say she got her buff, so like she can't be like when she didn't have her buff, she was at least C tier, 100% C tier. I think she's like at a solid B plus right now, and I know that sounds crazy, but her kit change actually hurt her tremendously, especially
On this list, she's
Arcane
easily
Sword.
B plus. Easily.
Yeah, on this, yeah,
I'm
Yeah,
fine
I
with
say
it.
B plus.
on this B plus, yeah, especially with the changes. Oh man,
I'm fine with that.
that arcane change is huge.
Yeah, no arcane sword blast and the full charge that doesn't. You fully charge an arcane sword blast, and it doesn't. Oh my god, it doesn't do more damage. What is the point?
It does like what 900 or some stupid.
No, no, it's the same number. I did it. I was like, why? This doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think me and Bobby tested it like the day of, and it's like he charged it, and it hit me for like, like I don't know, like 5,000. And I was like, what the?
It's so
what's
it
going on
doesn't
here?
make sense. It doesn't make sense. She's actually like a weirdly like you are using just her kit. You're just using her kit, and you're just like hoping that you do damage based off of like your long ass combos, but not a 45.
Yeah, you have everything
Yeah, it
else
did
like
have.
that.
Citron said it had the old hitbox had the size of Africa, which I do agree.
Also bouncy like you're in a bouncy castle.
Oh
The
man.
problem that I had with the old arcane is like I don't know, you get hit by nothing at the start. Like
Yeah.
she pulls the sword out behind her, and you're getting knocked back, and it's like, what's going on here?
And
And
she
there's
could
no like
combo off of
audio
it.
cue to it, so I had a big problem with that. That would mess me up a lot.
I also think I can agree with her being B plus, and I only think she's in B plus because she is a female slayer. I hate saying it, but it's the truth. If she wasn't a female slayer who had maybe she has two solid unique moves that make her really strong, which is a dash across that can freeze people. Oh no, sorry, the run that will she'll run and then she'll do the dash across or whatever still.
Yeah, that has like the really high hit stun. Yeah.
That move really good. That was like the main thing that I noticed was a lot better, or I had to rely on more now. And then I just think it's good that they fixed her grab, but it doesn't matter. That shit's still bad. I think it was better
Yeah.
before.
Oh, it was definitely better before. Yeah.
Now you have to time your combo to actually like cancel. You have to have a
Launch off
cancel
of
too.
it now,
Yeah, if you
compared
don't
to
have a
before,
cancel, it
yeah.
doesn't work. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't even think we have to discuss more about her. Like
And
she
plus,
actually
with
pisses
the
me off.
change to her tossing slash, the
Yep.
the icicle could like mess you up more than it would help in that case if it goes off.
You remember what I told you? I was like, I'm just using fire at this point. I don't even see the
Really,
like
I
or
don't know.
light.
Like, I feel like fire would interrupt a lot more. But
No,
I
it
mean,
actually
I'm not
just
playing
does the
right,
damage.
so.
You're not even looking
Hmm.
for doing a follow up. You just do that, or you use the light the
electric
light
one there
sword,
with
the
the
electric
warp?
sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it'll pop off at the end and it'll give you a little bit of enough to combo. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
There's 5 classes. Okay. All right. So Shadow Templar, Dark Templar, Shadow Templar, Dark Templar,
Dark
Shadow.
Templar, A plus.
I want to hear if there's any justification outside of you saying A plus. If anybody would
I
like
think
to
she's
say
A
otherwise.
plus. I think she's really good.
Interesting. Okay. I think so too, but it's like weird.
I think her neutral tools are actually kind of ass. I feel like I'd put her the buff with like the mirror shield is actually insane. That might be enough to give her A, but man,
The
her neutral
Pokeball tracking is insane. Like it's nuts.
Yeah, but I feel like her neutral kit is so fucking bad, man. Like she's working.
It's not at all. Her neutral kit is very, very good.
The
But I
sword
feel like
you
she has to
throw
wait
into
for
the
her
ground
sticks.
interrupts so much, and you can
Yeah.
get so much off with just.
But
You
it's
can throw it from the
linear.
air. You can follow up with it with the airdrop.
Oh,
that
you're
they
talking
have.
about the
Yeah.
circular throw thing. Okay.
Yeah, the circle.
I thought you were talking about her shadow. That
You can
the
backstep
Tempest
that
ones.
too, which is pretty cool.
The backstep aspect of it is really useful because you can also reverse direction where you're going in the air after you backstep it. I think she has a lot of really nice tools that the other female slayers don't have, and don't forget that she has the shadow clone, where she can just drop into the ground and avoid everything.
Yeah, that's really nice. And you can do it on a quick rebound too, I think, so you don't get interrupted by much on the way down.
I like her movement. I wish when she do the pull, that like where she goes under, I wish there was no delay when she comes back up, because there is. That's the only problem I have with that. Where I would say
I think if she did not have a delay, she'd be competing with she'd be competing in S. Because that delay is what
I would think she would be
that delay is what makes her balanced on that, because it's extremely powerful. Like being able to disappear and be off the map, you can't track her when she's disappeared.
Yeah, even if she's eating her poisoned, you can't see it. So.
Where would you put her on this A plus list at least?
I wouldn't A plus that.
I'd probably say A. Yeah.
or would you say she's high A, teetering into A plus? Like there's no way we could
I'd
put her
say
in between.
if she's an A, she'd be at the top of A at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I think that's reasonable because like if we put her into A plus, we have to start distinguishing whether she's challenging these A plusers.
And Bob, you mentioned her bubble too. Her bubble is pretty good.
Oh,
You're limited
Yeah,
to like
the
6
bubble is
hits
strong.
before it disappears, but it's still like really nice.
fair.
You know,
I
the
do think
changes to
she's the most.
bubble raised her like 4 fucking tiers.
All right, I'll let you guys decide which one we're doing next. You guys like to do it?
Did we do all the female slayers?
We still
it-
have Demon Slayer, Vagabond, and Spectre.
And Vagabond's the worst one.
Whoa,
Yes.
whoa, whoa! Slow your roll. Slow your roll. Slow your roll.
No, she's not good.
Slow your roll there.
Yeah, she's the worst one.
All right,
Well,
we'll
she-
just go Vagabond. I want to hear what you guys
Yeah.
want to put her
That's an interesting opinion.
because I will
Vagabond is
justify and
bottom of
defend.
C. I'd put her at bottom of C.
Oh, hold the fuck up.
I'm about
Hold the
to
fuck
start
up. I will
voting
fight
Vagabond.
you on this one.
Bottom
I will
B
fight you
or
on this
B.
one. The most you're allowed to give her is bottom of B plus, and I
No.
understand why.
No.
Maybe B. What? Okay,
yeah,
what is your justification?
honestly, maybe bottom of B, top of C. Yeah, I
Why?
think.
Yeah, that works. With the
Her-
changes,
her-
she's not too bad, but she's still like, man, she's got no defense. She just melts.
Oh,
for what
she's
she
got
does,
no
it doesn't
defense
it
and she does
doesn't
no
make sense for
damage.
her to melt the way she does.
no damage. Oh, I'll show
She
you
does no damage.
I will show you damage.
Yeah.
Show you damage.
What?
I'll show you damage.
I feel
I've done
like
it to
I'm being
multiple
trolled
people.
right now.
I've done it.
Like
She-
anytime yeah.
The main thing was that her losing priority on it's not tossing, it's the spinning slash.
Soaring?
Soaring. Kind of threw her like for a loop because that's a really, really good way of her starting on combo or getting like in because it has nice range. But without priority, she's just gonna like
You're right.
you can get step out of it.
I will agree with
You
that.
can avoid it pretty easily, and then it ends up being that she's kind of just puts herself out there without really any way to kind of like recover. A lot of her
see.
skills feel like they have a lot of recovery after she casts them, so it ends up feeling like she's just has a good buttons to press, but not necessarily good follow up after pressing those buttons.
Yeah, and I think soaring is smaller now too, despite the visual being the same.
Yes,
If I'm not
it
mistaken.
is.
So, okay.
We're saying she's worse than Impriest, Enchantress, Summoner.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can
All
stuff
right,
that
I
so
gotta be
easily.
I gotta stay out of it because I know I'm gonna be very biased because this is my actual
I mean,
main.
they could stuff her
so,
out, but I feel
like-
like she's got better on
I feel like-
average matchups still.
I feel like I could fight most of the
I
cast
wouldn't
with
put her above Monk or Berserker.
I don't think she's above even. I think she's above Summoner and Enchantress. I do not think she's above Specialist or Asura. Like I
She'll
think
get completely stuffed out by specialists, yeah.
I think that's where she like that is her totem pole. If we're talking about like not putting her any higher, like I don't think she's
Yeah,
that
I mean,
close
if
to
on this
C.
list, if you put her between Specialist and Enchant, or between Specialist and Summoner, that probably works.
It makes sense because realistically, like her kit's still really good. It's very X-axis based, which does suck. But with having access to female sword skills like press and stuff like that, and she can pick up off press and forces people to quick rebound. I think skills like that, which most people don't have, skills that hit on the Z-axis and makes you forcefully quick rebound because that's where she starts her damage. I think that's the problem I would have if we were to say she's bad because of other reasons.
Yeah, and she kind of has like that like to get like her full damage, you really have to go for these crazy resets, and then when you're doing these, you're also like subject to like just dying because you get a miss.
You're right. No,
Right,
it's not even a
and-
miss
and
if
if-
you just
yeah.
fuck up. Like
Yeah, if you miss or fuck up, yeah.
yeah, I can agree with this. Like I
Yeah,
said, I
because
was
a
trying
lot
not to
of
be
her stuff-
biased.
A lot of her stuff multi hits too, so you're racking up that hit count. So in turn, you're racking up that evasion. So the longer your combo goes on for with her, the more dangerous it gets. So
Yeah, and her damage
consistency
is low,
pretty
so her
difficult.
combos are
Yeah,
always really low.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would also say the only reason why I'm okay with this is because she does have good tools to force you to engage with her. At no point is she ever not. And I think the missing not having Indomitable Spirit actually hurts her. Most people don't know she does have actual cast skills, which sucks that she can't utilize that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, next let's do Spectre. Actually, we'll save Spectre for last because she's a trope character. You know, Neopol loves her. We'll do Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer is either a bottom of A plus or top of A.
Yeah, Demon Slayer is just overall
Yeah.
very like kind of
She is.
yeah.
I would say she is the best female Slayer.
Oh, I think
She
she's the
is
best female
strong
Slayer.
and she's reliable.
Where are we putting her though? Are we
Not
putting her,
top
like,
of A plus. She's at
middle?
the bottom of A plus.
Bottom. Interesting.
She has problems,
Yeah.
but she's very, very, very strong.
Man, those new skills they gave her, they're so good.
I think she has
Like
such
just-
good control over neutral. Like I
Oh,
think
yeah.
that's the
She's
hardest
a
part of fighting
ranged
her.
Yeah,
melee
user
class.
control, yeah.
And all her moves lead to combos. From what I've noticed, everything leads to combos. Just about. Maybe like one doesn't, but
Yeah, and she has the
Um,
most outrageous y-axis reach.
crazy,
Yeah.
crazy. Why did they do that? And it's big too. It fits
I mean,
a lot of the
you
X
can
axes with it.
behave around it. It's readable, but it's
S-
still outrageous.
That is her main drawback. Is that she's very easy to tell what she's doing.
Oh no.
The way that she's approaching you, the way that she's moving, the fact that almost every single time I'm facing someone, I'm always trying to be above them. Because if I'm above them and I use sanguine choreography, then the bottom clone is the one that'll get attracted to them, and that was the one that used Wild Thrash.
Yeah.
That's pretty much
She's-
the
she's
only one
very-
you really want to try and use for the
Yes.
most part, anyway. So.
Her biggest drawback is that she is highly telegraphed compared to pretty much most other characters that are in this game.
Wait,
Because
who are
she
we
has a
talking
very
about?
specific Demon Slayer.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't like
Because
confusing it.
she needs to be in a specific spot to be able to for her skills to be used effectively.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
and a
fair.
lot of the time it's either in front of you or on a slight angle diagonally from you, but still facing a lot of the time. So just at different distances. So
All right, let's jump to Neopol's poster child, which used to be Berserker, is now Inspector. What do we think? What are we thinking here? Spectre. I
think
I don't think
she dumps damage.
I think she's A too, only due to and I think she's below the other ones. And the only reason why I say that is because the removal of Rusty Nail allowed her to it stopped her from being able to just approach from any angle that she wanted. So I think now she has to be kind of
that made her super
straightforward
broken when that was a thing.
Yeah, she was broken.
And they shortened the range of her what's the move where she goes into the air and does a little spin?
I have no
ones
idea
with
what the
slashes
moves are
everywhere?
called.
It's something shaker, right? Wrong?
Yeah, she just
Yeah.
jumps in the air and does a bunch of slashes.
Shaker
Oh, that
Blast?
thing, yeah.
Yeah. That move got shortened, got nerfed so hard, but it still does a lot of damage. Shaker Blast is just it's not what it was, but it's still okay. But I think her toolkit, she never has to actually approach. She's a non-committal ass character, I'm gonna be honest. And I think they built her that way with Rusty Nail, and now that that's gone, I think that's what stops her from being S/A+. I think she's a solid A, but I think she's not better than. I don't think she's better than Shadow Templar. Dark Templar. Why do I keep?
I
saying
think
Shadow
A is
Templar?
good because if
I
she
think
had more,
A,
if she
yeah.
had more defenses and a better HP pool, she'd definitely jump up. I think to A+.
But she's a dumpster, bro. Like her booty, she be dumping. All right, all that damage. I can't lie. I've
Yeah, she dumps
that flip grab is crazy. What is it with this game and the flip grabs doing so much damage?
I don't know.
Like Shadow Dancer 2, she has a flip grab. And
Let me grab your foot and toss you straight into the ground. It's insane. And she grabs you from far as hell. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't really think there's much to say about Spectre. She's kind of just a really linear ass character. She doesn't need to control neutral. She just moves well in neutral. All right. Let's see. Who did I tell last? Oh, Bobby, you haven't chose because it's been a while. What you want? You got the female shoot 'em up character. You got the young lowly knights, and then you have your own personal favorite, the women who should not be in a church. What are we choosing?
Reform name.
I'll be right back.
While I'm at it, guys, if
Are
you
we
also
even
like,
listening?
yeah, probably not. I'm probably gonna choose if he hasn't. Citron, you could choose for him. While we're waiting, uh, guys, if you haven't, make sure you go play DFO. DFO is a great game. You can go to dfoneopol.com. I think I actually have that. I should have it. Of course, I don't have it. Haha. Yeah, make sure you go over to dfoneopol.com. Go check it out. Play with us. It's such a good game. You can play PvP or even play PvE if you really think that's where it's at.
Hey man, Venus is content.
Oh yeah, don't we have like new fusions or something I should even care about?
I mean, the new content's
we
good.
have a new Legion, which is just some hot lady slowly losing her clothes as you progress more throughout the Legion dungeon.
I mean, but isn't the new content actually good?
We got
The-
that
What I've
in
heard.
every Nexon game, baby.
The what's considered C2, the second difficulty, very well done. I think it's a really well
Can we
created,
cover Zerk again?
it's a really well done Legion. The Advent
We'll
one,
do
or
that
the more
then.
difficult, the highest difficulty, a lot of people don't like it.
We're going to F Gunner.
It looks like they haven't updated DFOGG in a while, but hey, I'm still 11th.
It's not updating properly. You have to actually click on the characters now.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. But hey, man,
Alright.
I tried.
All right, so moving on, we're going to the F Gunner class because, well, the Gunner class, just because females. That was it. He wants to start with. He wants to start with F Spit. Can I just do this? Because like I know it's not probably true, but like, which one is F Spit? Holy shit!
The
I
third.
actually don't know.
Spit, yeah, the third one.
That's weird. Yeah, can I just put her right here? Because like she can't do what she used to. I know she's not there, but
So the changes that they made, like changes to 45 and stuff, are actually kind of nutty. She
my
feels
only
absolutely
Kuno
god
Nelly.
awful terrible to play on our server, to be fair. But
She feels
like
stiff.
disregard lag, look at the highest level of play. I would probably I'd say she's got to be B plus or higher.
I don't
Yeah, I
think
agree
she's
with
any
that.
lower.
I agree. I
Yeah.
think B plus might be a good spot.
Citron, what's your reasoning for between?
Because he hates Elementalist.
Oh, that's crazy, dude. I'm just for you.
He says directly below Elementalist is acceptable.
Oh, an A? No, I'm just kidding. So we were saying B plus. I mean, I think she's kind of lost a lot of the
Yeah.
flair, which makes her annoying as hell and broken. But that was years ago, right? So I mean, like over time, she feels like I have to work really. I have to manage too much to also function. Plus, not being able to dash a second time in the air after throwing a grenade is kind of insane. Like having a second action, so I could do action. I could do action, grenade or whatever. Action, grenade, dash, grenade, and I can't do another dash, which is so weird to me because like I feel like that should be her kit, is at least being able to dash 2 times, and she feels very kind of bad. Is that wrong for me to say? Like she feels bad. She doesn't
She
feel.
does feel
She feels
bad.
clunky. She feels really clunky, and I
But
don't
what
want to
I'll
play her on the
also
ground because she
say-
feels slow as hell.
What I would also say is there was this period of time where she did not have like the ability to jetpack down. This character
Yes.
was unplayable.
I will agree with.
Just being able to control that alone really helps for her.
Yeah.
Also, the changes to leap are kind of nice.
Really? What? How so?
I just like not having to SP dump leap as hard for characters that abuse leap a lot.
True, you don't have to dump as much. Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
But
No
also,
problem,
again,
Tank.
the change to 45, making it not a Neilless sniper, but making it the like support fire call-in grenade, makes where she can extend her combo to a place that's like considered acceptable for most competent characters. So that's pretty
Mhm.
good. Again, she still feels awful to play specifically for global, but she's pretty good.
Yeah, I would have liked it not to feel that way because like every time I try her, I'm like, she just feels clunky. I'm not sure if anybody else is like I'll watch other people play and I'm like, yeah, you're you're hitting people, you're doing better things, but you still seem like you're clunky like everybody else. Like it's just a weird thing. I hate to say it. I don't know. Maybe they could fix that in the future, but all right. Let's go with is that F? Let's do F mech.
Or
F-Mech has to be better than male mech.
Yeah, that's all I
Easily,
was
easily,
gonna-
simply because
easily.
He's
the
right there,
robot
so-
has rockets as its main fire, and those can
Well-
just juggle you instantaneously. It's incredible.
But does she still kind of
Gale
have somewhat the same
Force.
problems he does, where she has to combo off the wall? And I mean, I
No,
think
no,
her
she
I think her
doesn't.
neutral's better. Oh, she doesn't.
She doesn't have to
Okay.
do that. No, she
Well,
she
does
has.
that mean she moves up?
Her cube skills are significantly better. They're more
I'm just gonna
reliable
put her
for
there for
dealing
now.
damage.
Where do you
yeah,
guys
she has
feel?
better. She has new mech drop, which is also better.
That
Oh, that
new
one's
mech
really
drop
good.
is it's Tombstone.
Yeah,
It's so much better. That I do feel. Would you
She-
say
And
she
then
she's?
can
her-
still do male mech combo?
Do
But
you
she
feel
is
like-
definitely better?
Do you
And
feel
then her
like
Sparrow
she's-
is much better.
Do you feel like she's stronger than the current B tiers?
No, I think she's
No.
she's a solid B tier. She
And she
still
can
has
keep
a
her G series up more too.
yeah.
I wouldn't even
that's-
put her necessarily above Necro, honestly.
No, yeah, I would put her like she's a solid mid B tier. I don't think she's like there. No, go back.
Oh, one
Back.
back. Okay.
No, yes.
Yeah,
Sure.
right here. This is
Yeah.
what you're saying? Right here.
No, I was saying above Ashura.
Oh, because you said mid, and I was like, that would be the median right there between her and her. Yeah, that's fine. I
Yeah.
mean, so Necro would be considered better than her. I feel like.
Yeah, because again,
Yeah.
The tools that
if
you
you're
talked about.
looking-
Yeah, I remember.
If you're looking at these characters, their buttons individually are very strong.
Yeah.
Mech drop, Sparrow, her G series, like those the things she has access to are just simply very strong buttons for you to press. But the combo game can be a little bit difficult, and most of the time, what you're doing is you're running away, and just hoping that
Mhm.
like your land runners suck. Unfortunately, they're just not as
Yeah.
good as male mechs land runners. But you're basically dropping those, managing your G series, and when you are able to, you're using mech drop to just unload on whoever you're dealing with.
She is almost as reliant as male mech on the opponent making a mistake, with the exception of being able to throw out Tombstone and the fact that autopilot mech is doing a lot of lifting for her that it's not doing for male mech.
Okay, that makes sense. Oh, our favorite
well.
battle mages here.
Yeah, I'm here. I mean, you already ranked Battle Mage. I agree, S, but I'm here to say that Chaos is
Wait,
C
we're not there
tier,
yet.
if you wanna
We're not
say.
there yet. We're not there yet. You can't jump the gun. You're gonna stay
I-
here until we get there.
I-
You came in here with this energy. You're gonna wait for. We're almost done with this. We can go straight into that after. All right. So where are we putting female launcher? Obviously, bad character. Like, definitely not better by far than Mel.
Not
Nowhere
better than
close.
male.
But I don't think she's that good, and I only say that because she has a really bad extruder. Like that alone, and then also her kit doesn't feel as strong because she doesn't combo off of stuff like
Well, I thought they
cannonball as well.
fixed
They,
her
they
extruder.
fixed her extruder.
Oh, they did?
fixed
Yeah, they
Venus.
did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. So
Though I would
It-
say like she has similar neutral tools with the exception like female grenades when you're standing are worse, and that's the only variant she has.
are
She
we
does have
looking-
Spriggan.
Are we looking?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Spriggan
Spriggan
is
is
really
really good.
Yeah, Spriggan's
What-
busted.
I might put her.
Wake up,
I'd
Spriggan.
put her like bottom of.
I would put her
Midwest, though.
next to male, honestly.
Yeah, that's where I put her.
Yeah.
Like right next to him. I mean, is that?
Oh,
really-
did they fix her extruder? I didn't know they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Mm.
did.
I mean, that's a reasonable spot, right? Like right next to.
Does it do
I'd
similar
actually-
damage now?
I put her at the
or-
bottom of A
Why bottom of A?
because the difference between grenade is actually insane for like neutral control. She's not as scary to run up on.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
Citron says.
that lack of a
Okay.
good grenade
Si-
really
si-
seals the deal for her, I think, compared to Mel.
Citron said similar things where he said you realistically can't put them that much further away from
And
each other.
also their Z's are worse. Worse nade, worse Z.
Yeah. Is their windmill worse too?
No,
Isn't it better?
No, I
the
think
windmill
it's
has a little bit more
I think
range.
it's wider.
Yeah, so
It's
it
wider,
can
yeah.
clip a little bit easier.
Would you say she is below? Okay, let's do it this way. Is she below M Spit?
I would.
I mean, that's
No,
a hard.
I
It's a
think-
hard
I
sell,
think-
right? You know.
No, I think Citron is right, and that they should basically just be put right next to each other.
Maybe, yeah.
I
Yeah,
will
I
leave it
would
like
put
that
them
for now.
next to each other.
The pluses that she has are better than the minuses that MSpit has for sure.
It,
Then
it,
this
it
has to
depends
go
on
there,
the
right?
matchup.
That has to go right there because she got buffed to hell. So I
Yeah.
mean, she's still not better, which is almost questionable. I don't know. It's kind of questionable, is it not?
No, I would put her above Mill
I would not
Major.
I wouldn't put her above because no triple tap.
No.
No triple
Triple
chat,
tap
but
is
chain
better.
She has
chain
no
got a little
triple
bit
tap.
better.
Her stylish flip is substantially worse and puts you in a bad position. The only good thing she has the ability to extend on her dash.
No, her
The-
wild
the-
shot is significantly better.
It's a bit faster too.
It
I-
No, I like Male
I
Wild.
actually hard disagree.
Wild Shot's
Not
so insane.
because it's not better as a neutral tool, but because male wild shot is forced standing as long as they're
Yeah,
still on the ground,
standing.
whereas female launches that messes up her damage capability.
Yeah, instead of like pushing them and then being able to convert after a cancel, it just lifts them. So your best bet is to barbecue, but by then your damage is already cut because you launched them and got them off the
Yeah.
ground. So
Okay.
You just low key. I had to pull an all nighter. Okay, so for the one and only who plays this character, we'll get straight to the chaos knighting. Dumbass character. Go ahead. What do you want to say about this character? Go ahead.
Whatever rank he gives her, add 1 rank just because of the screen clutter.
Yep.
Yeah, that is
You said.
insane.
Yep. Nope.
That
You,
is-
you
that is
are
the way.
That
definitely.
is deserved.
That character
That
is.
No. That is it's so after the nerfs to like the demons, it's literally useless. Literally useless. I think it would be. I think B. I think B too.
I'll accept that.
Okay.
I would
what-
put her in C, but that's just me.
I mean, would you say low B tier? Would you
Yeah,
go
yeah,
for
low B,
tier.
Yeah, low B.
Okay.
Low B.
Citron, Bobby, do you guys have any objection to low B? Honestly, Chaos feels like good against noobs, but not so good against people that space.
Yeah.
Low B is
I
good.
think
Fair.
C is
Okay.
fine for it.
It's
but I
actually
prefer
pretty
low
decent
B.
against strikers, though. That's one thing.
That's interesting.
I didn't expect to
I-
hear
I
that. I
think-
guess because of the approach, without armor, they have to do something, and most of their approaches don't have armor.
Chaos Tornado just like stuffs out any kind of approach.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when you can do
So-
that rolling grab, and then you have the sky attack, which also holds.
If you
Yeah,
don't
that-
get
it's-
hit by,
like it's kind of funny how like anti-striker Chaos is.
That's
Yeah,
wild.
It's kind of weird.
the,
And then the random stuns. Or
Citron
whatever.
said if
Random
you don't
petrification.
if you
Yeah.
don't get hit by fancy twist, it does nothing. Which is kind of true.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, like I dodge it, and I'm like, all right, I'm scared of whatever comes next. Not whatever when that ends. All right, let's do
We're
Elven
putting
Knight.
Paladin in S, right?
No. Wait. Before we get to that, let's do Elven Knight. Where are we putting Elven Knight? That's the real question. And don't use latency
tier,
on
S.
ours. Where like
Yeah,
overall.
don't use latency. Elven
No,
Knight,
we're talking
she
about
might
highest
be
level.
A+.
She's
Yeah,
the
she's
A+,
not.
yes.
She's not a bad character.
Didn't she
She's
get
not
nerfed a
She's
little
a
bit?
really good character
She's
with
really good.
really
She's really good.
incredible force extension and really good like shield capability, armor capabilities, traversal capabilities. I'd say she's
Yeah,
a
her guard.
great all-rounder.
Yeah, it's
I wouldn't put her top of A plus.
No, I wouldn't either. Citron has it correct. And we're gonna get into it when we talk about Lightbringer. Why would you play EK when you could just play Lightbringer?
True, he said that
But
earlier.
they're saying that like
Uh,
in the sense that like she's not as good as Lightbringer, but she still has the same capabilities as Lightbringer. It's just why are you spending time trying to play a more difficult character when you can play something significantly easier?
It's like you can play all the same situations, but better
Because
with
we like
Lightbringer than you
Bambi,
can
that's
with
why.
Oven Knight.
Yeah, it's
That's
all
so
about
real.
MB and the boar.
If
but
they gave that dog ass ability to just mount the horse and have the spear, I don't care if it's as bad as using like the hop in mad move on Enchantress, I would use the character. That's
I use that all the time, dude. That's so sick.
I'm actually
Yeah, Pony
curious.
Knight.
You just troll and run around and poke people the whole game, dude.
I'm
Use
actually-
It should also be pointed out that Elven Knight has great mobility because you can use Elven Jump in the air to fly across the screen.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
I'm actually curious.
It's a fun character.
Bobby, why do you say that EK is B plus tier if you know how to do a reset? Like realistically speaking, do you feel like she's B plus tier? Because if you feel like that, I mean, I got to question why, right? Because everybody's kind of feeling like she's A plus. Even I do. Like even when I play her, I'm like, I don't want to
put her
do
A.
this. I don't want to do this, but like playing her requires you to like know what you're doing. If we're talking about the highest players, highest tier, like that's the engagement is that they're playing at the highest level. Then it should be okay. Well, they're gonna hit resets. They're gonna
She
can she
has
control
insane
spacing?
stabbing potential.
She has armor. She has fairly good neutral. She's fairly fast. Like, what are we missing that makes her outside of S? We know what makes her not S, but what makes her A plus realistically, or at least for you, what makes her B plus? He says highest tier than A.
Well, he said highest tier A, yeah.
Would you guys feel she has to be brought down to A, or do you feel like A plus makes sense,
I'd bring her down to A.
Let's see. Let's look
or
at
the
rest
bottom
the
of A
game.
plus? What do you feel is more reason? Its combo damage is similar
I
to
mean,
Paladin.
you could
use
argue that she
OCs.
doesn't have the like force situation that a lot of other A plusers have.
Yeah, I was gonna say with Skirmisher and all the others in A plus, yeah, she'd probably go down to just plain A.
So you feel like she's a A, like
Yeah.
top of A?
Yeah.
That like, do you
Yeah.
think she can like, out of all the people, and I guess I gotta say it this way, we put the highest level players together. We look at the skill set. We look at how the character functions. Does she kind of dominate the A's?
She would get kind of like
consistency
swept by
wise.
Shadow Dancer probably.
Like compared to
like
everybody
the-
else, though. You said she
But
should
yeah, I
be.
don't,
think
I don't
both
think she
launchers would
dominates
eat her
anybody
alive.
in A.
Where would
Honestly.
you feel like she would stop dominating? Like, do you think she's like middle of the pack or like kind of on
I
the
think
higher
she's
end?
next to Ghostblade. I think she's next to Ghostblade.
Like
Maybe
here?
between Ghostblade and Hitman. More to the right.
Yeah, put her there between
Right
Ghost
there, yeah.
Blade and Hitman. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. All right. It's time. Dragon Knight, because nobody plays her. So let's figure this out before we get to the real character.
So
Dragon
She-
Knight's solid A.
yeah, on release she was S because dragon tracking was absolutely abhorrent.
Yeah, that was nuts.
But yeah, A.
I'd probably put her A. Yeah.
Yeah, A.
A. Higher end or lower end?
Lower end.
Higher end.
Really? Okay. What? Okay. Start with
'Cause-
lower end.
'cause she-
Why lower end?
Okay.
Con?
I think EK is
Nova. Sorry.
Oh,
the
sorry.
stronger of the two.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Like,
Okay.
if we're talking about all of the knights as a whole, Dragon Knight isn't better than Lightbringer or EK, but she's better than Chaos. I think the main thing that Dragon Knight has going for her is she has a lot of ways to kind of like zone, but other than that, she doesn't really do too well. And because she has to go to the air a lot, she's kind of easy to maneuver around. I think it's kind of like, because I think Bobby's pointing something out. They took away some of her super armor, and that was a really big hit to her.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
yeah.
Hexy, well, real quick, Hexy, you said higher end. Why higher end?
Yeah, I just think having the ability to kind of like, when you get a hit, you can send Astra and kind of confirm off of that Astra hit. So that means like every hit in your neutral can be like this like long hit stun like effect basically with Astra. And she also has the little I forget what it's called, but she can just like call Astra to do a little hit and be like running, kind of similar to Enchantress. It's just like it just hits.
Is it like
the
the
fireball.
blue one? The blue
Yeah, the little blue like
Oh, that one.
yeah, okay.
thing. Yeah, so she just kind of do that whenever, and you can actually like hit people out of stuff with it sometimes.
Yeah, and then you just dash attack after it, and you get a conversion. So
Yeah.
dash attack is really good too, for just overall for knights.
Just for knights, yeah.
Yeah.
Just real quick, obviously Bobby said solid damage, good aerial, good neutral, but not crazy damage and super armor now. Uh, Jumpy said Dragonite had a dumb bug that let you use her mini dragon to attack you from anywhere, which makes sense. Citron said, yes, stepping a sand kick hitbox counter as being hit for Astra purposes, and the sand kick hitbox has insane Y, the same Y, and yeah, night dash attack is. So, I mean,
Yeah.
go ahead. Sorry.
I feel like they're really close because there's a lot of bad matchups that EK has that you'd be able to get out of because of the air control that Dragonite has.
Yeah, and she has.
But in that same vein, like Dragon Knight doesn't have the same enforceability that EK does. Like if you step on the axis, EK can hog rush you or deer you, or even floor slam you. Dragon Knight doesn't really have that. Like, yeah, if you get a stray, then you can Astra into a combo, but it's not the same. So like, there's pluses and minuses that bring them really close, but I feel like there's a lack of enforceability that Dragon Knight has that I think makes her lower.
So you think she's like more like not at the tail end, but closer, like a little bit further up, right? Like, I mean, essentially, I'm just gonna put her in
put her
A.
next to Elven Knight, but like below her.
Okay, I guess that's fair. Yeah.
I can see that.
All right, let's do this bullshit character.
Next question.
Do we all agree?
A plus.
A plus.
I hear A plus. I hear S.
I think her positive matchups are just way too much in her favor, and her negative matchups are way too much not in her favor.
I mean,
so
Bob's
against
S2,
she
if you look
trade
at the
really,
people
really well with a lot of her stuff.
Yeah, but
and
if you
that
look at
light
the
bulb
people,
skill is super annoying. It takes up so much space.
if you look at all the people who are in,
and it has the light. Oh man, so annoying.
For all the people who are in S tier, they just dominate over her. They just stomp all over her. But everyone else,
but you don't think she dominates everybody else though?
Yeah, I would think she would pretty much stomp all over everyone below her. But the people who are in S tier just really give her a hard time.
Interesting.
I just think S. There's too much super armor that's just rotatable, too much space commanded, and I do think that she can either hold her own or dominate S characters.
I feel like she dominates, yes, the A pluses, but I feel like she contests against the S tier, where if she wanted to move up the tier list, it wouldn't be easy, but she could do it. Does that make sense? Like, her kit is one of the most unique kits that, like, she has defense, she has offense, she has mobility, like, she has super armor out the ass where she could chain super armor. Like, I'm not even sure there's characters outside of like what I remember Vanguard being able to chain super armors like easily, where like there's no like breaking between where they can get stuffed. She's like, I've watched Citron do it like freaking 100 times, where it's like, how are you chaining one super armor to another super armor? And if you had another one, you would. Like, that's not common. That's very abnormal. I like that to
not
me.
A lot of classes, if any others, can do that. So,
I mean, would you guys say that's enough to put her in S tier? It's like That's an oppressive thing. Like, she could be aggressive right from the start of the match, or she could just be like, I don't want to do anything. Like, that's a scary option because you're guessing
I feel like
from the beginning.
there's only one good argument why she's not S, and that argument is the range of her grab and the power of her grab. I feel like other S tiers, in terms of their ability to just say you're done, I think that's the only thing that she doesn't have.
Wait, say it again. She doesn't have what?
Her grab just doesn't have the
Oh.
same reach. It doesn't have the same priority, like compared to the power that you get from the grabs of like grab dominant S tiers.
That's her.
That's the only argument I could find to make it A plus, but she's definitely top.
Okay. And I guess
Has to
Citron's
be at
going
least
with it's
top
A
A+.
plus. I'm guessing that Citron's also saying A plus with that too. That's so crazy. Not having a good
And she's
grab.
definitely the best out of all of the knights, of course. So
Oh yeah.
I mean, okay, I'll leave her an A plus, but like that chick is on the meter of like she is partially A, like A plus. She's like that in between gap. It's like she just goes demon mode. She's S tier. She's
Yeah,
not.
I mean, I feel like
she's
comparably egregious to Battle Mage. So that's why I feel like she should be S.
low S tier. I mean, I don't even want to give there a low S tier. Like, she would be at the like. Oh, you mean like low S tier? Like, yeah, bottom of S tier. Yeah, 100%. I would say she's, if not that, she's A plus. Like, we'll leave her at A plus. We'll leave her at A
We
plus.
just need a Paladin tier.
Yeah.
that's fair. I think
That's
that
when
works.
you switch everybody to just paladin. Oh, like in between it.
Yeah, in between.
Yeah, I could actually go for that. That I could actually be behind. She is literally.
Smack dab
And
right in
look,
the middle,
I
literally.
gotta say this. It's all Citron's fault for doing this. That she gets her own tier, due to the fact that like the stuff that he's doing, I'll be honest. I've watched other people. I don't see them doing it. Like overseas, I don't see them doing it. And maybe it's
a
just
confidence thing.
yeah. Maybe it's you got to play Elementalist first and realize that you had no life and opportunity
You gotta
to
remember
do those
when
things.
when you're Citron, like Citron just doesn't respect anybody. He has full confidence.
But you got to remember that comes from playing Elementalist. Now he has tools that he could do stuff to people, and he knows if he touches them, they're either getting blinded and losing half their life in the process, or they're dying. That's insane to think. I'm just being honest. Okay. We are almost at the end. We have the last set of classes. Let's just go down the list. All right. F Crusader. Well, we'll keep it a little bit shorter. F Crusader definitely I felt like would have been considered an S tier character pre-patch.
Before,
I would
now I
say
don't know.
she-
She jumped down
no.
pretty low. I
I
would
feel
say
like
B
she's-
plus.
I would actually agree with that.
I was gonna say
I don't
A.
really disagree.
Where do
Yeah,
you
She's
go
still
with you?
super annoying, but like it's reasonable now, I guess.
Yeah.
As much as I hate the class, but you know, I gotta be not as non-biased as I can be.
I mean, I just feel like
Yeah, B plus feels right.
I just feel like all her abilities, like the nerfs were kind of justified to take her out of S tier, but they went a little hard on her. And they were like, nah, she just shouldn't be able to do these certain things. And
They
she
didn't go
does
far
have
enough.
recovery.
They should just deleted her from the game with Dark Knight.
She actually has recovery though on stuff that she should.
Yeah.
Um,
I always get surprised by how much it recovers too. I don't know why, but I mean she's a crusader after all, right?
Who?
But
oh yeah.
female satyr, her healing.
They
the
did
big
nerf it a
heal does
lot.
so much.
All right, Shaman.
C. Next question.
Yep.
C, really?
Yep.
I
Yeah,
think
I
she.
don't think
I
her
just think
good.
she sucks.
I really don't.
It's
She's
unfortunate.
just too weak.
She's
She
super
doesn't-
telegraphed. She doesn't really get that damage output. They nerfed the like lock-in zone. She's just not really able to do much.
It's also DFOG has an exclusive problem with 108 beads where it literally doesn't work, and that's one of her strongest skills in
That's the
PvE and
hold,
PvP.
right?
It's the one where it's a bunch of beads that fly out.
Oh, those. Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't work. It literally doesn't work. And
With the
so
blue beads?
it's the blue beads that come out of her and then go down into the ground.
Yeah, like the big swarm of beads that kind of.
This
Oh,
the
yeah.
bead
Yeah.
swarm, yeah.
The big swarm.
It's broken.
Okay.
It doesn't
I
work
mean-
properly in our version of the game, and it's a pretty significant aspect of her damage. Without it, she's just can't really do anything.
I mean, is
Yeah,
she?
I've seen people use it on people that are locked in on the ground and they just stand up and do whatever they want, and it's like, oh, okay. That's like literally elemental cannon tier skill.
I just
and
got
grenade launcher.
I just got one question. Is she a weaker zoner than Blitz? Quote unquote.
Yes. Yes. Blitz
yeah.
has
I
a
would-
wild shot technically. Blitz has a ranged lockdown. He's got better y-axis control for the same exact x-axis control.
So wouldn't you just justify her just being D tier?
No, because
No.
Blitz kit just doesn't function.
Okay. All right.
He
That's fair.
can zone you, but he's actually not getting anything out of it.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, she does solid some okay, very okay damage, off of pokes. I will say that. So I guess that works out. Okay. Next, the most underrated character I'm gonna say right off the bat, Inquisitor.
Is Inquisitor, for sure.
I think
Yeah.
I have to put this bitch in like A+ somewhere.
If we had more data,
agree.
I would put her in S.
I'd put her in.
Yeah. I would say she kind of
Without
teeters
having-
towards that.
I don't
But
know. I'm thinking A plus for her. But
Yeah,
no, you know what? A plus.
Yeah, if we
She's like
had more-
troubleshooter with tits. So I mean, you know.
Troubleshooter with
well,
tits,
let's be honest here. She was troubleshooter before troubleshooter existed.
True.
It's just nobody played
yes.
her except for I think Cyclone. And the problem with her is you
wow,
really,
really?
is just not knowing what you're doing with what you're going up against. I don't know if any of the changes that she has gotten has got applied to PvP, but she's gotten
None
pretty
of them
significant.
did.
None of them did. Okay, then never mind.
Okay.
Citra.
Like if there
what-
was, it wasn't an interesting change.
Okay.
I thought they sped some stuff up just slightly, but I might be wrong about that.
Citron said, I feel like Inquisitor has nothing that really justifies placing it that high. I feel like it doesn't have sufficient. It is not sufficient. BS compared to other classes that are high. I also don't think its y-axis is that good, other than the circle fire thing. But that's one skill on a pretty long CD. I mean, I will say when I was doing my exploration, I'll counter this. My exploration with doing frame data with her, she's doing stuff that no characters can do, and the fact that she has armor on an air movement move is a little insane, and she can backstep out of certain things that most characters cannot do. She also can change trajectory if she jumps and then uses that armored move. A lot of her frame data is really good. Like, it's faster than you would think. The startup on some of the super armor is a little faster than you would think, but I truly think that she can control neutral fairly well. I think she has a good engagement tool such as dash. Also, she has a flask that
Now,
holds you.
I'm gonna actually counter this.
Mhm.
I don't think her neutral tools stand up to anyone in A plus.
So you think she
I don't think she controls neutral like that. I think she's A.
really?
She does have good tools. They are powerful tools, but she can get just completely outspaced. She can get walked around.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, considering Demon Slayer is like at the bottom of A plus, she probably wouldn't. And so if we were to put her in A,
Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think A would be better. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
let's
Demon
do
Slayer
A.
thing.
Great.
Yeah, there's no way she's better than Demon Slayer.
we're in A though, because I mean, now that you're saying stuff like that, like I kind of start to see she might struggle against mobility characters too, because she doesn't have anything that kind of hits on that y axis.
She kind of does struggle against y-axis characters. Like even the flame circle is not great. What I will say though is that like that forward slam, that like armored air redirect.
Oh, that one's good.
Has very deceiving y-axis range. Not strong enough to counter the fact that she gets pressed on the y-axis, but still it catches people off guard and it's really funny.
you think she would be lower? Because like I think she dumps damage like Spectre. And Spectre doesn't have. Well, she has a actual Y axis move that can take people out. But I mean,
I think she's lower than SD in terms of like what she's able to do.
you think she's better than Kunoichi? Realistically speaking, like I don't think she catches this character, but like
I
I also
don't. I don't think she's got the movement to be better than Kuno. But maybe just like that's the spot.
I also think she struggles against Witch. I mean, she's
Well,
not.
it doesn't matter that specific matchup.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm saying, but like if we're talking about like,
I'd put her above Witch.
you think her kit's
I think
better
she's
than
more
Witch?
consistent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of what makes the bad classes bad is having bad Y axes, bad movement, or bad. I mean, I do agree, but I mean, does the other skills that they do make up for it, right? Like, I don't think Spectre has the greatest Y axis moves, but holy shit, does she make damage look like easy mode on her X axis that is really really strong. I think we have
And
to
she
kind of
can
like
she
cover
can move
that.
around really quick too.
Yeah.
So there's that as well.
Because like I mean, we could sit here and say like, well, Witch should be beating like 90% of the cast then, but she doesn't because she lacks the damage.
She can. She does not lack the damage.
Oh, she
if we're
doesn't?
talking in like
Oh, she
top play,
does.
no, not at
Oh,
all.
okay.
Because she'll get you to wall, then she'll do her setups. She'll palm slam you into wall bounce, and you'll take a shit ton of damage before you ever touch the ground. Which can potentially like 70% you.
But
It's
we are talking
actually
about the
so
highest
cool.
of levels, so yeah, that makes sense
Yeah.
then. I keep trying to keep myself in that realm. That's why I keep saying it.
Yeah.
All right, I think we have one character left. This is your favorite character, I feel, when you were practicing
I feel like
it.
there might be an argument for S.
I question it only because
Like,
I don't know.
I'll tell you
I
why.
like.
Okay, I'll
Go
tell you
ahead.
why. I'll tell you why. Okay. So she's got guard, which all the female priests have. That's useful. She's got dashes, great. But she's got a ranged teleporting grab. It doesn't work well on our server, but she has it. So if we're talking not considering ping,
Yeah.
that is an insane button that takes you out of super armor and forces you into a combo. She's got multiple moves that are better wild shots with huge range. She's got the ability to upkeep her buff permanently, which means that if you ever walk in front of her, she can lock you with a hold and then combo you off of it. She's actually insane. She can jump down from being in the air.
True.
Good mobility. I
Would
feel like she's just got a lot of bullshit that you can't do anything about.
A lot of lingering frames too.
Yeah.
you also feel like she kind of forces
I think the only
engagement?
thing that holds her back is her end lag on a lot of her skills too. Like if she
Hmm.
whiffs something, she's sitting there for a good little bit. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
that can be a weakness, but like I just think she has so many neutral skips that almost can't be beaten by other classes.
Interesting. Do you think it's enough? Like the weaknesses that she has, do you think it's over the strengths are stronger and overshadow the fact that she has these little weaknesses? Do you think that they outweigh it to the point where it makes her still S tier?
Yeah.
Would anybody disagree at this point? I mean, like
what were you guys are thinking of putting her in S, really?
that was his justification for
I
saying
think
yes.
there's a good argument for ass.
I mean,
I don't know. I think S is really, really high compared to what's up there. And even what's below it at A plus even.
yeah. I think
it'd go in
think
A at
A.
very least. At most A. At minimum I guess
A,
B,
yeah.
you know.
When you look at the things in A plus, you think she's below that? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I could
do actually.
argue she'd be at the bottom of A plus, but it's kind of like a toss up between A and like the bottom of A plus and A.
Bobby's saying top
Like again,
of
we're
A.
talking highest level of play. We're talking zero
Yeah.
ping. I would bet my life between the nail, between her 45, between lust, between the sin press.
I would say
You
her
gotta be
45 is
kidding me.
hard
She's
as hell
got
to
wild
react to
shot.
too. A plus bottom. Even though it's perhaps better than in quiz, that's what such wherever mistress is. I mean, wherever inquisitor is, I guess mistress should be better. That's what.
I think that should go without argument.
What?
That Mistress is higher than Inquisitor.
I mean, if that's the truth, then I don't see why we've applied it to practically almost every sitting here.
Yeah,
Why
that's true.
it
I
should
could
apply
see
here.
A plus or bottom A plus, top of A.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like she's just kind of teetering between the two.
Yeah, I'd put her right between Demon Slayer and Dark Templar.
I will, for the
Yeah,
sake
I can see that.
for the sake of it, I will put her at the bottom of A plus. I think just due to the fact that her weaknesses probably aren't as bad. And most high level aren't gonna show their weaknesses, right? So as easily, it's gonna be like you have to force them into it, and most characters may not be able to force that character into a weakness when she can stall and play as slow as she wants, based off of her skill set. That would be my justification for putting her A plus low on the
Okay,
border
yeah,
of
yeah.
that.
And she has surprisingly high defense too. Like when I'm
Weird.
juggling her, it's like wow, it's
She won't
doesn't
die.
take too much right now. Yeah.
She won't die. Okay, with that concludes the preliminary of putting characters where they need to be. If anybody has any statement now, this would be the best time to state what you dislike. I know Bobby said this earlier. Let's talk about it. He says that Berserker is too low on the tier list. So we'll start with Berserker, and then we'll go into SB, Shadowbringer. Did I do that right? Yeah. No. What the fuck is SB? I'm not thinking straight.
Soulbender?
Thank you,
Soul,
Soulbender.
Soulbringer.
Number 2 character in the game. I don't think he said he does. Citron doesn't think he's number 2. But before we get to that, let's do Berserker.
Yeah,
Bobby, where
looking at it,
he feels he's A plus. I mean A tier. He feels Berserker's A tier. What is your justification for it being A tier? Tell us why. Citron says, I think Soulbender is pretty good, but I can't tell how good Soulbender is, to be honest. I kind of always felt that way even pre-work, but doesn't fill this character's number 2. I mean, we could do the top tier S tier in order. It's probably the only one I really want to do, like in order. Every other one I kind of care too much less because they're all in the same category and it's a bigger category. S tier. Who's primarily the number 1? Are we gonna go with Dragoon?
I think Dragoon.
Yeah.
It's just so well rounded. I can't really think of a matchup it might
For
struggle
first in S? No way, I'm putting EXO there. Fuck it.
Ooh. Ooh, wait. Let's
Dragon can
move
come
back
after.
to
I don't care.
so
EXO's taking that number 1 spot, at least for now.
So do we feel like EXO like kind of just shits on like anybody's opportunities to play the game? Because I feel like Dragoon just kind of moves faster, gets to make better options. That's my personal opinion. But
I
like
don't know, I feel
EXO
like,
just dumps.
Dragoon is a lot easier to deal with than EXO, personally. But that's just me. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I'd
Yeah.
have
Have
to
an easier
agree.
time with Dragoon than EXO, you know?
The thing that Exorcist has that Dragoon doesn't is super armor out the ass. Like being able to just stuff out any kind of like approach just because you just super armor through it makes it really difficult to try and deal with this character. Like sure he's slow, but that doesn't change the fact that he has massive coverage. He's going to be able to reach you very easily, and it just makes it really difficult to play anyone who he could just kind of like snap back at really easily. Versus Dragoon, we're not having that like super armor protection kind of can make the difference between like a win or a loss versus
Yeah.
Exorcist, where it's like as soon as you get touched, you're just done.
Yeah, the X range on that is crazy, and I don't know why they made the backside of GWL pop you up in the area. That's the biggest change that makes me the most angry about it. I think that's so dumb, personally. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
that is pretty goofy. I don't know
Citron
why it's
did
like
say
that.
something interesting. He said EXO feels strong, but calling him number 1. Sorry. calling him number one class feels whack. It almost feels like it's just a PvE class that they forgot to tune correctly for PvP, which could be true. But then he also
Probably
said
true.
that uh, but if you called it number one, I don't know if I have a strong argument against it. Which I think the only argument you could truly state is EXO seems like it would have more consistency. Uh,
Yeah.
off of like just alone hits and range. And I understand EXO has insane range, but it's all tied to even if he gets a straight hit, sometimes it leads to nothing. And that's the only thing I could say personally from watching and from seeing for so long. I feel like EXO does have to work a little bit, slightly a little bit more to confirm into damage that he wants versus
I
the tools that he's using in neutral.
I think EXO has to work harder, but I think that he pans out as a higher level character because of the consistency. Like, if you're thinking, well, between EXO and Dragoon, what happens? Well, Dragoon's just waiting to throw out a grab so he doesn't have to interact with you. EXO
Mhm.
says, no matter what member of the cast you are, I am able to interact with you through Super Armor.
Yeah. And the fact
like,
that they can
Dragoon's
hold
gotta run away,
GWL too
right?
is crazy. It's really good.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel I will always feel like Dragoon's just kind of like this character that engagement doesn't feel good. Whereas like I feel like EXO, even though you don't want to say engagement doesn't, you want to say engagement doesn't feel good. I feel like you can engage with that character. Like EXO, you're kind of like, oh, I know you have these skills. You're gonna rotate through them, but like I can pick my points. Dragoon, it's like, no, I have big buttons no matter what. I can always challenge you, and that's kind of a scary situation. Just because of the kit alone, from the base
I would say
Lancer.
Exorcist always has buttons no matter what.
You think so? Like,
Yeah. He has giant weapon launcher and he can hold that shit.
true, and it does spread. It does like hit the ground and spread. Man, that's a hard toss up. I'd almost say they're like tied for. I mean, I don't know. Do you guys feel EXO is number one?
I think I'd go with
I
that.
do.
I can see an argument for either, but more so lean toward
Right now, EXO's probably it.
Dragoon
In its
being
current state,
Really?
yeah, for
stronger.
sure.
But
Current state, what we say is we feel EXO might just be tilted a little bit to that point, but it's like ever so
Yeah,
slightly.
no,
I would
I'm
say like
definitely biased when it comes to EXO versus Dragoon, but I don't know. I have a way easier time with Dragoon than I do EXO.
I mean,
yeah, we all see it differently. Play different stuff,
yeah.
right?
That's what I'm
For
saying.
sure.
Like
I'm
I think it's
definitely
hard to
trying to
gauge
think.
what would tier
Like, if I
over.
were playing, like, if I'm looking at top tier EXO, right? The thing that normally beats out the existence of super armor is grabs. I don't know of a character who can just say, I'm going to grab EXO and get away with it.
I don't think anybody gets close enough to do that. Almost besides, I personally have to say besides Swiftmaster,
Dark Knight.
and that's still hard. I mean, we saw it last week, and getting close to EXO, even as Swiftmaster, is kind of dangerous.
Yeah, my X string on my Zerk is not nearly as far as his, so there's no way I'm winning that fight either. So it's a little rough in that department when he's just sitting there neutral, throwing out X's and taking up all the space in the world.
Yeah, it does. It's massive.
I'll do this. We'll leave them. I'm not saying that Dragoon's number one. I'm not saying that EXO's number one, but I'll say they share that in tandem because it's hard. We haven't played enough against EXO. I'm pretty sure when we do, we'll probably like either say he's one slight notch below or one slight notch above. It's probably gonna be such a small smidget, right? And I'll even for the sake because he's a new character, I'll say we'll put him in that first part so people are like, is he the broken one? Yeah, sure, go play him. Who comes after Dragoon? That's the real question. Out of these three, because Citron said the argument for him would be Battle Mage over Soulbringer. I'm Soulbender.
I think Battle Mage over Soulbender, yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Swiftmaster,
I think
Soulbender.
moving
Yeah,
Soulbender
yeah,
down
yeah.
actually wouldn't be too bad either, honestly.
Say again?
Yeah, you can't break ice anymore. So I mean, I don't know. As good as Soulbender is right now, I don't think it's S because you can't break the ice. If you could break ice, it'd definitely be S.
So Soulbender over Swift. Wow. Citron's saying he would move Soulbender down to A plus somewhere. Then I would have to infinitely just put Paladin in S tier. Like that would just have to happen.
Oh yeah.
Like
In
I
that
just
case, yeah, just swap them out.
yeah, I
For
would
sure.
have to do that. Like
Yeah, because now
it
that
would
the
make the
list is
most
all
sense.
done with, now we can kind of move everything around in its like proper places. We kind of compare like the tiers to one another and stuff.
Like if we're looking from the bottom, like oh he's okay. He's saying what makes Soulbender strong. Well, while we're at it, do you want to maneuver around the list before I showcase the other lists that we have? Or would you prefer to just keep moving around this list first? That's what I would like to ask you guys.
I don't know. I think we could compare it, and then we can move it around afterwards.
So, showcase. You guys want to see the other list first?
Yeah, we could show the other list.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, what is that? Let's see.
All right, let me pull it. Is okay. So I'll save them and put them up. The one that I'm gonna show you guys first. This one is Citron. So this one's Citron's from 2023, and then there's an updated version I'll pull up next. Oh. Brother, this song is hot trash. What is happening? All right. Let's look at the other tier lists that we have. There's also a few others that I'll pull up too, which are from like CNN and stuff like that. So this one here is the original one that he made in 2023. I mean, yeah. So wow, list is completely different. But if we're comparing it to some extent, it goes. All right, so male striker is number 1. Female striker number 2. Well, this is all A tier. I'll just say all A tier. Weapon master, female grappler, ranger, male ranger, female ranger, brawler, female brawler, female brawler. That's witch, battle mage, dragoon, paladin, dragon knight, rogue, shadow dancer, swift master, enchantress. Interesting. B tier skirmisher, demon slayer, weapon master, whatever, female sword master. This is Citron's, guys. But this was like in 2023, so this is a long time ago.
He
Ghostblade,
also said that he only has strong opinions about the top robe.
yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay, so Blood Mage, I mean, let's just look at the top row because I think that's the most important. Everything else is kind of like subjective. Because I mean, like compared to where our stuff is, it is drastically different, right? But that was 2023. Top row kind of makes sense back then. I wouldn't disagree with this to some extent. I mean,
No, it makes sense to me.
most of it's
Yeah,
pretty
that
much
tracks.
dominant.
Yeah,
With
that's
how the game was
good
at the time,
classes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The further down you
Because
go,
if
I
it's
feel like the
2023 and
characters
Dragoon is on that list still, then
Who?
that's when it first came out, and it just shit on everything at the time.
Isn't this when Spectre first came out and was playable? If so, if this is when Spectre first came out, I would say I would
Wait, is
have
Spectre on here?
Yeah, she's on there. She's in B tier. I personally would say she would have to be moved up to A.
Oh.
She was kind of obnoxious with Rusty now. I know you had the time like getting a good strike, but that's unpredictable shit. That's the only thing
She
I
was
don't
one of those
like.
characters on release, like Kuno on release, where she
Yeah.
was a lot stronger than anyone playing her actually gave any right to.
If this is when Blitz was released, then this might have been when Spectre was nerfed then. Yeah, that might have been it. All right, let's look at your new tier list. The new tier list is up to date. How much more different? Very different. Dragoon sitting at the top, Battle Mage, and I'm only gonna look at the A tier primarily because I think that's the most
And
important.
this one split more too. Instead of just having 3, you have I think 5 here. So.
Yeah, which is a lot better. It gives a better view on what you know.
Yeah, there's more variance overall.
So
This E
Dragoon-
tier is nobody plays this character.
feels like it. No, it feels like it. Yeah, nobody did except for what one player playing launcher. Right? So, sorry. So, A tier Dragoon, Battle Mage. This must have been right when Battle Mage just got her buff. I would imagine. I would assume that. I will die on the hill that launcher sucks balls.
Then you'll die alone.
Okay, so this is right when Battle Mage got her buff. I'm surprised you didn't put Battle Mage in front of Dragoon, but I guess it kind of
That's
makes
fine.
sense. Would you agree with that? That Battle Mage was not stronger than Dragoon?
Yeah.
Okay. With the buffs, with the new buff, not this current buffs, but the
Yeah.
previous. Okay.
Yeah.
So then, Weapon Master, Blade Male Slayer.
White arm.
Yeah, thank you. White Arm. I can't, dude. He's gone through iterations of names that I don't even know anymore. Like I'm just gonna call him. Can I just call him GSD? I'm just calling him GSD Junior.
Oh my god.
He's
Yes,
GSD
yes, sir.
Junior.
I'm
No.
gonna end it all.
All right. So female grappler. Dude, every time I see Witch's picture, I get so concerned because it's not. I don't think it is. Witch, male ranger, female ranger, Swiftmaster, female brawler, shadow dancer, rogue, female male striker, female striker, brawler, male brawler, paladin, dragon knight, exo. Ooh, whoa. Exo and A tier? Was this based off of us?
I mean, EXO was strong before too.
Yeah,
Don't
but I
forget.
mean,
Yeah.
oh, that was the opinion you had. Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. Is this super buff? Is this like when EXO got buffed?
He said he just made this list.
I think he
Oh
made this
shit.
list
Okay,
like
I
5
thought
hours ago.
it was before. Okay. Yeah, I actually like that. Because I think you were keeping it like strictly like what is the most broken characters in the game, quote unquote, or that do the most. I don't think you were off. I think you were pretty accurate. This list is pretty close to ours, actually. Think about it. Besides your Blitz in E tier, but then again, I guess you say everybody in E tier is trash. So I guess it doesn't matter on the order. It was at top of B like 5 minutes before I sent it. True. Yeah, I mean like I'd only assume that like there's no real difference in our tier list almost. Besides like Elemental Bomber being in the bottom. It's almost like anything that we've played in global, or that's at least viewable at the highest level, you could kind of distinguish. But like once you get to like C tier, you're kind of like, well, we don't know who plays them. We don't know who plays them. So it's totally fair. That's totally understandable. All right. Damn, Kajali's leaving. All right, night Kajali. I know you hopped off earlier. I think Skirm is good, and I could see it competing with the A tier classes, but I'm not entirely sure because I don't know if I've seen it. That's fair. That's kind of what all the B tier is, to be honest. Okay. Maybe like the last 3 or last 4. Don't make me swap now. Could be A, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't want to. So don't please. So I really think this is interesting that we don't do it enough. For these tier lists, I think there's also the Chinese tier list. Where's that at? No, did you post that or someone posted that? Oh,
I
Zam.
think Zam posted it earlier. Yeah.
All right, let me pull that, even though it's gonna look like doggy doo doo. All right, man. They use their faces. I appreciate it. Can't read it, but we can kind of tell what's top tier, right? So, holy shit, that is a weird ass list.
I think he says what letters or what in the chat. A little lower if you scroll down.
S A plus, A minus, B plus, B minus. Okay, so C plus to C minus, like that's okay. And junk. A plus.
Yeah, Skirm is insane.
They put her in junk. It might wait. S, A plus, A minus, B plus, B minus, C plus, C minus, junk. Yeah, I did that right. Damn. Is that Dragon Knight? That's Dragon Knight, right?
Junk is chaos.
Oh, that's Cat.
Yeah, chaos.
Ah, they
That's
said
Arctic.
she's trash.
That is so sad. Like, just be like,
I'm sorry.
that's sad. Sad. That is just sad.
I mean, the interesting part is they're S tier, and I think this is a prior to EXO. It seems like
The two
Was it-
things I'll say is I feel like they're vastly overestimating Skirm, and also I think that they give way too much respect to Mailmac. Just walk up on him, bro.
Oh, where'd they put
I
Mel
think it's
Mac?
the fact that everybody.
Oh,
I
they
think
damn
it's
they
the
put
fact
him
that
here.
China and Korea
Tier
play
2.
so safe, and so like optimal that Mech is put higher instead of just like
Yeah, well,
like how
that's
we
what I'm
would
saying.
like
It's about that respect that they're giving to it, right?
yeah
I would deadass just walk up to it as a battle mage and just palm blast into
press
it.
buttons.
Like, I would palm blast Sky Assault. That's it. Like what?
Bro, they really put Monk at A minus. That's kind of interesting. Ain't no way. No, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I mean, you got to be a monster, right? Like, maybe.
That
How do you?
Chinese monk is a monster. Just saying, like holy
He
shit,
is a
dude.
mega monster.
There has been some train of Mech
What's
being a
his name?
top
Is it
tier
Leon,
character
I
when I
think it
just
is?
don't think it is.
Might
Huh?
be.
Yeah, I
What
think
happened?
it's Leon. Yeah.
Who?
Leon the monk, yeah.
Um.
Surprised
Wait.
the M launcher and F launcher is such a large difference.
Wait, is Elementalist in B plus? I think she's B plus, right? She's below Enchantress. Yeah. I'll be honest with you. It kind of makes sense though. Is
Oh,
Why
it
is
this?
does,
Cinder
yeah.
so low?
But this is C, D, and F. You got to remember that. It's
Because
not
you
like
can't
Korea,
break
right?
ice.
Can't break the ice.
Crazy.
I'm telling you, that makes a world of difference with that class.
That's
Yeah.
Kind of like how
I
it
feel
does
like
with Spitfire, with female Spitfire too. Like that really like hurt them.
I wonder if that's
Yeah.
before or after the changes to Nen, because that Nen placement has me scratching my head.
Yeah.
Wait, where?
Nen is in what, B minus?
Yeah, A plus, A minus.
Okay, like in the middle
B minus
there,
right
yeah.
there. That's so weird. Interesting. Yo, where's Shaman at?
They put her in
Where's
A
Shaman?
minus.
Oh, she's up there. She's up there, yeah.
Bro, she better than Junk?
I think
That's
it's again,
crazy.
it's a.
They
I
got
think it's
they
a
got a
case of they have too much respect.
really.
So if you play respectful, like you don't just run up on someone like a meth head, which is what we do, right?
We
then
definitely do.
she has that spacing that she can kind of play around. Like backstep amulet is a strong thing, but I think that there's too much respect being had there in the neutral.
That is fair. I feel like something important we kind of should talk about before I'm not gonna do any more tier lists tonight because I think it's a lot. We'll do it another time. It's interesting
This
the way
was
we
fun
play.
though. I had a good time.
I'm glad you guys have fun.
Yeah,
Like
it's a
I
good
want to do
time.
more of this. I didn't expect to stream this long. I was actually thinking it was gonna be like a 2-hour thing, but there's so many goddamn characters in this game.
Yeah, I know.
Oh wait, I forgot this list. This is the other one. This is the other CN list. Triple S.
This is the
Yeah,
one I was looking
Triple
for.
S.
What the hell is Ella J for? I don't even want to guess. I don't really want to guess.
LJ tier.
Black jobs. I don't know, bro. They something.
Lack of job, yeah. They don't know what they want to be. They're so bad.
Well, one thing we can say is Chaos Knight has made it there every time, and Glacial Master's there now too.
They just haven't seen me play Chaos Knight, I guess. I don't know.
Well, if we can go back to F1, hopefully this will be the year they freaking let me run it. Let me run things
We need
like
to
I
get on
want.
that we need to get on that social media influencer grind. We gotta get them to film a streamed tier list.
Elementalist that low, holy moly, they know.
Yeah, I don't know when this
That
list is
low, wow. It's
I
actually crazy.
don't know when this list was because
Where
I
is
know
she?
Zam posted it,
See?
but
That is insanity.
I would
Yeah, I'll have
imagine
to,
these are newer lists though.
I'll have to ask Zam or whatever.
Yeah, you just kind of dropped them. It's like with no context.
No date, no nothing, bro. Like, what you guys think of this tier list? Get at it.
He's like, here you go, guys. I'm going to have McDonald's now. Have fun.
I mean, generally speaking, this list seems fairly new because I mean, whoa, damn, Impaler and S tier. I must have missed something. This can't be new.
That is
Wait, what?
Bro,
that's
my.
fascinating,
Impaler in
bro.
S
Who
tier,
made
bro.
this? Like,
That's
listen,
crazy.
I respect the fact that he has interesting and potentially useful tools, but I don't think that his overall is anywhere sufficient to warrant that.
Yeah,
Oh.
his game plan is like pretty much the same as Male Spit anyway. He's just Male Spit with spears. Like, I don't know.
Innova, for what it's worth, Berserker is in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, but everybody plays it over there. That's like the class.
How did we miss this? Hold up. How did we miss this? Blitz in S tier?
That is demonic. There's some like respect barrier happening here.
Yeah, they gotta probably have a lot of players over there that play that character. There's like, I can only imagine that.
So hear me out, right? If you aren't again running up like a meth head, then Blitz has the ability to wait out his cooldown so that he can just use wall and teleport dash to troll you. If you're allowing that to happen, then yeah, you're gonna think he's good.
Citron said, okay, now they lost the plot. Yeah, that's wild, bro. I didn't expect to see it like that. That's crazy.
I really wish that these lists were dated. That would
Yeah.
help so much.
That would help.
Yeah, if there was like a date, yeah.
Yeah,
if
put
this-
a date on stream as a.
I gotta. Mine is gonna have it 100%. Like mine actually has it in the corner. Actually, when we were doing it, so it didn't.
I think dates for tier lists like this and stuff are very important too. So you do them from time to time for shits and giggles, and then you kind of compare them.
Mine has dates. Don't worry. I usually put it in the thing when I upload it anyway. Gotta
Maybe the
blow up.
strat is to just like start trash talking the other regions on Twitter or something to get them to be encouraged to
I mean-
bring us over there.
Is
Do you think
our
that'll work?
bro, I feel like we we did some justice though. Like looking at it now, we weren't that far off. At least with Glacial Master, Blitz.
There's some
and
things that
Baylor.
really line up for sure.
Yeah, like I mean, obviously I would say excluding EXO because we don't know the dates on some of them. But if we were to, he's still pretty much up there. And I feel like they played him longer, so they kind of seen like how to probably counter
More
him. and
experienced
whatnot.
with it and stuff.
Yeah,
we got the
So-
patch not terribly long ago.
like 2 days ago. And we're just like, oh, this character's broken. I mean, I definitely think they don't see Swiftmaster the way we do. He's one notch below. I'd actually mess with that one tier list because I thought that I don't even know if I want to accept this tier list, dude, because Blitz is so high, but that's
Yeah,
like,
Swift is
am
in,
I
like,
being
things that are
unreasonable?
on-
Bottom of kind of middle of A in this one.
Yeah.
What, in ours?
No, in this
What?
Chinese one.
The first one, right? I don't know. Should I go off of the first one? Because I mean, like, or should I just go off of the second one? This second one seems so wild. It's like
This
I don't
one
know,
does
the
seem
second one's
wild.
pretty whack. I don't know.
I don't.
Yeah,
it
the
scares me, bro.
Impaler-
The Impaler being an
Last-
S tier. This is wild.
We'll just accept that there are some consistents, certainly, and
Is it
then
'cause-
just leave it at that.
Wait, is it consistent on the other
Yeah.
one though? Hold on.
There are
Listen,
some consistencies.
I don't see Impaler at all in that tier list, like high up. Oh, Impaler
They
is
said he's
is
not worth the ranking.
he's actually
He's not on
SA.
the.
No, he's,
He's
on
B
the pinned
minus.
images.
He's
part.
B minus, I think. Oh yeah, he is. Never mind. What are we supposed to do with that?
They
Yo,
said
what
he's not worth ranking.
Oh
And
shit.
they also
He's not even below.
can
He's not
make
even a junk.
Twitch.
Maybe it's pilot dependent. Maybe that's why they're there. I don't know.
Oh, true. We don't really have the full context of what this like. Ours makes sense. I put it up. I said it's based off of like, you know, yeah, like ours is global
That's
strongest to
funny.
weakest tier list, right? So
Yeah.
makes sense for us. I don't want to even use their tier list, but like generally speaking, yes, it kind of makes sense. Battle Mage up there, Ghostblade kind of don't know why Blitz is there. I mean, we're not that far off consistency. I think it's just what you see a little bit more. Like the
And
Kuno
we did
stuff
our
is
best
right.
to like
The
try and
Dark Knight's right.
judge it without putting lag in mind and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, like we have to do that more often, and I know like it sucks because like, okay, I'm gonna keep it like 100% real with you guys because I will always hate this environment that we have to play in, but
yeah,
realistically speaking, outside of playing for online latency, because we know some characters just suck in latency, we have
Mhm.
to be realistic when it comes to what we're practicing for down the road. Because as I've stated to Neopol multiple times, I said, if we decide to do Extreme again, you decide to bring people to F1, you decide to bring people to China, and we're supposed to be competing with the best players, it should be open bracket. Never an invitational that you choose who you feel like should be because you want to
Yeah.
make it fun. If you want to do a
Yeah,
fun
that's what-
Extreme tournament, then fine, but don't make it the one that is the barrier to entry.
this is
Yeah,
pretty
or-
much what I told them when I was overseas. I was outside having a smoke, and some of them came outside, and we were talking, and I was like, "Listen, I get it that you guys want to make this fun, and you want to have like, you want to give everybody a chance and have them experience this trip and all that. But listen, man, like we gotta have our best of the best all the time, no matter what. Like, you know,
Yeah,
Yeah,
didn't
and
they like
also,
lock
if
you
they-
out if you went entered or something? You couldn't enter the next
Yeah,
one. or
that's
something?
also toxic.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That
Oh.
might be an imposed rule. They might not have control over that, to be fair, because they want to see like variance on stage. But if it's not, that's toxic. And as a follow up, like if they want to have like a top 16 stream or a top 8 stream or whatever, cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, we gotta have the open.
yeah.
Like I made it very clear to them. I said, if this is the year you guys want to do it, I will run the tournament. I don't